Just this morning, a side of me open that I never noticed. We are the future, ride for the culture. Put my dirty clothes on the lines of a notebook. Never hide from exposure, show you nobody is unbroken.
Remember the name, you see my face every breath that you take. Just when you think I was torn down in flames, I'm born again. All of my dark days are gone. You will remember. Yeah, you will remember. Yeah, you will remember. You will remember. Yeah.
I'm unstoppable. Came too far to be barred by an obstacle. That's not an optional. What they call hard is like riding a bicycle. I'm phenomenal. Feeling like I could do what a mythological guy could do. Power is optimal. It's my time to make impossible and impossible.
Remember the name, you see my face every breath that you take. Just when you think I was torn down in flames, I'm born again. All of my dark days are gone. You will remember. You will remember. Yeah, you will remember. You will remember. Yeah. I'm born again. I'm born again. All of my dark days are gone. Remember the name, you see my face every breath that you take. Just when you think I was torn down in flames, I'm born again. All of my dark days are gone. You will remember. You will remember. Yeah, you will remember. You will remember. Yeah.
Back in the city, it's time, ain't no turning back. Rewind, it's all or nothing, put it all on the line. I see it, I want it, I take it, it's mine. It's a Super Bowl. Who you got, who you rooting for? You with them or with us, yeah, we toe to toe. Look and see them, they shook, man, they losing hope. Sin City, but I got with me, yeah, the pressure on, still calm in me. All the blood, sweat, tears hard on me, but the highs and lows making harm in me. Hold up, whoa, y'all are not hearing me, whoa. It ain't no fear in me, I hear them cheer. 60,000 in the stands, 100 million tuned in. It don't get any bigger than this. It don't get any bigger than It don't get any bigger than this. Touchdown, do my dance, whoa. 60,000 in the stands, whoa. It don't get any bigger than this. Couple ends with the NIL, you can tell my opponent I wish him well. I'm a big deal with it, can't you tell? Got them maxed out in the NFL. Couple rings and mementos. Whole team keep it 10 toes. Got my head high at the same time. Keep my head down, gotta stay low. Sin City, but I got with me. Yeah, the pressure on, still calm in me. All the blood, sweat, tears hard on me, but the highs and lows making harm in me. Hold up, whoa, y'all are not hearing me, whoa. It ain't no fear in me, I hear them cheer. 60,000 in the stands, 100 million tuned in. It don't get any bigger than this. It don't get any bigger. It don't get any bigger than this. Touchdown, do my dance, whoa. 60,000 in the stands, whoa. It don't get any bigger than this. It don't get any bigger.
hard times they come around. Can't let them bring you down. 'Cause you're either living life or letting it pass by. Na, 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 na.
Tonight on Countdown to Green, class is back in session as we look back at the fall semester. The crew prepares you for all things spring semester. And we've got wheels to give away with Logitech G. All of that and more coming up on Countdown to Green.
Good evening, race fans, and welcome to Countdown to Green, presented by Logitech G for the fourth tournament of the 2025-26 eNASCAR College iRacing Series, powered by the Play vs. College League, the Great Lakes Gauntlet, live from the virtual Michigan International Speedway in Brooklyn, Michigan. So happy that you are here with us. I am James Pike, joined this evening by Taylor Burris and Joy Atterbury. And Taylor, we are back. 3 tournaments to round out this season. The spring semester is finally upon us after a 2-month layoff.
Absolutely, James, and hello everyone as we get set for exciting racing action. It's already been kicking off as we draw closer and closer to some other major events, but here right now, it's time for the college students to shine brightly here in Michigan.
Michigan is the next track on the College Series schedule, and Joey, it's a bit of an interesting place. It's not outright a restrictor plate track, but it's almost as big as one, and so the dynamics of racing here, I think, are going to be unique to this tournament specifically.
And I think really with this track and car combination, I should say truck combination, the biggest thing, those high speeds and how wide this racetrack is. I expect plenty of racing from the top to the bottom of the racetrack tonight.
3 and 4 and 5 and sometimes 6 wide is possible here in the corners at Michigan. It is all over the place when it gets to the racing. Before we get deeper into Countdown to Green, though, a reminder that NASCAR 25 is now available on the PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S, and Steam. And if you get the Gold Edition, and it features the full base game and the Season Pass, which includes a variety of in-game currency and bonuses, as well as multiple DLC packs, offering over 230 paint schemes and fire suits. So you can visit NASCAR25.com for more information on that. Plenty of fun that can be had on the console side of things. Plenty of fun that can be had this week as well, because it is iRacing Daytona 500 week. The first fifth split currently rolling right now as we speak. We've got an open split later tonight, and then more races Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. The open broadcast, top split Friday night, will be broadcast live on the iRacing Twitch channel, so you can get in your action all the way through Sunday evening. And for more information on that, you can visit iRacing.com special events for more info on how to get involved in the iRacing Daytona 500. That's a look at what is happening now. Before we get even further forward, let's look backward. Let's take a look at what happened in the first 3 tournaments of the fall semester. We started off in September at Charlotte Motor Speedway with the Queen City Crown, and Dylan Basin from Pasco Hernando State College etched his name in history as the first ever tournament winner in the eNASCAR College iRacing Series. Taylor?
Absolutely. He put on an astounding performance, going toe-to-toe with some of the biggest names in eNASCAR and the iRacing College Series events in past history, as we see some of the heavy hitters like Logan Clampett. We also see a couple of others like Connor Yarashak who put on a show, but it was Dylan Basin who was able to take home the win. But as we know with this new format, anything could happen. Unfortunately for him, he could not make it through here at the Clash on the Beach, where he struggled to make it to the final round, James.
He did struggle to make it in the final round, but you know who didn't? Connor Yarashak, who picked up with the strong performance he had in Charlotte and picked up the win here in the Clash on the Beach. And really, this was where we began to see him take control of the point standings going through the fall, Joey.
Yeah, and of course, we will see those point standings a little bit later, but it went from Charlotte to Daytona, the high banks, the super speedways, and trust me, there was chaos throughout all of these races. Ultimately, there you see the winner from Calgary, and also from there, we take a short trip over to Iowa Speedway for the Harvest Cup.
A very different racetrack from Daytona and Taylor Burris, but we ended up with the same result in the end. Connor Yarashak, back-to-back tournament wins and got it done in November to round out the fall semester.
Absolutely, and of course with this new pavement format that they have to deal with as well, it's really made sure to get themselves organized, trying to get used to the format around this track. You saw how close some competition was, three-wide action all around the circuit, but like we said, Connor Yarashak took home the checkered flag.
So Yarashak, your winner of tournaments 2 and 3 to go along with Basin's tournament 1 win in Charlotte. Joey Atterbury, this is the schedule for the spring semester.
It's a good variety, starting off with that 1.5 miles that we saw the highlights from Charlotte, and then over to the Clash on the Beach at Daytona. Then we had the short track Iowa, but here we are at Michigan International Speedway for the Great Lakes Gauntlet. Going to kind of throw it back to that super speedway-esque, but then looking forward, look at the change up in track, the short track Martinsville Speedway, and then of course the Sunset Splash to end it all at Homestead, Miami in April.
We've got 3 great tournaments. Eyes up on Martinsville. It's been a long time since we've seen Martinsville in eNASCAR competition. Now, we've talked about tournaments a lot throughout this Countdown to Green. So, Taylor Burris, for those unfamiliar with the tournament format of the eNASCAR College iRacing Series, how about you get them up to speed?
Absolutely, and of course, maybe it doesn't hurt to have a little bit of a college refresher as well, as we are now coming back from the break. But here it is. You have 10 days to set an iRacing time attack in this session. Out of that, we take the top 120 drivers to qualify for this tournament. With that, over 200 schools registered, and of course, the gap between this, 0.12 for the top 120. That's how close the competition is. With that, we go into what we're now in the tournament week 1. Drivers are split in a snake split, so you could be in group 1 if you had the fastest lap. The guy who's maybe second will be in second group, and so on. These drivers here will then try to work their way through the first round races and LCQs. Top 39 of these drivers from all 3 groups advance to the semifinals, where we then have to now determine who will be the top 25 to make it to the finals. And here's a little better look at it as we take a look at the bracket. There you see it right here. We'll start with Group 1, where we take the top 8, move on to the LCQ, and then finally, second round race for each of these groups will determine our top 39 to move on to next week.
So this week we're going to run the yellow, the red, and the blue races that you see on the screen. The orange races we are going to hold off, and we will come back 1 week from tonight and finish off this tournament. So lots of racing action this evening, and then the absolute best of the best coming your way next Wednesday night to determine who will take home the Great Lakes Gauntlet at Michigan. We've got a moment here to take a look at some of the drivers that will be partaking in this Great Lakes Gauntlet. This is Jacob Bradley and Landon Slagan representing Purdue University in Indianapolis and the University of North Carolina at Charlotte, getting some laps down on the racetrack before Group 1 gets going here in, probably about 15 minutes or so, Taylor, something like that?
Give or take here. And here at Michigan, we're going to talk more about it later on, but this track is so multi-group. We're going to see drivers all the way up against that wall, all the way down hugging that white line. It's going to be great. It's good to see a little live look at of how practice is going. There you see there, running that middle groove. We'll pick up a couple of more drivers. There we see, of course, a couple of new drivers as well making their return, as well as also making their first appearance as they come in Coffeyville Community College and Texas State. Of course, we know for a fact we've seen some of these drivers make their appearance in previous rounds, and it's going to be an exciting one to have to say, James.
Lots of representation coming forth in this Great Lakes Gauntlet. We are definitely going to talk about that a lot. In the meantime, though, we will remind you that registered drivers who complete at least one attempt in one of these time attacks to qualify for a tournament in the College Series will automatically be entered for a chance to win a racing prize pack, including a Logitech G923 True Force racing wheel and pedal set for the Xbox or PC, and iRacing credits too. And more information and the full set of rules are available at pcl.gg/pages/eNASCAR. You can also scan the QR code on the lower right-hand portion of your screen for more information. As these drivers get set to take on Michigan. Let's turn back to Taylor Burris for tonight's Logitech G track analysis.
Well, we'll take a quick look here at this monstrous track, 2 miles around the Michigan International Speedway, located in Brooklyn, Michigan, opened in 1968, and has been known to have some of the fastest speeds in all of NASCAR. Speeds could be approaching over 200 miles an hour with the NASCAR Cup cars. With these trucks, we'll be seeing close to 190 plus, possibly, especially when they get into the draft. Last year, we had University of Michigan, Matthew Zwack, and of course, we have a bunch of storylines with some new faces returning and making their first appearance here. And one of those drivers returning is Parker White. The University of Maine at Augusta driver will be making his return here to the eNASCAR College iRacing Series. But we also got a couple of others. Kentucky also will be coming out here with a 5th different driver. Tucker Elkins, the newcomer here to help represent Kentucky. And of course, the only driver and newcomer, the University of Louisville, will be making his return with Justin Gilliam. It's going to be a little bit of a Kentucky rivalry here as we get set. Also, another Big Ten school joins us. Ford Johnson from the University of Southern California will be making his debut here, and it's going to be an exciting one to have a great college. And speaking of another great college in California, Sacramento State. Of course, Dylan Alt's a well-known driver here. We have a couple of more. Osmond Noble and James Brown will be joining him here today.
And this is the story of the big-time teams. You got to think 40 combined entries between these two schools. Who is going to edge each other out here? It's UNOH versus the UNCC. And tonight alone, we're going to see 8 trucks, 4 from each of one of these schools. We're going to see maybe if this rivalry is going to tip one way or the other.
Absolutely. But one thing we have to talk about is we're already at the halfway point of the season, and the championship is still up for grabs here. The top 8 are separated by a very minute amount of points. One win could determine the factor of the champion here when we get to Homestead Miami Speedway. As a matter of fact, let's take a look at the championship standings here, and it is so minute and close. In fact, Dylan Basin, who won the season opener, missed out at Daytona. He is still in contention right there in 11th position, but currently Connor Yarashak, Logan Clampett, and Bradley Erickson, your top 3 in the championship. And even some drivers towards the back half of the top 20, they're within earshot because nothing's guaranteed, James, because anyone could make their way in, anyone could be eliminated, and has to go back to the drawing board and do a little bit of homework to get ready for the next round.
I think, if anything, that underscores the importance of making the finals in each of these tournaments. If there's one consistent theme amongst the top drivers in points, it's that they've all made the finals of at least one tournament, if not more. Now, for those following college football, you probably have heard a little bit about the transfer portal that's been oh so busy, especially last month. We've got it here in the College Series, too. One transfer of note over the switch into the new calendar year. Ryan Arnold has transferred from Montclair State Community College, and he will now represent the Lions of Bryan College in the spring semester of the 2025-26 eNASCAR College iRacing Series season. So we have a little bit of fun on that front too, I suppose. In the meantime, before we get going, Joey Atterbury, I'll start with you. What are you looking forward to most tonight at Michigan?
I'm looking forward to the aggressive nature of these short races. When we think of Michigan, we typically think of logging laps and having that fuel mileage game. It is not going to be that way tonight. You better get on it from the drop of that green flag.
Taylor Burris.
For me, I have to say, it's going to be a mix of what we saw at Daytona. That draft is going to come into play. A lot of hyperactive drivers going to be ready to work their way through the front as quickly as possible, James. It's a matter of who will be the ones that will move on and who will be eliminated.
Plenty to cover this evening. That does it for Countdown to Green, presented by Logitech G. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back on the other side with coverage of Week 1 for Tournament 4 of the eNASCAR College iRacing Series, the Great Lakes Gauntlet for Michigan.
Welcome to Sunday at Full Throttle. Oranges don't whisper, they roar.
This is where you remember what it's like to feel something.
Heart racing with your people, screaming your damn lungs out. Let's go! So America, start your engines!
Yeah, the hard times, they come around.
Racing isn't just a game. It's a way of life. Every lap, every moment. Practice is about consistency. Winning doesn't come easy.
Yo!
My turn, Bubba.
Feel the road. Own the race. Logitech G wheels and pedals available now on Amazon.
Connor Yarashak will go back-to-back and claim the Harvest Cup in Iowa.
The time is now, now's the time. The kid on the rise, the top spot. When I see it, it's mine. I celebrate, yeah, I'm taking them fine. I can't tame, can't put me in line. Gotta focus, standing on business, it's no emotion. Full speed with it, can I coast to the championship, bring toast.
The College Series rolls into 2K26 with our first stop in Michigan for the Great Lakes Gauntlet. With a long winter break in the rearview, it's a whole new tournament for 120 student drivers to survive and advance.
The time is now, now and never, I can't look back. It's mine forever, I'm ready to stay. It's like the letting the team on my back. The time is now, now and never, I'm making it count. Counting times and counting me out. Straight out of the mud, I'm making it out. I gotta get it, the time is now.
Good evening, race fans, and welcome to iRacing's coverage of Week 1 for the fourth tournament in the 2025-26 eNASCAR College iRacing Series, powered by the Play vs. College League, the Great Lakes Gauntlet, live this evening for the virtual Michigan International Speedway in Brooklyn, Michigan. What an evening we have for you here in the eNASCAR College iRacing Series. I'm James Pike, joined by Taylor Burris and Joey Atterbury. We're in it for 2026. We are back for the spring semester, and we are here in the Irish Hills of Michigan for a night chock full of College Series action, Taylor.
Absolutely. Welcome back, everyone. I hope everyone had a great winter break. It's now time to get back in the books, back in the steering wheel, and get yourself ready to go for a chance of basically iRacing glory here for the eNASCAR College Series. As we have approached the halfway point, a lot up for grabs for every single one of these drivers competing here tonight and moving forward.
As we start the second half of the season, the number one question on people's minds, Joey Atterbury, is who can stop Connor Yarashak, representing the Dinos at the University of Calgary. We've had 3 tournaments so far. He's won 2 of them. The rest of the field is going to have to pull one back if they want a shot at taking the title out of his hands.
Yarashak is on top of the points, but guess what? Today is a new day. It's a new track at Michigan International Speedway. And you said the clutch thing, we're only halfway through the season. Sure, Yarashak's dominated so far, but can he keep that going with the momentum? Or is there going to be a new challenger to rise up to the top?
Yarashak has won the last 2 tournaments, but that's not to say he's not had some competition, and I imagine tonight will be more of the same. This is a look at the schedule, where we've been, where we're going. Charlotte, Daytona, and Iowa covered us in the fall. Michigan tonight and next week. Martinsville in March. And we wrap up the season, Taylor, with Homestead Miami Speedway in April.
3 iconic tracks, 3 tracks that will test the limits of every single driver as we get set. Let's take a look at the format once again. 120 drivers will enter. We're going to whittle it down to 39 drivers tonight. 25 will then be able to make the race next week when we get set to give out the scholarship money and the championship points.
Lots that you can follow here, and plenty of time, too. We've got 3 groups that we're going to go through over the course of this evening. 13 races, I believe, in total, if my math is correct. So we'll have plenty of opportunities to cover you and make sure that you've got what you need to know in order to follow along with this tournament. If you are interested in joining the College Series, you can scan the lower right-hand portion of your screen's QR code to find out about how you can end up in the next College Series tournament and race for $60,000 in scholarship prizes. You can visit pcl.gg/pages/NASCAR for more information on how to join and compete in the eNASCAR College iRacing Series. Lots of great opportunities given to drivers in this series in its few years of existence. This an all-new season with the all-new tournament format that debuted back in September in the Queen City Crown at Charlotte. We will carry it through all the way to April 2026, where we wrap things up at Homestead Miami Speedway and crown a College Series champion. So much excitement, I think, coming up over the course of the next few months. A few more opportunities here for drivers to set some times before we get after it and we get into times. Folsom Lake with some representation here on the racetrack. Folsom Lake Community College, that is, represented here on the racetrack now, just trying to get a few more laps in and get yourself sorted, Joey, before you go racing.
Yeah, I think that's what all these drivers are going to try to do right now. Of course, this was a live look into qualifying. I believe it's going to be Jacob Bradley that's going to be leading this field off of that pre-grid area, but all of the cars, or I should say trucks, have officially qualified, and we're just patiently waiting right now for our grids to be formed.
Indeed. Won't be long now before we go racing with the first round races in group number 1. That was Brendan Argenio getting down his laps for Folsom Lake Community College and trying to get himself a good starting spot. He's been competitive in this college series so far. His name's popped up whenever he's been in these heats, Taylor Burris. You've seen him right in the mix of things, right around the transfer spots, mixing it up, trying to get some spots to lock himself in week 2 on multiple occasions.
He certainly has, and he's looking to try to see if he can find that opportunity to make it to the feature race next week. So he's got a little bit of work to do, but as we touched on, anyone can make it to the final race next week. We have had a wide variety of drivers who unexpectedly, we weren't expecting to make their way through the first round of heat races into the LCQ and moving on to next week. So a lot of drivers I'm looking forward to watching. A couple of new colleges also making their debut. So it's going to be a lot of powerhouses versus the community colleges for sure.
Yep, lots of new drivers, lots of new faces, lots of new schools, but no more time for waiting. Let's bring you the starting grid and show you where we are in the bracket. This is the first round, Group 1, first race. We'll have 2 first-round races from which the top 8 will advance, and this is the grid for the very first race of tournament number 4. Jacob Bradley set the fast time representing Purdue University in Indianapolis. He will start on pole for this race alongside our Tournament 1 winner from Pasco Hernando State College, Dylan Basin. Dylan Alt representing Sacramento State, and Lane Graves representing the Wichita State Shockers roll off from row 2. Fifth on the grid is Ball State's Daniel Nanny, and Scooty T, Tyler Skozen from the University of Northwestern Ohio rolls off from 6th, Taylor.
Moving on into row number 4 as we get the set going through. It's Wyatt Thompson from Wilson Community College. Alongside him is Sam Smith in the Thundering Herd of Marshall University. Rounding out your top 10 is William Marler from Tennessee Tech University and John Sayers from St. Thomas University. Row 6 will see Coffeyville Community College, Landon Graham Jr. and former eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series champion Parker White from the University of Maine at Augusta.
And on row number 7, starting in 13th, is going to be Nathan Scott from University of Nevada, Las Vegas. Next to him, starting in 14th, is Malachi Drake from Liberty University. And of course, on row number 8, sharing that row in 15th, is Robbie Norris from Purdue University in Indianapolis. Stuart Butler going to be rolling off in 16th from Seminole State College of Florida. On row number 9, 17th is going to be Martin Roberg from University of Connecticut. And then in 18th, Lily Fraser, University of Vermont represented.
One more driver on the grid, and it's Aiden Smith representing Central Piedmont Community College out of Charlotte, North Carolina. Aiden will start 19th, last truck on the grid here for our first round race of 2 in Group 1. So now that you have your starting grid, let's turn our attention, Taylor Burris, to tonight's Logitech G race analysis.
Absolutely. We are currently in Group 1 with the first round of heats getting set to start. 15 laps to setups. Everyone has the same setup. It's a fixed setup. It's all about how well you can drive. 30 miles is the distance. The top 8 advance. 9th through 20th, or in this case, 9th through 19th, proceed to the first round, last chance qualifiers.
So top 8, you're going into the second round right off the rip. You're making your life a lot easier. Anything lower than that, you have one more opportunity to advance into the second round through that Group 1 LCQ that you will see a little bit later. So lots of entertaining bits and pieces, I think, that we will have for you over the course of the evening, and a very distinct style of racing that we are going to see only at Michigan International Speedway. Again, we touched on it in our Logitech G Countdown to Green. Not quite a restrictor plate track, not quite anything shorter than that either. So you're going to see trucks spread out 4 and 5 wide. You're going to see the air and momentum be major factors in how this pack shuffles, and you're going to see these trucks handle very differently in the draft compared to the way that they might have in practice. Good opportunity for these drivers potentially to have used some of the AI tools in iRacing to practice, because that's the best way to get some experience if you are in need of it immediately as we go green flag racing. First round, Group 1, Race 1, underway in the Great Lakes Gauntlet at Michigan, and Dylan Basin and Jacob Bradley still attached at the wheel as the back of the field begins to fan out 3 and 4 wide as they come up the song and through the banking, and 1 and 2 for the first time at Michigan.
Absolutely. We see this, James, as they rocket off of turn number 2. Drivers just trying to find that right group. Here we go, 3 wide for second as they head down the back straightaway, make it for third, as there you see the Thundering Herd trying to work his way through the gauntlet of drivers. Daniel Nanny thinks about going through the middle as they come up a 4.
Already the front 3 have started to separate themselves. Joey Atterbury. The question is, what does Jacob Bradley do? Where does Tyler Skozen go? How does Nanny work with him or not work with him? What does Wyatt Thompson do? Representing the Wolves of Wilson Community College. Everybody 2 wide, 3 wide. Trucks going sideways, though, in the middle of the corner.
I think that was Skozen getting a big old door bang going into turn number 1, and it really spread out the top 3. The meat of the field is really, call it 5th through 10th place, and they are 3 wide still down the back straightaway. But I am seeing a lot of movement from the top of the racetrack down the straights to the bottom yellow line in the corners.
Skozen crossed the line in 5th. He dropped back to 12th after that contact. Couldn't tell if there was some help from Daniel Nanny going into 1 that last time by. But the fact of the matter is that Skozen has fallen outside of the top 8. Now has work to do to get up there. And maybe more importantly, Taylor Burris, that spread out this pack a good bit. So now they're going to have to draft off the trucks in front of them just to combine everybody back together and have a shot to make that battle for the top 8 a little bit more racy.
Absolutely. Now, one thing we've always talked about, James, for the past 3 racing events that we've had so far is when you're in that top 8, settle down. You have a few laps to get through to end. Don't really worry about it as far as trying to gain position. But we know these racers are going to race hard as we go back a little further to watch the driver of Bradley and Graves battle for the 3rd position. You know why? Because that will help determine some starting positions as well as work their way through in their feature race later on for them in round 1, as well as also how they will start out in the LCQ further on back. So it's critical to try to fight for every position you can here tonight.
Locked in here on this battle for the 4th position. Lane Graves takes it on the outside away from Jacob Bradley, and Daniel Nanny will follow right in line to get the 4th spot. So John Sauer now looking for 5th to the outside, and Parker White, how about it, making his season debut, the 2024 eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series champion. Not surprisingly, is finding his way towards the front of the field already, Joey.
Yeah, and he's pushing along a couple buddies of his as well. I believe that's Jacob Bradley that he's going to go down to the inside as we ride on board here with Parker White, trying to get some clean air to the front end of this truck, and you see him even try to pinch it down on the exit. Why? Because he's too wide. He's got that Purdue truck right next to him of Jacob Bradley. Now he's going to sit back in the slipstream, but I'm starting to see trucks already move off of that yellow line.
You can run a lot of different places here, especially if you've got room. But Taylor Burris, I think this gives us a good opportunity as we look off the rear deck lid of Ball State's Daniel Nanny to establish a theme that I think we're going to see a lot throughout this race, especially in the first few laps off of restarts and initial starts. And that is that it is very easy to over-rotate the rear of these trucks if you get back into the gas a little bit too quickly. The banking at Michigan sits at 20 degrees in the corners. It's very enticing to where you think you can full throttle in if you've got fresh tires. But if you do that too much and you burn some of the good off, it's very easy to get to the gas too quickly, to loop yourself back down to the infield, to get your truck loose, to spin yourself out. That is something that every driver in every race this evening is going to have to manage, no matter whether or not it's the first round, the LCQ, or the second round.
Absolutely, and it's so tempting to try to run it flat out around this track, but the problem is that truck's going to get real tight, especially off turn number 2. I've always struggled with that corner exit off turn 2 as we watch Nanny put the pressure on former winner here, Basin, trying to see what he can do. But you'll see the trucks just want to wash up right against that outside wall here off turn 2, as we have a little bit of a replay to go back on with Norris with his incident that he had early on. You take a look right here, you see the checkup further back, which then makes contact with Graham, and an incredible save to catch back up. But the problem is he's so far behind, it's going to take a lot of work to catch up.
Just the slightest touch, and Robbie Norris is already about 2 seconds back of the last truck in the field. Stuart Butler in 17th there. Martin Roberg's back there too, so Norris has a little bit of help, but they are well out of the draft, and at this point would need some sort of big change in fortunes in order to make it into round 2 directly from this first round. Meanwhile, looking at the transfer battle, Nathan Scott, the UNLV running rebel, is the driver that holds the final transfer spot at the moment. Malachi Drake, representing the Flames of Liberty University, just on the right-hand side of your picture, is the first driver on the outside looking in. John Sauer now back in the 8th spot as Scott makes the pass in turns 3 and 4. So Sauer with the final spot. Drake, the one who needs to leapfrog Sauer to get back in. Aiden Smith is leading the next pack of about 5 or 6 trucks. The problem is that they are behind Drake to the tune of about 1.6 seconds, and they're not particularly organized either, Joey.
No, it really is a top 9 breakaway, but the problem is only the top 8 advance, so the caboose on this lead pack is going to be finding themselves left out of that party immediately. So right now, like you said, it's Malachi Drake just sitting there in that Liberty University car, but guess what? We're already halfway, well past halfway, coming up to a third of the race left. So I think the anxiousness, the nerves have got to go out the window, and you got to get moving forward.
The question, I think, for the second pack here is whether or not they can maybe pull a number from the group that was in our eNASCAR Coca-Cola qualifying iRacing series event last night, as we go on board with the son of Marshall, Sam Smith, out of the state capital of West Virginia, Charleston. But we had a second group develop after green flag pit stops, and they were able to get single file and run down the leaders, and ultimately brought the lead pack back together at the end of last night's top split race. That's exactly what these drivers need to do here. The problem is that they're all battling with each other, and to some point, Taylor Burris, there's not really much that they're going to get out of it outside of starting positions in the LCQ, because all of them are going to the LCQ as it stands.
Absolutely, and of course for the driver Sam Smith and Marshall, you got to thunder a little bit more because they're running out of time with only 4 laps to go. And speaking with 4 laps to go, currently Marshall is currently 4th in the ranking for the Sun Belt Conference as they get set for the NCAA men's basketball going on right now. So good for them, but Sam Smith's got to pick it up a little bit if he wants to advance.
Meanwhile, a little bit further up, here's the battle for the transfer spot. Back into this group, you see a little bit of action between Lane Graves and Daniel Nanny. Further up the field, meanwhile, John Sauer and Malachi Drake fighting for the final transfer position. Eyes on the lead here with 4 laps to go. Nanny tried to give Mason a big shove going into the corner. Dylan Alt looking for some room on the high side. He's been unafraid to mix it up. I saw him go 3 wide coming out of turn 2 about 5 laps ago, representing Sacramento State University out in California, and trying to find a way into the top 2 slots here in this opening first round race.
I think the attitude of where you need to find the grip on the racetrack has definitely changed from lap 1 to now the end of lap number 12. Look at all these trucks migrate to the top side of the racetrack. Now, here on this D-shaped front oval, you want to take the shortest distance around, but you want the momentum down these long straightaways. A lot of these trucks opting for that high line to get on the gas as soon as they possibly can to hopefully push their way to the front.
Oh, man, I saw Dylan Basin wiggle, and he almost got into the throttle a little bit too early. Had to check it up a little bit. Daniel Nanny, though, still in tow, and Basin continuing to motor on and lead this train. Parker White has rallied. He's gained 8 spots on the grid. So has Nathan Scott. Great runs in this race for those two. As we come to 2 laps to go, they sit 4th and 5th at the moment. And John Sauer and Malachi Drake at the very back of this train. Top portion of your screen there as they came out of turn 4. Still fighting each other for the final transfer spot directly into the second round race. Daniel Nanny is tucked in behind Dylan Basin throughout the entirety of this race, just about. Will Nanny make a move to try and get a win in this first round race, or do you take the track position like you pointed out earlier, Taylor, and just say, you know what, the goal here is to get to next week, and none of this particularly matters, so I'll take P2, and we'll get it done when it counts later?
Absolutely. But one thing I got to say, Tyler Skozen, John Sauer, Malachi Drake are putting on an incredible fight there for that final transfer spot as we come around to take the white flag. Dylan Basin finally getting some momentum on his side as he looks to try and take the Group 1 heat 1 win.
Basin continuing to lead this. Danny with a good shove into the corner. He'll run it high. Here's the battle for the transfer. The bottom side of the screen. Jacob Bradley, Malachi Drake, John Sauer, all fighting for effectively 2 spots. One of these drivers is going to end up empty-handed and going to be stuck in the LCQ. The question is who it is. Meanwhile, Danny on the top side of your screen going underneath. Dylan Basin for the lead in this heat with a good run on the bottom. Can Dylan Basin roll the momentum back on the top side to claw Danny back out of 4 and nose ahead to claim this first round race? He got a great run out of the corner, and Dylan Basin is going to get the job done. And by a bumper, John Sauer will bring St. Thomas University directly into the second round. Sauer was the last driver to finish in a transfer position, so he will go into the second round race directly alongside Dylan Basin, Daniel Denny, Parker White, Dylan Holt, Lane Graves, Nathan Scott, and Malachi Drake. Everybody from Jacob Bradley on down off to the LCQ.
Tough break for Tyler Skozen, and that makes the first blood drawn for the University of Northwestern Ohio. Lily Frazier from Vermont, Wyatt Thompson-Smith, and more. We'll have a lot of work to do here, and tough break for Martin Roberg with the University of Connecticut, who's had such a strong performance here when it comes to the College Series, James.
Martin Roberg has been competitive, has been quick. So too, though, have some of the drivers that we are now going to see in our second first round race in group number 1. A very, very competitive and strong group of drivers to take to the track here. Carson Bowers has won some of these first and second round races before. Winner at Daytona, representing the Boilermakers of Purdue on pole here. Connor Trafari for UNC Charlotte. The 49er will roll off from the second spot. Third on the grid is Bowling Green's Griffin Salyer, and Landon Slagan will go nose to tail with his UNC Charlotte teammate roll off from this race in fourth. Jeremy Burns, representing the Lancers of Longwood University, starts fifth in this race. Connor Berkey, representing Illinois State University, rolls off from sixth.
And we will have Texas A&M University's Austin Kenton rolling off in row number 4 with Texas State University, Zach Wegman in row 4. Row 5 rounding out your top 10 is Ryan Kilbashian with Rutgers University, and Camden Williamson from Bowling Green State University will join him in 10th. Ryan Arnold, of course, made the transfer over to Bryan College, and Chris Treppa from Lawrence Technological University.
On row number 7 is going to be Brendan Argenio. They're from Folsom Lake College. Sharing row number 7 in 14th is going to be Matthew Burton from East Tennessee State University. On row number 8 in 15th is going to be Colin Basinski from Central Michigan University. And on 16th is going to be Chris Bryant from Methodist University. On row number 9 in 17th place is going to be Connor Burns from East Tennessee State University. And then in 18th is going to be Logan Bernier. And then the 19th car is going to be Justin Gillum from University of Louisville.
It is a debut in the College Series for the Louisville Cardinals, as Justin Gillum will roll off from 19th on the grid. Taylor Burris, one more time, let's look at our Logitech G race analysis for this first round race.
Once again, 15 laps. You want to be a part of the top 8. If you are 9th on back, well, time to head you to LCQ World and have your chance to see if you can fight your way back to the top in chances. Fixed setup, 30 miles is the length. So going to be a fun little short dash to the finish here at Michigan.
Teammates, I think, are going to be in play in this a little bit, and I am going to watch Connor Trafari and Landon Slagan very, very closely in this as a pair of Charlotte 49ers. I believe the only 2 drivers amongst this group that are grouped together in a first round race. What does that familiarity do? And is there any sort of pressure on UNC Charlotte, given that we talked about it a lot in our pre-race shows? Logitech G Countdown to Green had a little feature on them as well earlier this evening, Joey. We've seen at least 4 drivers from UNC Charlotte in every single tournament so far. They have not been able to get the job done in the second week of competition, though. So is this maybe a new league for UNC Charlotte? Is this an opportunity where they might be able to take some of the lessons learned from the first 3 tournaments and apply them to the final 3?
It certainly could be, and guess what? They're paired up nose to tail on that outside lane, so it's a perfect opportunity to get those teammates going on the green flag.
when drafting help is very, very important at a track like Michigan. That might be one of the best, I don't know if it counts as gifts or maybe strokes of luck, but in either case, we go green flag racing, and Carson Bowers and the rest of this field would love to deny Trafari and Slagan direct spots into the second round of Group 1. But Trafari with that great run on the outside, got a really, really good jump on the restart, might be able to take some of the air off of Carson Bowers' nose. They're going to fan out, maybe go 3 wide. You can see Griffin Salyer looking for it there on the inside. One truck spinning a little bit further back off to the bottom. That's Ryan Arnold, the transfer portal extraordinaire, who will fall back in this group. And Jafari and Slagan, as anticipated, nose to tail into the front early.
And right here, we're going to see some action. It's 2 by 2 by 2. We've got a couple of teammates working together, whether it be from UNC Charlotte or from Bowling Green. As a trouble, one driver around. That's one of the East Tennessee drivers who has made contact. And unfortunately, that will leave his teammate out to dry with no help whatsoever.
That's Connor Burns, who ends up turned around and out of contention just about for a spot in the second round directly. He will have to go to the LCQ. Trafari and Slagan with an iron fister, or maybe an iron pickaxe, shall we say. Maybe even a golden pickaxe in control of this field. 1-2. Big block there from Slagan. He went up about a lane and a half to keep Carson Bowers at bay.
And I think the car is just loose. The trucks are loose, especially at the beginning of this race. You had touched on it at that heat number 1. I'm seeing tons of wiggles on the beginning half of these corners. Let's check out the replay of exactly what happened to that East Tennessee driver. Looks like maybe a little bit of help coming out onto that turn 4 straightaway, sent him around and into the wall.
Some trouble for Connor Burns, who will essentially be already headed to the LCQ. In the meantime, though, Trafari still in control of this, but Bowers has been able to displace Landon Slagan for second. Griffin Salyer looking underneath Slagan to try and get third, and Slagan just trying to roll momentum on the high line, trying to get a draft off the rear deck lid of Carson's Bowers machine to try and go reel in Trafari, who had extended his lead a little bit, but is now being reeled back in as we go on board with Methodist University's Chris Bryant.
Yeah, good little run right here as we ride on board, trying to see if he could break his way into the top 8, as he's, or actually a little further back, trying to get to Ryan Arnold in 16th position. They got quite a work to do, but with those two, I'd be trying to utilize the draft and close the gap, not worry about fighting each other for position.
They continue to work together, do Arnold and Bryant, but again, problem is that they are stuck and they are buried in this by maybe about a second and a half or 2. Meanwhile, up at the front, Carson Bowers has taken the lead, and Connor Trafari is trying to hold off the Falcon. Griffin Salyer working his way to the inside. I guess, appropriate that we see somebody representing the MAC give us some Wednesday night action. Taylor Burris, as you go on board with Carson Bowers representing the Purdue Boilermakers out of the Big Ten.
He was also a competitor in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series qualifying series at Daytona. Almost ended up winning the second split, but unfortunately got taken out on the white flag coming out of turn number 4. But we know Carson Bauer is also reputable in the world of real-world motorsports as well in the karting world, as he has showcased some amazing talent. Looking forward to seeing what he can do here tonight.
So Bowers, Salyer, Trafari, Connor Berkey, Wegman, Treppa, Slagan has slid back in this. He is already back to 7th. And Matthew Burton representing the Buccaneers of East Tennessee State. Now the driver in the transfer spot. But look at how tightly packed they are together. Everybody up to Brendan Argenio in this group. So of these 15, you got 8 that are going to make it. That's, roughly 50% of drivers that I would say realistically still have a shot at a transfer position, Joey.
Yeah, they're all fighting. Remember, the top 8 are the ones that advance from 9th on back. You got to go to the LCQ. So keep an eye on that left side ticker. You see that yellow line between 8th and 9th. As long as you're in that top 8, you are looking to the good. And you had mentioned Landon Slagan dropping back. I noticed a few laps ago, just got wicked loose in turn 3 and 4 and lost a ton of track position.
And the last thing you want to be, Taylor Burris, is stuck and buried in the middle of this, because there are so many different things that can happen, so many different ways in which control of this race can be taken right out of your hands. If you want to make sure that you've got everything in your power, go find Carson Bauer's place out in front of this by, call it maybe 3 or 4 truck lengths.
Yeah, and that's where you want to be right now as we watch that battle for the transfer spot between Burton, Wegman, and Burns right now. Matthew Burton trying to just be the gatekeeper right now. He's also trying to pull for his East Tennessee State University drivers. We go on board with Clarkson University, Logan Brenier, as they get really loose off turn number 2. And now he's going to see if he can split the difference and drops down to the bottom of the racetrack. 3 wide for the transfer spot as they work their way through the corner.
That's the Michigan that I remember. 3 wide racing in the corner. Everybody's sending it off as deep as they can into turn 3 to try and grab some track position. That's more what we expected here in Michigan so far. And a great show being put on by so many of these drivers as Brenier's going to pay for the lack of momentum that he had on corner exit, lose 2 spots down the front straightaway. That's the risk you take by going down there. Yes, you can get in front of somebody, but you better get up to the high side as quickly as you can once you make the pass, Joey. Pull the slider, otherwise you're going backwards almost certainly no matter what.
And the draft is so powerful, the slipstream is so powerful in these trucks that if you are stuck down on the low side, especially in 3 and 4, it might take you a while to pick up that draft because, simply put, those lanes up at the top on the straightaways, they get busy and they get pushing quite frequently out here. I do see maybe a little bit of gaps, call it for the top 5, top 8, but trust me, things are heating up for this transfer spot of 8.
It is a great battle for the transfer shot. Bauer still in control ahead of Trafari, Salyer, and Treppa. So all eyes deep in the field right here where we are watching this transfer battle. Zach Webman, the Texas State Bobcat, the sort of maroon and gold machine right in front. The maroon of Texas A&M, where Austin Kenton is trying to get underneath him. Show an all Lone Star State showdown here in the Wolverine State for maybe, just maybe, the final transfer spot directly into the second round.
Yeah, it's going to be a battle here amongst them. Of course, these two are going to go at it blow for blow in these next 4 laps as they work their way around the circuit. How about the Lawrence Tech driver that we see here? Chris Treppa putting on a great performance here as he tries to hold off Connor Berkey and trying to see if he can get a couple of more spots ahead as they come to the closing stages. We watch the battle for third.
Battle for third looking really good. Battle for the transfer looking just as good. All sorts of action everywhere in this college series race at Michigan. You'd almost need to split your eyes maybe 2 and 4 times up just to keep track of every single battle that's on the racetrack because they are all over the place. They are everywhere. And Jafari and Slagan almost getting into it with Griffin Salyer. Big bump there from Chris Treppa to try and shove Slagan along. Meanwhile, Jafari right up on the rear deck led of Bowers.
These top 2 are trying to escape from the rest of the pack. I think that's why we saw the big push out of Trafari to Carson Bowers. Now we're going to get back in line down this long back straightaway with the driver from University of North Carolina, Charlotte, driving this number 9 car. Let's see if he opts for a little bit of clean air, just a little bit more, call it half a lane up from Bowers. But crucially, if we look out the back, they've already gapped it out 4 tenths. They're trying to race it out amongst themselves in these last 3 laps.
Knowing that all that matters tonight is making sure you make it into the top 39 and that you are racing next week. And if you got good track position to start off in your second round race, that goes a long way towards giving yourself a good shot at making that top 39 out of this group. Slagan and Salyer are still all over each other for the third spot. That's been a fabulous battle, and Chris Treppa has managed to make his way up into it. And then you got Berkey, Burns, Kennan, and Matthew Burton, the first driver on the outside, looking in a little bit further back in this field, trying to race his way directly into the second round. Now, remember, if you don't make it into the top 8, you still have the opportunity to qualify for the second round race via an LCQ, but you still have to race that LCQ. You leave yourself open to whatever happens in that LCQ, be it good or bad, Taylor.
It really is, and that's going to be so difficult because you know the aggression level is going to go up as we watch these 2 drivers, Carson Bowers versus Connor Trafari, go head-to-head. It's 2 reputable schools in racing as well represented. Purdue for more of its Indies car style, of course, for UNC Charlotte, of course, more for the stock car racing as they go head-to-head out of the final corner with 1 lap to go.
2 schools with a strong motorsports engineering tradition leading the field here at Michigan. White flag out in this first round heat race. Bowers and Trafari, all they have to do is bring it back around, and we will see them in the second round. Will they mix it up for the win, though, or will they continue to hold serve, go 1-2? Meanwhile, Austin Kenton and Matthew Burton all over the place. Burton got the fence coming out of turn 2, trying to run down Austin Kenton for the final transfer spot. So there's going to be one more opportunity for Burton to try and make a run. Meanwhile, Jafari looking to the inside of Carson Bowers as they both dirt track it out of turn 4. Bowers did not get a great run. This could be a drag race. It could be a battle all the way to the wire. And as they come to the line, Carson Bowers pulled it back and got the win in the first round race by 14 one-thousandths of a second over Connor Trifari. How about that to wake you up on a Wednesday evening early on in the going of this first week of action of the Great Lakes Gauntlet?
I gotta say this, gentlemen, this here was some close, intense racing. I mean, this is just for the win of the heat race, not guaranteeing. It moves you on to the next round perfectly, and they are gonna still fight it out like that. Incredible drive.
Bowers, Jafari, Slagan, Trippa, Salyer, Burns, Berkey, and Kenton, your 8s that advance into the second round directly. The rest of these drivers, Joey Atterbury, LCQ bound.
Yeah, they are going to have another opportunity to make it, but they do have to go to that LCQ, which we will be seeing very shortly.
We will indeed be seeing the LCQ very shortly. How about, what about right now? As we get set to go with our Group 1 LCQ race. Get a good look at where we sit on the bracket. Here is your starting grid. This is based upon the finishing orders of these first round races. So Jacob Bradley representing Purdue University in Indianapolis, and Ryan Kilbashian representing Rutgers, the Scarlet Knight. They'll start 1-2. Tyler Skozen from UNOH rolls off third. East Tennessee's Matthew Burton will start fourth in this LCQ. Fifth is the Vermont Catamount Million Frazier, and Logan Bernier from Clarkson University starts sixth in this last chance qualifier.
A couple of notable drivers that we'll see here outside the top 10. Of course, Zach Wegman from Texas State University. And then, of course, Robbie Norris had such a tough break in his opening heat. Got a little bit of work to do for the Purdue driver, but I have a feeling he's going to try to showcase some talent here in this LCQ.
And then on row number 7 and 13th is going to be Martin Roberg from University of Connecticut. Justin Gillum going to be starting from 14th from University of Louisville. On row number 8 and 15th is going to be Landon Graham from Coffeyville Community College. In 16th is going to be Ryan Arnold from Bryan College. Stuart Butler is going to be starting 17th, and he represents Seminole State College of Florida. And then sharing row number 9 and 18th is going to be Chris Bryant from Methodist University.
4 more starters in this LCQ. Tennessee Tech's William Marlar rolls off on the inside of row 10. To his outside, the Chippewa from Central Michigan, Colin Basinski, looking for some home track magic. Sam Smith representing the Marshall Thundering Herd, and the East Tennessee State Buccaneer Connor Burns complete row 11 and will be our 21st and 22nd starters on this LCQ grid. 22 trucks to try and whittle their way down and get their way into this LCQ. Taylor Burris, let's look at our Logitech G race analysis for this first last chance qualifier of the evening.
Well, it should be something different also on this race analysis is don't get eliminated should be number 1. But 15 laps around this circuit, the top 10 move on to the second round, 11 through 24. Hate to break it to you, everyone. It's time for you to go back to class, go back to your drawing board, go back to your study books, and hopefully get ready when we come back next month when we head for the Old Dominion Classic.
One more opportunity to save your Great Lakes Gauntlet campaign. This is the first time that we'll be eliminating drivers over the course of the evening. There will be more points in which we eliminate drivers, but as Taylor said, Joey, the number one goal, I believe there was some game show back in the day that made this phrase useful, and we'll bring it back up here. Don't get eliminated.
Right you are, Ken, and you got to be inside that top 10, right? And the other thing, we got more trucks on the track this time. We got 22 trucks that are going to be out there fighting for those top 10 spots. So, yes, the urgency is going to be there, the same number of laps, but we got more trucks. That usually means more dirty air, and typically the further you are back, the more the urgency to get up there sooner.
How much do you push the issue, and how much do you let it come into your hands? Like, especially if you're starting further back in this field, this is a place where someone can make a mistake early, try and get all the track position they need in one lap, and end up taking themselves out of contention. You can benefit from that if you put yourself in the right place. It just requires patience and a cooler head than most. Green flag is out. We are underway with our first LCQ of the evening. 15 laps to find out which 10 drivers will join the 16 that have already found their spot into the second round race. Jacob Bradley, Tyler Schoes, and Ryan Kobashi and Lily Frazier, the first 4 going after it. And of course, not a huge shock, I think, Taylor, that we go a little bit further back. We're already 3 wide.
I mean, it's no surprise indeed, right? We see here 3. We're going to go 4 wide possibly as they enter turn 3. Here we go, and already drivers just trying everything they can to get to that coveted 10th position as they come out of turn number 4. Couple of drivers nearly scraping the outside wall.
It's Zach Wegman from Texas State that currently has that final transfer spot, but that should flip-flop and change until we get a little bit of a break within that pack. So we'll keep tabs on it, but nothing immediately to talk about yet. Just a full gaggle of cars dead center of this pack, Joey.
The problem is, yes, Wegman is in 10th place. Oh, there's a little bit of contact directly behind him with that Louisville driver, and we've got an accident on the back straightaway. So this front pack going to continue on, and everybody that's involved here, well, Taylor said it, you're going to have to go back to class.
It may be cards forever for Justin Gilliam, but it will not be Louisville first tonight as 2 more trucks end up spinning down to the inside. Big move there, big contact there for Wegman, who pounds the tire attenuator right at the entrance of pit road, and that should be curtains on his opportunity to make it into the second round race. Jacob Bradley now in front, and if you're looking at a driver that's benefited from the opening set of chaos incidents in these first few laps, maybe 2 of them. How about Sam Smith and Connor Burns, who have worked their way up 9 spots, both to 12th and 13th.
How about Robbie Norris, too? Remember, he was one of the first drivers out in heat race number 1. He's right there on the line in 11th, trying to hunt down Camden Williamson from Bowling Green as we get set to take a look at the replay of the chaos that has ensued here.
Lots of incidents to look at and lots of drivers who will be ruining the opportunities that they have that are going right. Here's a look at the first one. This is Gilliam's incident towards the back of turn 2. Just checked up and got a little bit of help. I think that might have been Chris Bryant from Methodist who got to the back of Gilliam, and that sent about maybe 8 or 9 trucks spinning and crashing on the back straightaway. And then you have to keep your eyes up and peeled for the heavy contact that Zach Wegman made. You take a look at Brendan Argenio is going to come up and make contact with Wegman, and they both spin down towards pit road. Argenio was able to lock it down, but Wegman just destroyed the tire barrier, and Argenio eventually makes contact with the barrier at the beginning of pit road as well.
And although we have had some attrition, I think that the drivers have kind of made this rather simple for us. We've got a top 10 breakaway right now, and the top 10, guess what? They all advance into that. So as long as you are not separated by the draft, you need to be part of this lead pack. Right now, Sam Smith is the driver on the outside looking in. I do see him about 9/10 of a second back. If he can maybe get a little bit of help from Camden Williamson back there, they could catch the back end for that transfer.
William Marler is the first driver to wave the white flag in the Great Lakes Gauntlet. He has pulled his truck off the track and is out of contention for a place in the second round race in Group 1. Meanwhile, Bradley, Frazier separating themselves, and then Burton, Bernier, Smith goes in. Oh, big trouble there. And one truck sideways. It was Bernier up in the fence and down back towards the apron as everybody goes left and right to avoid him. But that will take Logan Bernier out of contention for a second round place.
And with that, and trouble for Sam Smith, and him and Bernier are going to switch back in position here. And that'll put Bernier back in the hunt along with Connor Burns.
I think that Bernier just clipped Sam Smith as he tried to get down to the apron going down the back straightaway. But what kind of chaos does that bring? And if anything, who does that put down onto the transfer spot? The answer, Connor Burns, the Buccaneer out of East Tennessee State, albeit with heavy damage to the front end of his truck. So that's how crazy this LCQ has been. The 9th place truck has heavy left front damage. The clean trucks, I believe, are just in the top 8. So if you made it to the top 8, effectively, all you have to do is finish the next 8 laps, and you're at least going to be running in the second round no matter what because everybody else has damage.
It was a little bit of a strange incident, right? The top 10 advanced, and we had a top 10 breakaway, and they went 3 wide into turn number 1, I believe, and all of a sudden we had that multiple car incident, and now it's really separated out, like you were saying, James. I think Logan Bernier is the one on the outside looking in, but I wonder, are there any clean trucks back there, 10th through 15th, that might be making a little bit of progress to maybe crack it into that top 10?
Well, just taking a look through the field on my own, Joey, I can tell you the answer to that question is no. Everybody's got some form of damage once you get to 10th on back and even 9th on back in this case. So you had a good look at some of the battles further up in the field. And some of the action here as the leaders work their way around lap traffic as Bradley and Frazier and company and Burton all pacing this field and just trying to click off laps to make sure they don't end up with the same fate as some of the other drivers in this race, and they secure a spot with these into round 2.
I mean, I got to give Jacob Bradley some credit. He has been negotiating some heavy lap traffic, and it's going to be so crazy to see him negotiate through it as we watch a little further back some of the chaos that has ensued here. And already multiple cars just drifting around, collecting several others that are going to be out of contention. And there you saw what happened to Sam Smith when he was just about to break into the top 10.
Well, he was almost clear and almost got past the spinning Logan Bernier, but Bernier clips him on the exit of turn 2, sends Smith into the fence, and Smith is now on pit road, likely done with an opportunity to advance in this Great Lakes Gauntlet. The battle here worth watching is in front of the field. This trio of Bradley, Fraser, and Tyler Skosin, a fabulous one to watch. I actually got the opportunity to catch up with Tyler Skosin between the fall and the spring semesters. Met up with him and a bunch of the UNOH students that compete in the college series on a regular basis in Indianapolis and learned the tale of how he became Scooty T. It was a fun nickname that they threw around. They run a bunch of hosted sessions on iRacing, and they were sort of bandying about nicknames, and Scooty T is the one they came up for Tyler Skosin. He doesn't have the easiest last name to pronounce, in fairness, so they came up with something a little bit catchier and a little bit stickier and a little bit more clever, and Scooty T is what they came up with, and he is scooting his way to the inside of Jacob Bradley, trying to take over the lead of this first round LCQ.
He is down on the bottom side of the racetrack right now, trying to get that clean air to the front end of the truck. But the problem is that Jacob Bradley, typically the high line's going to carry that momentum off of the corner. There you see Skosin drop back into that slipstream. But this is a huge race for both of those drivers. Remember, Jacob Bradley was actually our fastest in this group in qualifying. And it was Tyler Skosin that had that problem early on in heat number 1. So I think both of those drivers, even though they're in the top 2, just looking forward to that checkered flag.
I think a lot of these drivers are looking forward to the checkered flag. I think this also effectively amounts to a test session of sorts just to see how your truck handles in the draft, because that's one thing where, and for a lot of these drivers who time attack, you put in a lot of time and a lot of effort just to get a top 120 lap time to qualify for these tournaments. But the problem, especially here at Michigan, Taylor, is that this track races completely differently once you've gotten into the draft. So you almost have to, I wouldn't necessarily say, throw away the work you've done on a fast lap time, but once you qualify, what you've done and the amount of work that you put in just to get a top 120 time, it doesn't really apply all that much because the air moves when you're behind trucks. These trucks tighten up when you get underneath somebody's rear deck lid, and they just handle completely differently.
Yeah, they really do. That's where, when it comes to getting that run that you have to drive your way through, you're best to go ahead and take it, not hold yourself up and cause a little bit of a stack up to where you could end up getting past. So we may see that happening here later on in some of these other races, and we have seen it already in these LCQs and the 2 heat races prior. When these drivers get that good run, they will slingshot past their competitor and try to see if they can close the door and get that spot away. So it's going to be interesting here as they come out of turn number 2 down the back straightaway. Good fight for second between Skosin and Frazier, which we touched on, as Roberg, another driver who has had some trouble in his heat race, has found his way through in 4th position.
Martin Roberg ran into trouble in his first round race, but he's done a great job of recovering in this LCQ, up 9 spots, and that's part of the design of this new college series tournament format. If you have bad luck in one race, if we revert back to the old format, you just have one race right at the top, you end up stuck and you end up just without any opportunity to redeem yourself, especially if you ended up in trouble. And then Now, here we are. Roberg had a terrible first-round race, but with the LCQ, Joey's managed to battle his way back.
Yeah, and he is in that advancement, but look at the bottom part of the screen here. This is 9th and 10th. Remember, both of these drivers are advancing, but no help whatsoever around them in front of Wyatt Thompson on the left side of the screen. He got to go 9 seconds up to 8th place, and then Connor Burns on the bottom right hand of your screen, you got to go 5 seconds behind him to find the next truck. They are completely on an island by themselves.
If you're Ryan Arnold, I think the best thing you could do is work with Chris Bryant, who is right alongside Arnold here. If you can find a way to create a draft train and maybe, just maybe, bring it back up to Connor Burns, you might be able to create a battle for that final transfer position. In the meantime, though, Jacob Bradley will take the win in the LCQ. Wyatt Thompson will come across the line, and Connor Burns is going to make sure that he finds a way to make it into the second round race for Group 1. Burns gets the job done, comes across the line and survives the chaos, and so advancing into the second round race, it's Bradley, Skozen, Norris, Frazier, Roberg, Burton, Kilbashian, Williamson, Thompson, and Connor Burns. Your 10, that will make up the final 10 starters in a 26-truck field. Everybody else here going home.
A tough break, especially for the Louisville driver, one of the new collegiates to join us here. And hopefully we'll see him again for the Old Dominion Classic in a month's time.
Martinsville next up for the drivers that did not make it. In the meantime, though, let's take a look at our tournament locator. We will show you where we are in our great grand bracket of things in this Great Lakes Gauntlet. We will turn our attention now to the grid for this second round race. Dylan Mason from Pasco Hernando State College, Carson Bowers won the 2 first round races, and then Nanny, Trafari, White, and Slagan in the next 2 rows.
Really tight and intense field here as we move on through row 4 through 6. Dylan Alt and, of course, Lane Graves, some of the heavy hitters we see competing. Nathan Scott as well, as we look forward to seeing what he can do in this feature race in round 2.
And then, of course, on the next page, look at some of these names. Malachi Drake and Connor Berkey going to be sharing row number 7 all the way down to Tyler Skozen back there in 18th from University of Northwestern Ohio. We just saw him advance.
All these drivers here competing in the LCQ. Big opportunity for Lily Frazier. Not had the best of luck, and I think certainly would love a chance to race into the second week of competition. Roberg, with that great recovery run in the LCQ, going to have a shot. Then Wyatt Thompson and Connor Burns going to have to work their way from the back. Going to have to do a little bit of digging to climb up into the top 13 positions. As we look at our Logitech T race analysis, Taylor.
Well, we're going to double it up a little bit for the laps. 30 laps around the circuit, 16 miles. The top 13 will advance to next week's semifinals, 14th through 26th. I hate to say it for you all, you will be eliminated, and it's time for you to go back to class, and we'll see you in a month's time in Martinsville.
The final race of Group 1's evening. So once we complete this, all of these drivers are done, and we move to the third of the bracket. We'll have an entirely new group of drivers get after it and try and qualify their way into Week 2's proceedings in the Great Lakes Gauntlet, as Basin and Bowers will have the opportunity to lead the field. But again, here's the thing. And worth noting, it's a point we brought up in the College Series broadcast before, but bears repeating, I think, especially now. If you make the top 13 and you're one of the 39, you're qualifying again next week anyway. So it doesn't even particularly matter where you finish if you're trying to game plan this. Obviously, you're sort of fighting natural racing instinct to not try and get a few spots, Joey. But really, if you can make it top 13, you're good. You're giving yourself all the opportunity that you can. So to that end, can these drivers keep a cool enough head to make sure that they don't take themselves out of contention? We've seen a lot of drivers lose opportunities to advance in this tournament already early on in these races. You're definitely not going to earn a top 13 spot on lap 1, but you certainly can lose one on the first lap.
You certainly could, and I mean, that's the ultimate goal of the night, is to get out of these rounds with advancing into the semifinals. But this is the most amount of trucks we've seen on the racetrack so far. We're also doubling the length, so I think you're going to have to be a little bit more patient out there. The other factor to consider, some of these drivers haven't raced since heat number 1. Some of them just got off of the track in the LCQ. What is that, call it, memory refresher going to do for the speed for the drivers that have been out there all night?
Questions to consider for a lot of these drivers as we get set to go after it. 30 laps, double the length of our first round races and the LCQ. And 30 laps for these drivers to determine which 13 of these 26 will be the first to lock in spots into next week's proceedings and advance to the semifinals of the Great Lakes Gauntlet. Green flag is out. We are off and underway. Payson and Bowers pacing this field. How quickly do they go 2 and 3 wide? The answer, about turn 1, I would say, Taylor.
I would have to agree with you on that, James Pike, as they are going to try to see one driver looks like to be trying to split the difference amongst their competitors as they rock it up at turn number 2. Drivers trying every which way they can to come out on top.
Jacob Bradley with a transfer spot. You see Dylan Basin trying to work the bottom lane. Bowers immediately downstairs to cover. Trafari with that run on the high side. You're going to try and draw up to the rear bumper of Carson Bowers as it stands. Meanwhile, it is Malachi Drake who on this first lap is going to lose the transfer spot at the line to Jeremy Burns. But the difference between those two, call it, 2 1,000ths of a second at the stripe. So a lot to be determined.
A lot to be determined because we still have 29 laps to go out here. Carson Bowers leading the way, but something that I'm noticing, just the attitude of these trucks, especially on the opening few laps. If you are way up top on the racetrack, the truck seems to be very, very loose getting into the corners. Seeing a lot of these guys that are up there 3 wide trying to make their way down to that middle groove until they've got everything settled underneath them.
And so, Taylor Burris, if you're dealing with the problem that Joey just talked about, how do you compensate for that? How do you change your approach to the corners in order to balance the looseness of the truck out?
You got to try a couple of different grooves. One thing we could see is trying a little bit of a higher arc where you try to just work your way up a little bit. Best thing also maybe is try to just stick to the bottom, hug that yellow line as best you can, almost painting that line, prevent that car to just suck up right there and hold position. So it's a matter of just your preference in driving as well.
You can adjust for line here more than you can at a lot of other racetracks on this College Series calendar because of the width of Michigan International Speedway. There are a lot of different lines you can take. You just have to make sure you don't run over somebody else's line in the process and end up putting yourself into some sort of trouble. The front 4 trucks have managed to get away. Connor Trafari and Dylan Basin are fighting for the 5th position, but even they too, I think, are starting to get the memo because Bowers, White, Nanny, Alt, they have figured out the drill very quickly. Get away from the trouble, get out front of the trouble, and make sure that they are not part of the trouble should it come.
I think I'm mainly looking at Jacob Bradley because he's sitting in that 10th place position and he's actually moved his way up 7 spots. And remember, as long as you're in the top 13, that's where you want to be to advance into those semifinals. Jacob Bradley doing a terrific job after having to work his way through that LCQ.
So Bradley in the 10th position. He has gained 7 spots early on in this race. So a wonderful drive from Bradley to move himself into the transfer positions as it stands. We go on board now with Scooty T, Tyler Skosen out of Reading, Pennsylvania, representing the University of Northwestern Ohio. He's got work to do, though. Currently in the 19th spot, still in the mix, still in this pack here, so certainly could race his way up towards the front, but needs to start making moves in the draft in order to give himself an opportunity to be top 13 with the checkered flag falls.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one here as we watch him work his way through and negotiate to the inside of Lily Frazier for position. Going to pick up a couple of spots right here, getting around Martin Robert. Almost tries to get to the back bumper of Jeremy Burns right there, as you saw on the screen. And now we see Nathan Scott tucking to the inside, trying to see if he can get around Landon Slagan.
Nathan Scott, the Nevada running Rebel, has looked for a spot in some of these second round races, was almost there at Daytona, did not have the luck that he needed. Landon Slagan trying to keep himself in the top 13. Remember, had that great qualifying run in the first round race, slid a little bit back, and then continuing to slide further back in this race. He's down 3 spots from where he started this second round adventure and currently scored in the 9th position.
And we're going to go 3 wide on the back straightaway as you see a car directly in front have a little bit of contact with that outside wall off of turn number 2. Lots of accordion games are being played right now with the slipstream. Cars with momentum, diving it down to the inside, and then cars up top trying to keep that top speed down these long straightaways. But got to say, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, they are all packed in right here. They know exactly what's on the line for the advancement.
Look at Lane Graves just behind this bunch here. As the camera's going to zoom out, you see that yellow and black machine right down there as Matthew Burton is spun coming out of turn 4. So Burton's night most likely over. But look at Lane Graves power to the bottom. We've not seen the bottom be particularly effective this evening. Tried to cut up there in front of Griffin Salyer and only just was able to get in front of the Bowling Green Falcon. But Graves trying to make the bottom work, trying to take advantage of everybody checking up on that high line to gain track position and fight for a spot back in the top 13.
It was an incredible block right there as now we go on board with the University of Vermont Lily Frazier as she tries to work her way up around the circuit and really making good work. She's been able to make that outside line work incredibly well and keeping that momentum up, which is so critical.
Fanning out 3, sometimes 4 wide, currently at 3 wide. Good run for Jeremy Burns straight to the middle of the Longwood Lancer, right in the middle of that 3 wide pack there with help from Griffin Salyer. We'll get back into it. The problem is that John Sauer, the St. Thomas University truck, that sort of darker red and navy blue machine, pretty much dead center of the screen, had the transfer spot. Now is going to have to fight Burns for it. And Salyer and Frazier and Graves and Skozen are all right behind these two, very much within striking distance of that 13th spot.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see a completely different landscape of a race here. Remember, 15 laps in all of those heats and LCQs, but what is 30 laps going to do underneath the setup on these trucks? Who is going to be able to carry it through those entire 30 laps to make sure that they've got the speed towards the end? And then we also touched on it, the most amount of trucks on the racetrack. Well, what does that do when you're 10th, 15th, 20th? You have to deal with all of that dirty air from everybody in front of you.
A lot of dirty air that you end up fighting in a situation like that. There's also tire wear, I think, that you have to be mindful of, too. You can run the bottom, you can send it off deep into the corner, but if you do that early on a lot to gain track position, it then becomes much more difficult to do on the back half of a run. And 30 laps is definitely enough time to really test what your tires can or cannot handle, depending on how hard you have pushed your truck early on in this. And it's about lap 10 that we start seeing some tire fall-off, Taylor.
We really do, and it's so difficult to try and hold on to these tires because of how much speed you carry through the corner. So those right side tires definitely going to be struggling a little bit there for grip as we approach further and further to the end of this race.
So John Sauer now in control of this, starting to see a little bit of separation. I noticed Jeremy Burns was fighting his truck in the middle of 1 and 2 pretty heavily. I wonder if the handle is starting to go away of the Longwood Lancers machine as he sends it pretty deep into the corner and might actually get a really good run on Frazier. Might be able to leapfrog here, or is Burns going to just push Frazier and try and get in line behind Frazier and Sauer and Malachi Drake? Here's it on board with Parker White and Daniel Lanny. These are second and third in the race up towards the front of the field, and maybe a truck length between the two of them trying to hang tough with Carson Bowers, our race leader.
Just sitting here patiently waiting right now. These two drivers probably some of the most calm on the racetrack because why? They are inside the top 3. They get to pick exactly where they want to go on the racetrack. If you want to follow on the tire tracks, sure, you can go ahead and do that. But look at what it is behind. Everything from 4th, 5th, 6th, they're all battling 2 wide, 3 wide, 4 wide. So I think these couple of drivers, Parker White, Daniel Nanny, and Carson Bowers, they are plenty happy racing how they are.
Lots of action for some of these drivers a little bit further back in the field, but some good action up front as well. Dylan Alt, Dylan Basin, Chris Treppa trying to stay in line. I think we have to give some credit to Jacob Bradley and Nathan Scott, who not only reeled this group in, but let's talk about Bradley's race. As you can see, Parker White with a good run there, trying to draw to the rear bumper of Carson Bowers. Jacob Bradley is up 10 positions. He started in 17th. He's up in 7th. That's the biggest move of any driver. And big time action a little bit further back in the field. They're 3 wide there. These front 6 moving, but great work from Bradley to make his way up into the mix.
How about this right now as we see this gaggle of trucks here, as we are going to almost go 5 wide off turn number 4. A little bit of contact as they bounce off one another. Lily Frazier, Slagan, and company all trying to covet that final 13th position here. Lucky number 13 here at Michigan. 4 wide into turn number 1.
4 wide for the final transfer spot. Bradley is the third car in line. Graves on the bottom. Frazier the second car up. And Jeremy Burns ripping the high line right along the fence with Malachi Drake waiting in the wings. All sorts of action everywhere and 2 trucks in the fence. Bradley was one of them. Sauer was the other. They fall back. And now Lane Graves with the opportunity to lock down that transfer spot.
And there's more contact now down on the bottom side of the racetrack, but the trucks, wow, what driver control, car control they've got to keep it straight on the racetrack. Nobody's spinning out. But that name that you were mentioning, James, Jacob Bradley, he was doing so well, but then got out of shape just a lap ago, and he has continued to tailspin. He's now out of that option to go to the semifinals.
He has lost 8 positions in the last 2 laps, and I wonder if the handle may be fading away on Bradley's machine. Meanwhile, Tyler Skosen and Bradley rocketing back up into the transfer spot to the good run on the back straightaway. Frazier and Graves 14th and 15th now, so Bradley back in the good, only for the moment though.
It's only for a brief moment with that transfer battle having to kick into overdrive as we have crossed the halfway point of today's race. Jacob Bradley is now under pressure from Frazier, Graves, and Slagan, all looking to try to take over the spot. Big send to the inside from Lane Graves.
Big drive there from Graves, but not enough to make a pass. Frazier now with a run on the high line, but only enough to just give a good bump draft to Bradley, and Bradley will do the same to Tyler Skosen as Graves looks to the inside to try and get the spot away, and Bradley didn't quite get through the center of the corner all that well. That might open up an opportunity there for Graves to take away the transfer spot.
Graves has really been working the bottom side of the racetrack as we now ride on board with the University of Northwestern Ohio driver Tyler Skosen. Looking back, he is a little bit further back in the pack. Actually, you know what? I take that back. He was further back in the pack. Now he has made his way forward up into 12th place, +6 from where he started this race. Maybe a little bit of a slow start, but now trying to gather a little bit of momentum as he's trying to block Lane Graves on the top side.
If you've got the opportunity, though, to save your equipment, you'd rather be making charges like the one Tyler Skosen has later on in this, because if you're making those charges later, it means that you've saved your equipment, you saved your tires, you haven't burned off yourself trying to race to the front of the field, and you have something left to compete for a top 13 position when it matters the most. Skosen in the transfer spot, Bradley the first driver out, Frazier and Slagan slipping further back here. Slagan continuing to drop. He's dropped 10 spots more than anybody else in this race, save for Griffin Salyer out of Bowling Green, who got caught up and sent sideways in the middle of 3 laps ago. So while Skosen is going forward, Slagan has just gone backwards basically from the start of his first round race through here to the second round affair.
Yeah, and that's going to be a tough one right there for these drivers, as we see. Of course, we got to talk about that rivalry between UNC Charlotte, University of Northwestern Ohio. So far, it's 1-1, but for how long can Tyler Skosen hold off the hard charge of Jacob Bradley as Parker White has taken over the race lead from Carson Bowers?
Parker White with a big move to the inside to get in front of Carson Bowers. He might bring Daniel Naney with him as we continue to watch the transfer battle between Lane Graves, Tyler Skosen, Jacob Bradley, Lily Frazier. They just have not been able to separate themselves whatsoever in the last 10 laps, and now we approach 10 laps to go, and Graves and Bradley with it by a nose over Skosen, who might get a good run on the high line. Meanwhile, back up front, they're nose to tail, and a big fence job there for Carson Bowers, who got a good piece of the wall out of 4 a moment ago.
Parker White's going to be down to the inside, the draft train way up top. Let's see if Parker's going to take that yellow line or if he's going to move up the racetrack, try to take some of that clean air away from his competitors, and that's sure enough exactly what he does. Parks himself right in front of Daniel Naney, gets the run off of the corner, and now he's got to study that rear view mirror. Who's got the run? Is going to be down to the low side in turn number 3. No, Naney's going to opt to push him off into the corner as we got problems on the back straightaway.
big hit there for Landon Slagan, and I believe Wyatt Thompson. Indeed, those two caught up in it, into the fence, and likely done in the Great Lakes Gauntlet here at Michigan. So they fall out of contention for a top 13 spot. That clears up the picture a little bit around the transfer battle. Meanwhile, further up in the field, this is a look at Dylan Basin and Connor Trafari racing for 5th and 6th to their outside. Chris Treppa trying to get a spot from both of them.
Chris Treppa really trying to work that outside lane as best he can, making that wall ride work for him just a little bit as he tries to hold off Trafari and Nathan Scott. And how about Dylan Basin now starting to climb his way through there? You see Treppa through the Lawrence Technological University out here. Hometown race for him as he works his way up through the field. Good fight as he will take the 5th spot briefly from Trafari.
Treppa at the line, Trafari with help from Nathan Scott. They continue to be door-to-door in the corner as we work through these final 10 laps of the second round race in Group 1. A good look at Nathan Scott, the UNLV Rebel, trying to work his way into the second round. Was able to do so in Charlotte. Did not have the luck in Daytona or in Iowa. Nathan Scott with a good run for the Mountain West Conference, currently running in the 7th position. 8th currently right now. Dylan Basin, winner of that Queen City Crown back in September, the first ever tournament for the eNASCAR College iRacing Series powered by the Play vs. College League, represented out of Lakeland, Florida. Fun fact, rookie racing on the ovals takes place at USA International Speedway. That was located in Lakeland, Florida once upon a time. Jeremy Burns out of Clark County, Virginia, representing the Lancers of Longwood University, currently in the 9th spot. Lane Graves finishes out the top 10 as it stands, racing for the Shockers of Wichita State University. Lane Graves with a good run out of McPherson, Kansas. Connor Berkey racing for the Redbirds at Illinois State University out of Williamsville, Illinois, currently in the 11th position. And with a little bit of breathing room to the driver next on the grid, that's Malachi Drake representing the Flames of Liberty University. Malachi Drake currently in the 12th spot. And then this is the battle for the transfer position. Tyler Skozen representing the University of Northwestern Ohio to the outside, and Jacob Bradley racing for Purdue University in Indianapolis to the inside, and Lily Frazier racing for the Vermont Catamounts in the mix too. It's 3 drivers as it stands for 1 spot in next week's proceedings.
And as the drivers really pick up the intensity here, remember 6 laps to go, coming to 5 laps to go. I think I saw 4 wide almost for second place, but James, we talked about the tire wear a little bit earlier. If it's going to show up, it's going to be showing up right about now with about 5 laps to go.
I think we're really going to have to watch that closely with Skozen and Bradley and Frazier. Bradley had slipped back pretty far, but I think has actually done a pretty good job of managing his equipment in the middle portion of this 30-lap race. So does Bradley have anything left? Meanwhile, big move there from Daniel Nandy to try to go to the inside and take away the 2nd spot. Connor Trafari, though, with that great run on the outside and with help, will get it back entering turn 3.
Trafari doing everything he can to hold on through. How about Dylan Basin working that top line? He's now inside the top 5 with Daniel Nanny. He's going to get a little bit of a push from Dylan on as they come across the line. Parker White trying to skip away, but with how strong the draft is, it is not a matter of that. It is a matter of just trying to play keep away.
Can you be in the right spot at the right time? It's a little bit of strategy and a little bit of luck, I think, here, if you want to be the leader going into this second round final set of laps. 4 to go. And it is Parker White clear by maybe a truck length or 2 or 3, but not much more than that as they continue to battle for the runner-up spot behind him. Meanwhile, Jacob Bradley still trying to get away and also potentially drawing Connor Berkey back into the battle for the transfer position. So what had been a 3-truck battle might become a 4-truck battle to settle the final 2 transfer spots.
Jacob Bradley is in a little bit of an odd spot right now because he has lost a couple of tenths back from Connor Berkey. Even though he is sitting in that transfer spot to go to the semifinals, he is struggling with his truck right now. The good thing is Tyler Skozen actually falling back just a little bit.
Tyler Skozen indeed slipping out of the picture ever so slightly, as is Bradley slipping away and sliding out towards Connor Berkey and Malachi Drake, who is now falling back into this. Makes me wonder where Chris Trappett is. We are seeing the back end of this group begin to come back together right at the perfect time. Just under 2 laps to go in this, and now this pack is just about combined here amongst the top 13, top 14. For all the separation we've seen, they're coming together at the right time.
Now, how about Dylan Basin and Dylan all working so well together? They are closing in on Parker White. They are going to try to see if they can get around the outside here of turn 4 with only the one more time around. I think Basin can maybe pull it off. Here they come across the front straightaway. White flag in the air.
Here we go. 1 lap left in Group 1. 1 lap left in the second round race. Jacob Bradley has the transfer spot as it stands. We'll see if that changes over the next lap. Dylan Basin with a big run to the outside, but absolutely no help, and that truck washed up the racetrack, and that opens the door for Dylan Alt and Daniel Dandy to get underneath, but they can't really do anything, and the only person that benefits is Parker White, who gets a gap of about 5 or 6 truck lengths to work with. So now all eyes turn to 12th and 13th. Bradley and Berkey fighting, and Tyler Skozen trying to send it in deep to make his way to the second round, as Parker White is going to cruise to his second round win with ease. And at the line, it is Illinois State's Connor Berkey who beats out Tyler Skozen. Actually, no, Jeremy Burns got caught there at the very end, and Burns actually is the last driver that will qualify from this second round race. It was a little bit scary for Burns. He did not get a great run out of turn 4 coming to the checkers, but after clipping the fence and getting into it, still managed to have enough to make it in. So 10 drivers that will make it into next week's proceedings. White, Basin, Nanny, Alt, Graves, Travari, Scott, Bowers, Treppa, and Drake. You will all see next week racing for a shot at the Great Lakes Gauntlet title. All of them finished top 10 in the second round race in Group 1. All of them will transfer into next week.
Absolutely incredible drive from each and every single one of them. Jacob Bradley, Connor Berkey, Jeremy Burns also will join them in for next week. But for Skozen, Frazier, Roberg, Kenton, and company, I hate to say it, back to the drawing board. Tough break, and we will see you in a month's time.
Drivers in the back half of this race going home and are done in the Great Lakes Gauntlet. Their adventure here at Michigan International Speedway is over. So while they regroup and figure out how to attack the Old Dominion Classic at Martinsville, we turn our attention to the University of Maine at Augusta's Parker White, second round race winner in Group 1.
Well, Parker, I got to say, it was a little bit of a smooth sailing for you once you got up into that clean air. It's safe to say is as long as you take care of those equipment, clean air is going to be your key friend to come home with a victory here at Michigan.
Yeah, usually always is with this new air package. It's been a lot of fun learning this truck, having to adapt to the dirty air, and this race is really perfect for that. So I was really just trying to save as much as I could behind Carson for the first part, and luckily I was able to do that. And then once I got out front, it was really just about trying to go as fast as I can on the corners, just trying to stay away, try to break the draft as much as I could. And luckily they got racing behind me, so I was able to just kind of manage the lanes that way, and then to just break away from there.
What's one of the biggest things you can do to help save the tires on these trucks? Because we know of how much speed you're having to carry.
So with a track like this in Michigan, you really just have to go like super easy in the corners. So just lift off really early, try to avoid the dirty air as much as you can. Or as in like my case at the beginning when I was behind Carson, like he was just pulling me down the straightaways. So I had a really big advantage just saving as much as I could in the corners. Like there's no need to push like the first 15 or so laps. So just driving super easy is what really did it.
Well, we got to also touch on this. This is your first race competing in the 2025-2026 season. So, got to ask, what did you do for the last or during the winter break?
Winter break, I was traveling a lot, so I was part-time. I just didn't really want to overwhelm myself, so I had a lot of fun traveling, but now I'm back full-time this semester, so it's been a lot of fun so far.
Well, we wish you the best of luck, and we'll see you next week for round 2 in this competition.
Thank you.
Parker White, former Coke Series champion, winner of the second round race in Group 1. We are a third of the way through our evening. We will be back with more action on the other side of this break. And when we come back, Group 2 takes to Michigan International Speedway for their crack at the first week of the Great Lakes Gauntlet.
Welcome to Sunday at full throttle. Oranges don't whisper. They roar.
This is where you remember what it's like to feel something.
Heart racing with your people, screaming your damn lungs out.
Let's go!
So America, start your engines!
Times they come around, can't let them bring you down, 'cause you're either living life or letting it pass by.
Racing isn't just a game. It's a way of life. Every lap, every moment. Practice is about consistency. Winning doesn't come easy.
Yo! My turn, Bubba.
Feel the road. Own the race. Logitech G wheels and pedals available now on Amazon.
This portion of the broadcast is brought to you by Logitech G. Through design, engineering, and a love of driving games, Logitech G takes racing simulation to another level. Logitech G, the official wheel and pedals of the eNASCAR College iRacing Series. And by Play vs. College League, the largest collegiate community bringing in the new era of esports for students across the country. Learn more at pcl.gg. And by NASCAR 25. Available now on the PlayStation Store, Xbox Store, and on PC with Steam. For more information, visit NASCAR25.com.
Welcome back to coverage of the eNASCAR College iRacing Series powered by the Play vs. College League. This is week one of Tournament 4, the Great Lakes Gauntlet from Michigan International Speedway in the virtual Irish Hills. Brooklyn, Michigan is where we are. And a reminder to you all before we get set to entertain Group 2 that registered drivers who compete at least once in a time attack during the College Series season will automatically be entered for a chance to win a racing prize pack, including a Logitech G923 True Force racing wheel and pedal set for the Xbox or PC and iRacing credits. And more information and the full set of rules are available at pcl.gg/pages/eNASCAR. You can also scan the QR code on the lower right-hand portion of your screen for more information. Group 2 coming your way here. And I think as I just sort of generally look back in my mind on what we saw, I did not think we'd see these trucks spread out as much as they were. And I think that sort of mitigated the incidents too. It made it more of a sort of individual battle than at least I anticipated on the front end. Did you all notice anything similar or maybe different? Taylor, Joey, perhaps?
A little bit of both. I mean, we saw a lot of drivers utilizing that nice pull from the straightaways with the slipstream, especially on certain points of the race. The start of the race, of course, mid-stage, is like you pointed out, they started to spread out quite a bit. But I think the big thing you were probably touching on is just the chaos that we saw in that first round race, pretty much, that gave the top 13. And with that caused a lot of breakaway to where it made it a little more difficult for some drivers to really find their footing in this race.
You make a great point. Joey, did you see anything differently? Maybe your eagle eye caught something we missed?
I think it was more about damage limitation. I mean, how many early incidents did we see in both of those heats that dropped several drivers immediately back to the LCQ? And we even saw some races that, guess what, the top 8, they were going to advance anyways. They were still racing it out 3 wide, and they dropped all the way back to the LCQ. So sometimes it's about that damage limitation and being a little bit wiser than what you need to be inside the cockpit of one of these trucks and make your way forward to advance into those semifinals.
If the first rule of week 1 of the college series is don't get eliminated, the second rule may as well be, to your point, Joey, don't beat yourself, because we saw a lot of drivers take themselves out of contention for even an LCQ good run, a second round race, just by overdriving corners, getting a little bit loose and setting their trucks up on the fence and ending their days early. You just have to make sure you stay around at the end. It's a battle of attrition and stamina and the ability to last in this first week set of races. So we'll see whether or not Group 2 was able to take any notes. Here's a look at the drivers advancing to next week in the Great Lakes Gauntlet out of Group 1. Starting off with our second round race winner in Group 1, Parker White, working our way all the way down to 13th place finisher, Jerry Burns, who ended up hitting the wall coming out of turn 4 on the last lap and almost raced his way out of the spot, but he had enough of a buffer to be able to hang on and give himself an opportunity to race next week for the $3,000 that will go to the winner of the Great Lakes Gauntlet. 13 drivers that will make their way into the second week of action, and we are just about set for action with Group 2. If you haven't picked up NASCAR 25, it's available now for PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S, and Steam. The Gold Edition features the full base game and the Season Pass, which includes a variety of in-game currencies and bonuses, as well as multiple DLC packs offering over 230 paint schemes and fire suits. Visit NASCAR.25.com for more information. You can join me and the thousands of others who I think have gotten a real taste of racing and certainly have had their egos checked at Lime Rock Park. That place in the trucks in ARCA, it is impressive. It is also very tough to be quick. Here, though, at Michigan in iRacing, we are now set for our first round race in Group number 2. So a whole new set of drivers that starts with Aaron Brown from Eastern Shore Community College. He will start on pole. To his outside, the hometown driver, Matthew Zwack, the Michigan Wolverine, will roll off second, trying to get the job done again here at Michigan. Jack Stoneman, representing the University of Northwestern Ohio, rolls off third. Jay Giddis from Belmont Abbey College starts fourth. Edward Sanchez, the New York City native from Baruch College, rolls off fifth, and Maverick Davis from Kettering University begins this race from sixth.
Timothy Holmes from Horry Georgetown Technical College and Davian Tobin from Richard Bland College will be in row 4. Dylan Baum from Bismarck State College and Daniel Falkingham, your winner in last night's top split eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series qualifier from the University of Maine at Machias. Jake Hall from Clemson University and Colby Goldschmidt from Barton College.
On row 7, starting in 13th, it's going to be Andrew J. Millen from University of Arkansas. Next to him is going to be Sky Schreck from University of Oklahoma. Ken Shearer going to be starting off in 15th from Spokane Falls Community College out my way. In 16th is going to be Michael Winchester from Volunteer State Community College. In row number 9, 17th is going to be Dennis Orff representing Truman State University. And then in 18th is going to be Jared Smith from Jacksonville State University.
2 drivers left to take part in this. You've got John Forbes Jr., who competed in the top split of the Coke qualifying series race at Daytona. You saw here on iRacing's channel last night from Saddleback College, rolling off from 10th spot. And then Trevor Dyer will roll off from 20th, representing the Alabama Crimson Tide. So 20 drivers to take part in this first round race in Group 2. We have 2 of them and 2 opportunities to go through our Logitech G race analysis. Taylor?
Absolutely. Let's do it all over again. 15 laps, a fixed setup, 30 miles, 8 top 8 will advance to the second round. 9th through 20th will head to the LCQ.
Same verse, second song is just about the same as the first in some senses, in that you want to be top 8, but the way you get there, the way these drivers race, the way this group takes shape compared to Group 1, plenty of potential, Joey Atterbury, for this to be very different by comparison.
I think it should be a very different. I was talking about damage limitation. Don't beat yourself is what you said, James Pike, out there on the racetrack. And with heat number 1 of group number 2, this is the first opportunity for these drivers to prove to everybody out there watching, you know what, we're going to keep it clean, and I need to be in the top 8 in this heat to keep going.
Give yourself a chance, an opportunity, a shot, per se. I think that's definitely something that these drivers would rather capture here at Michigan than let slip, to borrow words from another famous Michigan native, as we get set to go with round 1, race 1, group 2. That's where we are. The first of Group 2's races. We'll have 4 of them coming your way in the middle portion of tonight's broadcast. But we start with the green flag that Eastern Shore Community College's Aaron Brown and Michigan's Matthews Wack will lead us to. We are off and racing and underway for Group 2's crack at the Great Lakes Gauntlet. And Matthews Wack with a good push from Belmont Abbey's Jake Innish, immediately going to nose ahead of Brown by just a little bit as they begin to fan out and find their way yet again through the high banks at Michigan.
Buckingham wasting no time whatsoever. He sees some clean air up at the top side of the racetrack. He'll take him 3 wide down the back straightaway. He's got a little help right in front of him from the Belmont Abbey driver as they try to set themselves up for an early race charge to Matthews Wack.
Trouble one truck just pounded the wall there. I believe that was Michael Winchester and Colby Goldsmith, who take some of the hardest hits we've seen in this series all season. A massive incident for both of them, and they will be off to the LCQ. Let's watch this battle here in the middle of the pack.
And look at Daniel Buckingham on the bottom of the racetrack as we get 3 wide action a little bit further back. But remember, Daniel Buckingham started back in 10th place. He's already made up 7 positions on the opening lap as we get a look at a little bit further back for this battle for the top 8.
So here's a look at that big-time incident. It's Goldsmith in the Barton College machine. The Bulldog gets right into Andrew Jamelin, tries to overcorrect, and just pounds the fence at over 170 miles an hour. Could not correct the truck and swept up Michael Winchester and Jared Smith in the process. So those 3, again, with another opportunity to redeem themselves in the LCQ, but they will be going to the LCQ already too far back in this race to make a difference. Meanwhile, looking at top 8, how about Edward Sanchez, lucky card and all, working his way on the top side, trying to get some track position and working his way into the top 8.
I mean, he's trying everything he can to make it work through, but he's got to hold off some hard chargers. Timothy Holmes right there in the hunt as he'll look to the inside. They're 3 wide, 2 rows deep as they cross the line.
How deep is this field? Buckingham and Swack have managed to get around our pole sitter, Aaron Brown. You see Jake Innish trying to work the high line to find some speed here at Michigan. Timmy Holmes to his inside. Oh, big slide there. Jack Stoneman got a little bit loose on corner exit, so he's going to get a big push from Innish to go down the back straightaway. Those 2 in 4th and 5th as it stands. Innish pretty committed to that high line. As Timmy Holmes is going to try and send it down to the inside to gain spots. Here is a look from Trevor Dyer's setup. Just a big hit there you see for Goldsmith and Company, and Dyer just caught the end of that in the middle of 3 and 4.
And unfortunately, Dyer is now dropped well back from that draft pack. They're going to have to look forward to that LCQ to try to advance themselves forward after tonight, as a little bit further back in the pack here, 3 wide, almost 4 wide. Look at how narrow it gets up off of turn number 2. Plenty of space to move around in the middle of the corner, but everybody migrates to the top end of the racetrack on these corner exits to try to maximize their drive down these long straightaways. And my goodness, the battle for 8th place, 3 wide.
Bouncing off of each other, I believe that's Sky Schreck, Andrew Jamelin, Eddie Sanchez, Maverick Davis, all in the mix here. This is all for the transfer position battle, or at least the battle to get up to the transfer position, because it's Clemson's Jake Hall, the orange and purple truck with the paw power a little bit further ahead. That is the truck that actually has the transfer spot, and it's Bismarck State College's Dylan Baum who has the bird's eye view of Hall and Davian Tobin, who runs 7th. Racing for Richard Bland College. Those 2, the last 2, automatically into the second round race for this group as it sits.
Such close racing right here as we watch these drivers. Jake Hall doing everything he can as you go on board with Aaron Brown as he tries to get around second place. Matthew Zwack representing number 2 rank in the NCAA men's college basketball, the Michigan Wolverines, as he's trying to find his opening. And go a little further back there, you see Edward Sanchez as he has got his lucky card in hand, ready to try to see if he can hold on and get back into the top 8.
About to say he had the lucky card ready for our camera. He's got it well posted and well set up right there in the lower right-hand portion of his all-board as he tries to find his way through the middle, wiggling a little bit, fighting a loose race truck there in the middle of the corner, but continuing to march forward, currently in the 12th position here, and with a great view of this battle with Shrek and Davis and Stoneman and Baum and Hall, and even Jake Innes is in the mix too.
Those onboards really showed you how frantic it is on the racetrack, and that was a great shot. Look at all of these trucks just fan out, trying to get a little bit of clean air to the front splitter on the front end of these things to keep that thing driving around the corner. As soon as you have a truck kind of migrate in front of you on the racing line, it takes away all that air. You can pick up some understeer, and they're all just trying to search for the most amount of grip they have right now.
Saw Jake Innes get way, way loose in the middle of 3 and 4. That might open up an opportunity for Maverick Davis to run the very, very high line and get some track position. And Davis with the run all the way to 6 as everybody underneath sort of got bottled up, trying to keep tabs on where Innes was going to go. And it's just now back into the transfer spot for Belmont Abbey. Sky Shrek there with contact, bounces into Stoneman and ends up taking out poor Edward Sanchez in the process. And we will see Sanchez in the LCQ, Stoneman with damage as well. Those two probably off to the LCQ just about as it stands.
Tough break right there, but we will hopefully see him come into play. And yeah, Sanchez definitely not happy with what just happened there. So, but Sky Shrek trying to find her way up to Tobin, and she does so, takes over the 8th spot. So the Sooners are now making their way up the running order.
Taylor, shall we say maybe the Sooners are booming, perhaps?
No, I would say so for now.
Something like that?
Something like that as we watch on here with Jake Innes, and Belmont Abbey has got their little watch party going on as they get set to...
Not just a watch party, but a dedicated sim racing lab that they have put together on campus where there are a few other competitors. That was Jalen Atkins, who you saw in the picture, who is going to be competing in Group 3 a little bit later as some of the students there helping out. See Jacob Martin also getting ready to go a little bit later, cheering on some of their drivers as Innes continues to work his way around Michigan, currently in the 7th position.
You saw the excitement from all of his fellow students over there joining that watch party as things are heating up off of turn number 2. Timmy Holmes has made his way all the way up into that 2nd place position, now being pushed by Zwack. Aaron Brown back to what is 4th place now, but I think the urgency to get to the front of the field right now is on maximum attack, coming to 4 laps to go already. And I think what we're continuing to see here is just Timmy Holmes hounding the back of Daniel Falkenham, and I think James has got it all figured out now.
Yeah. I think we have to acknowledge the fact that our top split winner in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series qualifying season opener last night at Daytona. Should we be totally surprised, Taylor, that he's up 9 spots, he's gained more positions than anybody else in this race, and he's the race leader. Oh, and he is the highest iRating in this field as well.
I mean, you're talking about probably one driver who we're going to say is going to have probably an astounding 2026 campaign, and he kicked it off with a win last night at Daytona, looking to try to continue that streak as he makes the trek all the way here to Michigan.
Oh, a little bit sideways, though, in the corner, finding the edge of what that right rear tire can handle, and he just keeps the lead over Matthew Zwack. But that might drag somebody back a little bit. Here's a look at Jake Innes, and there's a look at Jalen Atkins, whose rig is right next to Jake's. So you'll see Atkins a little bit later, and then some of the other students for the Belmont Abbey Motorsports Management Program watching there on their TV that they've got set up in their sim racing lab. But you can see Innes is working. Look at how much that camera's shaking. Look at how hard he's concentrating, just trying to find the right space to be in here. Currently scored in the 7th position, just ahead of Sky Shrek.
And if you ask me, sometimes that's not always the easiest environment to perform in. A lot of these students have their own sim rig just sitting in their own room, by themselves can focus on the races. There's contact off of turn number 2. I believe that's Jake Hall dropping out of the transfer.
Contact between Hall and Innes. And Innes is able to keep rolling. Hall will go to the LCQ. Damian Tobin will take the spot. And Sky Shrek cannot believe what just happened there. And notice just how wild that got. Shrek now in the final transfer position. Andrew Jamelin with work to do.
I mean, that was a close call for Sky, as she is trying to now just settle back in now. We got a lot of work to do as we come to the final lap, working their way through and got some clear space and enough room to hold off Andrew Jamelin, who is about a second behind.
So Andrew Jamelin going to have some work to try and make things happen as it stands. And in the meantime, Sky Shrek in position to transfer and be okay. So worth noting, too, in that incident that Jake Hall got a little bit loose, and so did Innes, too. But Hall was loose, and then Innes sort of got loose into him. So it just ended up being 1 + 1 sort of equaling 2 and ending up very poorly for Hall. But again, the LCQ awaits as Matthew Zwack will win. And Sky Shrek with the last driver to transfer into the top 8. And so heading directly to the second round race in this group are Zwack, Buckingham, Holmes, Davis, Brown, Innes, Tobin, and Shrek. Jamelin on our LCQ bound.
And a lot of heavy hitters there. Of course, you got Arkansas eliminated, as well as one of the UNOH drivers, the Alabama. He also involved and taken out Clemson as well. They have some work to do here in the LCQ.
A lot of drivers that just had bad luck in that LCQ. Didn't necessarily find themselves lacking for pace, but certainly are going to put on a show, I think, when we get there in a little bit of time. As it stands, though, the second race now coming your way in the first round for group number 2. Abraham Vila, the Houston Cougar, rolls off from pole alongside the Sun Devil, Bradley Erickson, representing Arizona State. We have another Purdue University and Indianapolis driver. Jacob Smith starts third. Fourth is our points leader in the college series entering this tournament, the Dino from the University of Calgary, Connor Yarashak. Adam Garza, representing Triton College, and Miguel Campo, representing Tarleton State University in Texas, will roll off from row 3.
Moving on into row number 4 as we get set for the next grouping of drivers. It's going to be an exciting one for sure. As we wait for our starting lineup to showcase the graphics here. And it's going to be Jalen Atkins from Belmont Abbey College with Julian O'Neill from the University of Delaware. Ricky Burbanks from the University of North Carolina at Charlotte with Michael Alechik from Columbus State University. John Melcolier from Rollins College and Kalamazoo Valley Community College, home of the Cougars, Jeremy Pienta.
In 13th spot is going to be Casey Bentz representing Eastern Illinois University. Sunu Mariscal is going to be starting in 14th from Glendale Community College. Nick Nobinger is going to be representing Quansigan Community College, and Hunter Smith rolling off from 16th from Roane State Community College. Logan Wilson starting in 17th from Purdue University, and then University of Southern California starting in 18th with Ford Johnson.
I believe that is a debut for USC in the college series as well. Augusta University's Justin Johnson is the 19th and final truck on this grid. As we now turn our attention to our Logitech G race analysis for this second first round race in the group, Taylor.
Same song, just a little bit of the same verse right here as we get set. 15 laps, top 8 advance to the second round, 9th through 20th. Well, we're going to see you in the LCQ to have some more racing for you, put some more miles on those trucks here at Michigan. It's going to be an exciting 15-lap dash to the finish.
Same setup here. Be top 8. That's the key. That's what matters. But as we saw, and I think distinctly different compared to any of the races we saw in Group 1, there was a lot of right place, right time that went down in that first round race, Joey.
Yeah, and I think really in, call it group number 1, we saw lots of single file racing. I think you called it kind of pairs racing for those transfer positions or for those wins. But what we saw here in group number 2, heat number 1, lots of 3 wide, lots of 4 wide. I mean, how many times did we see cars go from all the way on the yellow line to all the way up top, that top line, just searching for that clean air? They stayed packed up. I wonder what heat number 2 is going to bring us.
I would say that race was probably the raciest across the board of the 4 we've seen so far. So what sort of standard is set by that? Does this second first-round race in Group 2. Mirror that, veer off into a different direction, maybe end up more chaotic, who knows, but we've got some drivers in this race. Yarashak, the headliner, is the points leader, but Vela and Bradley Erickson with an all Big 12 front row between the University of Houston and Arizona State. They will get us going for 15 laps in this second first-round race in Group 2. As Vela gets on the gas pedal, Erickson gets a push from Yarashak, who got a pretty good jump there, and Miguel Campo, representing Charleston State, also with a good run on that outside. That outside line's been very good on the initial start. That's been a consistent theme. I think something that will be worth watching, especially when we get to week 2 and when we get to the finals of this Great Lakes Gauntlet. But as it stands, Erickson out in front.
Absolutely. As we watch here, some of the Texas drivers will take charge here up north as they watch on. Here comes Atkins down to the bottom as he goes toe-to-toe with the Delaware Blue Hens as they work side by side off 4.
Charlotte's two big schools in this competition, Belmont Abbey and UNC Charlotte, represented nose to tail as Ricky Burbank trying to make his way through the field as well. Erickson, Yarashak, Vela all clear. Campo running that high line, and Julian O'Neill, we've seen him not be afraid to make some bold and daring moves in this race. O'Neill all the way down to the bottom to try to get some track position early.
Yeah, the wild one, though, is Logan Wilson all the way up at the top of the racetrack, gained 10, now 11 positions, and he's sitting there in the slipstream in that Purdue truck. He has made up tons of ground, and now he finds himself well inside the top 8.
Oh, contact a little bit further back, and Julian O'Neill catches the apron. It'll go sideways and spin out and miss out on a spot automatically in round 2 as Erickson now finds a little bit of help from guess who? Connor Yarashak, and Vela's got help from Adam Garza.
Vela doing a great drive right here as he tries to pick up a couple of more spots, but Bradley Erickson starting to pull away with help from Yarashak. Down to the inside, Logan Wilson as we go back to the transfer spot. Ricky Burbank trying everything he can to get around as we watch the Augusta driver trying to work his way through as we take a look at a replay to see what possibly happened with some of our drivers.
A little bit of contact there. I believe that was Jeremy Pienta who ends up in the fence sideways. Got a little bit of help, I believe, from Hunter Smith. And then you see Julian O'Neill losing it down on the apron. Just caught the apron in the middle of the corner and tried to gas it up too quickly.
These trucks have really been loose in, call it the beginning half of the corner, and really in these first few laps. Oh, and now we got problems on the back straightaway. I think that was Logan Wilson, after making so much ground in those opening laps, got wicked loose into the wall, and now he falls all the way back to 13th and continuing to drop.
If there is a consistent theme we've seen with drivers who have made hard charges towards the front, it's that everybody that's managed to get track position early on and has gotten it quickly usually has given it back in some form and burnt their tires up a little bit too much and just has not found the track position consistently. So now that leaves Jalen Atkins at Belmont Abbey in the transfer spot as Logan Wilson will have to rally from the 15th position. Not impossible, but work to do here with 10 laps to go.
But the problem is he's under a lot of pressure from Jacob Smith and Casey Bentz right there in 9th and 10th. They are all over that back bumper, trying everything they can to get around as they go 3 wide behind the Belmont Abbey driver.
Yep. Bentz, Smith, and David Johnson all fighting for the transfer spot. Jalen Atkins, though, beginning to reel in Hunter Smith and Abraham Vela and starting to bring some of these other drivers with them as Atkins is going to try and look up towards the fence and get blocked there by Hunter Smith. So he'll just take the high line in the corner as we see the contact there. Looks like Vela and Logan Wilson ever so slightly made contact exiting the corner and just couldn't hang on to it.
Logan Wilson, like you had mentioned, James, was making a ton of ground, really tried to slide up in front of some cars, got loose up off of turn number 2, and ultimately that was the move that dropped him well down the order. And now we're actually seeing a pair of these Purdue cars. Logan Wilson trying to make his way back up towards the front. Jacob Smith, his fellow student, right there in front of him. Unfortunately, there's still a couple spots out of that transfer.
So the two campuses of Purdue, West Lafayette and Indianapolis, fighting each other for position. Is you've got Miguel Campo, Burbank, Vela, Smith, and Bentz, your final 5 transfers at the moment. And Wilson now continuing to work his way forward, but for the moment, still outside of things. Also worth noting here, a testament to Justin Melillo and all of the schemes that have been put together. If you're looking for the Purdue Indianapolis drivers, they have the black P. The Purdue drivers, represented by West Lafayette, they have the gold P on their hoods, and that is how you can tell who is representing where. A little clever work there from one of the best in the business in iRacing as we continue to watch this battle for the lead. A lot of maroon and a lot of red up front as Ericsson, Yarashak, and Garza are in control of this so far.
Yarashak, I think it's safe to say he's just taking his time, not wanting to push the envelope. Still plenty of time to really just settle in and get ready to move on into the feature second round race later on. Not having to worry about the LCQ. Take care of that equipment.
Plenty of space for these drivers here. Plenty of opportunities for the top. Call it about 6 really in line. I think the question here that I'll want to see, and I wonder how it may affect things later on, Abraham Vila has some damage to the right front of his truck that would affect that truck if it is not in the draft. But for the time being, hasn't caused too much problems for Vila yet. He's still in a top 8 position and still in a spot to transfer should we get the checkered flag here.
I think we're kind of seeing a little bit more what we saw in, call it group number 1, right? Where these trucks are a little bit more single file on the racetrack. They're not necessarily packed up 3 wide, 4 wide as we're about to click over to lap number 10, riding on the roof of Bradley Erickson, the Arizona State University driver, looking directly back. That's Yarashak coming up and giving a big old push on the front straightaway here, sending them off into turn number 1 at over 190 miles an hour. And then they fan out. Look at the top 3, each picking their own lane on the racetrack, just trying to find that grip still.
Senior Mariscal representing Glendale Community College out of Buckeye, Arizona, currently running in the 18th position on the racetrack with a great view of how these trucks are beginning to fan out and fight for position now that we are inside the final 5 laps. The transfer battle starting to heat up, so too is the battle for the race lead. This is Adam Garza racing for Triton College, currently in the 3rd position with the opportunity to send it and give a good push there to Connor Yarashak, but no change in lines or leaders amongst the front 3 yet.
Yeah, right now as we go on board with Jalen Atkins from Belmont Abbey College, the Queens, New York driver is trying to see what he can do. He has now got to try to hold on and see if he can get a little extra cushion by getting around Casey Bentz just up ahead of him.
He smacked the wall earlier, lost the spot to Bentz, and then Hunter Smith got really tight, and Hunter Smith has really tightened up in the last few laps, starting to fall through this field, and that has brought Atkins back on the good side of the cut line. Currently holds the last transfer position, now just trying to run away with Casey Bentz and go get a top 8 spot as Erickson still in control of this. It is a good battle for 9th, 10th, and 11th, but they all are chasing Jalen Atkins and Casey Bentz.
You mentioned Jalen Atkins in that Belmont Abbey red truck down there on the bottom side of the racetrack. He needs to move back up into that slipstream as this is Casey Bentz, the Eastern Illinois University driver. Now, Casey's sitting in 7th place, but there's a little bit of that damage that, James, you were talking about, and he is getting dangerously close back there to that 8th place position. He wants to stay tucked up behind those trucks.
Casey Bentz representing a new school, Eastern Illinois University, represented for the first time in the College Series. He's also the announcer at Coles County Speedway, Illinois, and he's the photographer for the Daily Eastern News. So a busy driver here trying to figure this out as we see Atkins get a little bit loose on that bottom side. I have to believe a lot of these drivers are going to just have to start moving up the racetrack to maintain their momentum more than anything else. That's the biggest thing, I think. You can run on the bottom to a point, but it's really, really tough to run that yellow line consistently for more than about, I would say, 10 laps at best. And especially with as momentum based as these trucks are, I think the higher you can stay up, even if you get tucked up behind somebody, the key here is track position, especially for somebody like Atkins, who is right on the cut line.
It's all about keeping that momentum up here around this track, because the moment you fall off and lose a little bit of that RPM, the more likely you're going to fall back and lose position here. As we go back up to the front of the field, Connor Yarashak going to take a poke down to the inside. He will challenge for the race lead to the bottom. He will now try to clear Bradley Erickson, but Erickson still has a nose advantage right there to where he can still keep the fight up as they come to the white flag.
A nose ahead is Connor Yarashak. We're going to have good battles, I think, across the board. Abraham Vila threw a big block on Jalen Atkins, and that's created a really good fight around the transfer positions. Here comes Yarashak to the inside of Erickson with a very big send in the middle of the corner, but not enough in order to keep it up. And it will be Erickson with a run on that high line to retake the lead down the back straightaway.
Yeah, but here comes Adam Garza. He is looking for the lead as we get the top half on the lead battle, and then we get the battle for the transfer. That is Jalen Atkins there in that Belmont Abbey, that red truck. He's trying to hold off what is Justin Johnson directly behind him coming off a pole.
Bradley Erickson with the gap is going to be A-OK. And Jalen Atkins is just going to edge out Hunter Smith. There was a late charge there as Abraham Vila made his truck about as wide as possible to maintain a transfer spot with the damage on the right front that he talked about. But he was able to maintain a transfer spot, as was Atkins. Joining them in round 2 will be Erickson, Garza, Yarashak, Campo, Burbank, and Casey Bentz. Those 8 we will see directly in the second round. Justin Johnson is the first driver from this race that will go to the LCQ.
He'll be joined by Logan Wilson as well, along with Ford Johnson, one of our newcomers for the college series, along with Jacob Smith, as well as Julian O'Neill. Tough break for him on the early opening laps to be taken out of contention.
So now we turn our attention to our second LCQ of the evening, and it is all about Group 2 and their action here. Let's take a look at the grid and see where your driver will be starting. Jamelin, Wilson, Hunter Smith, all pretty quick in their first round races. And Dennis Orth, first time I can remember in college series history, we've seen somebody with a cowboy hat in their picture on broadcast. Credit to Dennis Orth for bringing some style.
Gotta love it. So we take a look at Jack Stoneman from the University of Northwestern Ohio. And, of course, Jay, gotta say, Joey, Jay Call from Clemson's got some work to do.
That's exactly who I was going to mention. Jay Call starting all the way back there in 13th, got knocked out of heat number 1 as some more names. John Forbes Jr. going to be starting from dead last, 23rd here in this one.
Dead last. Julian O'Neill had some pace as well in that first round race before he got loose. So one more opportunity for him to redeem himself as we look at our Logitech G race analysis for this LCQ.
Well, we're going to go ahead and move on up 15 laps. The top 10 will advance to the second round. Well, 11 through 24. Hate to say it, back to class for you guys. We'll see you in a month's time.
Top 10 moving on, everybody else going home with a lot of notes to take before we turn our attention to the smallest track in the eNASCAR College iRacing Series this season, Martinsville, up in March. How wild that will be. I think the first time I can recall in a long, long time we've seen Martinsville in any eNASCAR capacity. So these drivers may have experience running officials, running hosteds, running private league races at Martinsville, but in eNASCAR competition, that's going to be fun to see how they tackle it, Joey.
The short tracks are always fun, the bumping, the banging, and I think just kind of call it the tempers, right? The personalities from inside the race cars, they kind of show themselves a little bit more on the shorter tracks that we get to. And of course, if you like all of the action on the screen here, go on to iRacing.com today and learn how to start your own sim racing career.
You can potentially get involved in the college series as well. If you are a student, you have the opportunity to race for scholarship money. You can pay your tuition just by being very, very good at iRacing. Taylor Burris, what I would have given for that opportunity when I was a student once upon a time. If you want more information on the college series in particular, scan the QR code on the lower right-hand portion of your screen or visit pcl.gg/pages/eNASCAR to find out how you can join in on the fun and potentially earn part of the $60,000 in scholarship money available to students in the eNASCAR College iRacing Series. Second LCQ of the evening. One more race after this in Group 2, and then our quartet of races from Group 3 with a different set of drivers to round out the night. And at the end of that, we are going to have a beat on the 39 drivers that will advance into next week's competition. But to lead off this LCQ, I have a feeling that the folks in the natural state are probably going, woo, woo because it is Woo Pig Suey's Andrew Jamelin that will lead us to green. Get a good onboard look at the Arkansas Razorback as Barney gets set to unfurl the green flag over this field, and we are underway with our second LCQ of the evening. And a really, really good start of the outside for Justin Johnson. Jamelin did not get help at all from behind him. Ken Shear getting stuck in the middle and going straight backwards as they go 3 and 4 wide already.
It's going to be chaotic here amongst these drivers as they're 4, make it almost 5 wide off turn number 2. Who's going to survive the chaos as they barrel down into turn number 3? How about Johnson right there in the top side? And here comes Moore as they try to negotiate the chaos in front of them.
They are all over this racetrack, 4 wide, a little bit further back in the field as the leaders begin to string themselves out. Johnson and Wilson are clear of all this, and Dennis Orff, our gentleman with the cowboy hat, had the transfer spot. It's Trevor Dyer that's got it going into turn 1.
I think I saw Dylan Baum all the way down on the bottom side of the racetrack. That's that black and green truck trying to make up tons of ground early on. But, James, like you've said, we've seen lots of trucks make up that ground on the bottom of the racetrack. But how long can you drive down there and keep the tires underneath the truck?
Julian O'Neill with a very similar incident to his first round race. Just got on the gas a little bit too quick, spun it down to the grass, and lost the draft. So O'Neill now in big trouble so far as making it into the second round race in Group 2 goes. As it stands, it's Wilson and Johnson in control of this. Hunter Smith has raced his way to third. Oh, contact! 2 trucks down the inside. That's Trevor Dyer who gets spun and does a full 360 and will loop it back onto the racing surface impressively, but will lose the draft and might lose out on a spot in the second round race in Group 2 as well.
Tough break there for the Alabama University group, and I gotta say the Roll Tide definitely not rolling in the right direction as we watch on with the Clemson Tigers. Jake Hall, you see on board with him, his sim rig. He has got every which way covered to try to find his way back up into the top 10, and he's wanting more.
Jake Hall means business. He got loose in turn 2, made contact with Jake Ennis, and just ended up really on the bad end of a 50-50 situation there, but had plenty of speed. He had top 8 speed in his first round race, so he is here with a point to prove that he not only wants to qualify from this LCQ, but wants to be up near the front of the LCQ portion of the round 2 grid. Now remember, you can't start any higher than 17th from this LCQ in your round 2 race, but 17th is a heck of a lot closer to 13th than 26th is to 13th per se. Joey Atterbury, it makes your job a little bit easier if you can get up there.
And he is moving forward, and yes, it is the first third of the race, but let me tell you, the first 3 laps, Jake Hall was very, very patient. He was actually stuck in the middle 2 and 3, sometimes even 4 wide on those opening laps as we get some of this action from that brand new USC truck a little bit further back, just behind Jake Hall. I think this is going to be the battle for the transfer in about 10th, 11th, 12th spot.
Good look at Justin Johnson here representing Augusta University, continuing to work his way up through this field, currently in the 3rd position. Was able to take advantage of the slow start from some of the other people on the grid and just gained the track position, and he stayed up in the top 5 since. Look at Jake Hall, who has stormed through this field to make his way up into the top 5 now, just clear of John McClear. Incidentally, it's Hall and Hunter Smith who have gained the most spots so far in this race. Hall is up 8 spots, Hunter Smith up 5, your race leader.
Jake Hall picking up another spot to make it 6 spots gained for him as he finds his way around Nick Nobinger. And Logan Wilson trying to close in on the Rowan State. Hunter Smith, impressively, I gotta say, he's been holding on quite well to that top spot for these last few laps.
So long as you can keep the rear end of your truck underneath you and not have it dance and fishtail on corner exit, if those trucks are stable in the middle of the corner, that's how you know that they aren't abusing the rear tires and they're doing a good job of managing the wear as we work our way through 15 laps. Hunter Smith's got a pretty stable truck as it seems, so does Logan Wilson, Justin Johnson, Jake Hall, all of the drivers up front look like they've got pretty sharp, pretty quick trucks here.
This Purdue Indy truck right here, that's Jacob Smith. He is your current transfer spot, 10th place in line. But the problem, look at them all ganging up on the back straightaway. He has got a mirror full of other trucks, lots of them trying to draft their way by. And remember, it's not the top 8 from the LCQ. It's now the top 10 that are advancing out of here.
On board with Dennis Orff. representing Truman State University, proper Missouri man, working his way through this field. He's got one of the, I think, standout schemes here. Purple and almost a sort of tealish, bluish mix. You can't mistake that truck for any other truck in this field. But he's in 16th now. He needs some help. He needs track position. He needs 6 more spots to be able to transfer into the second round.
Gotta say, one of the sharpest looking trucks out there. Love the purple. Of course, I'm a big purple fan myself, but with those bright chrome blue rims, really makes that truck pop around this circuit.
In line a little bit further back. Meanwhile, action coming further up the field as you get a great look at many of these Melillo creations that have helped set the stage for the color palette here. You see with all these paint schemes in the College Series. We also have an absolute brawl for the transfer spot just ahead of this group. You can kind of see it in your picture. Jack Stoneman was able to go get it for a little bit, and now is falling back and really having a good time with it there. Are these drivers midway through this race?
Some pretty cool paints that are on full display out here. Still checking out that battle with Dennis Orff, and now we're moving up to the transfer. Currently in that transfer is going to be Jeremy Pienta, but the problem is they're 3 wide, so it's constantly changing around. Who is going to carry this momentum and who can actually get up inside the top 10, maybe even create a breakaway between themselves as we check out that Kalamazoo Valley Community College driver of Pienta.
You know Pienta at his home track wants to put on a really big show, a really good show. And right now, just on the edge of making it into the second round. Currently set up in 12th. Contact a little bit further back in this as Dennis Lawrence is able to get underneath, I believe, David Johnson and Jacob Smith and gain some track position. And it's Dylan Baum who has the transfer spot at the moment. They finally started to string out ever so slightly, but Baum, the Bismarck State College driver, in control of the transfer as it stands. That green truck that you see sort of on the edge of your screen there, trying to get underneath John McClear from Rollins University, is trouble a little bit further back. David Johnson goes sideways, and I think Ken Shearer got caught up into this. Dennis Orff, I think, got a piece of it too, and some of these drivers now falling out.
Yeah, Dennis Orff, that engine has blown there. Tough break for him, and hopefully we'll see him next time as we watch further up here with McClear, Alecic, Pienta, and company trying to get that last 10th position. Here's Jacob Smith, and well, as Logan Wilson and Hunter Smith will once again battle for the race lead.
Had not really called Michael Alexis' name all that much, but he has steadily climbed as other drivers have fallen victim to bad luck or mistakes, and all of a sudden, Alexis finds himself 1 spot outside of the transfer 4 laps ago. Here's a look at what happened to Dennis Orff, who I think might have got loose and then just tried to save it and ends up getting caught up by Ford Johnson and ends up in trouble there.
That's exactly what I saw too. Just got loose up off of turn number 2, had to pedal it off of the gas, and unfortunately lots of trucks directly behind that came into contact as we check in on our lead battle. That is still Logan Wilson out front in the Purdue truck, but now we've got Hunter Smith diving down to the bottom side of the racetrack. But let's watch the momentum, the drive off of turn number 2. We see the bottom lane have to go back up, and there's another truck around a little bit further back. I believe that was Sanchez.
It was not Sanchez. It was actually Nick Novinger who gets tied up there. Sanchez now the first driver on the outside looking in. That was a spot that had been held by Novinger inside the top 10 for all this, so that's going to create a little bit more drama in the transfer bubble battle. Alex is now first one on the outside looking in, and Simeon Maniscal from Glendale Community College now second in this, and this might be maybe a 2-truck battle or 3-truck battle for 1 position at the end of it all.
It's going to be close here, and it's going to be a fight to the finish with these final 2 laps. One driver goes a little bit too loose off corner exit, has to gather it back up. But as we watch Pienta trying to hold on, Marcel and Alecic trying to make sure they can close the gap. Sanchez, I got to say, that lucky card better hang on for another 2 laps.
Oh, Mariscal absolutely got loose and just pounded the fence down in the middle of 3 and 4 last time by. That's game over for Mariscal. Means that Alexic is the one driver that is going to try and run down Jeremy Pienta, but absolutely no drafting help for Alexic, and Sanchez and Pienta at least have each other, so it might be a miracle that Alexic needs, and we can turn our attention to the front where they are door-to-door for the race lead. Logan Wilson looking to the outside of Hunter Smith for the LCQ win.
And Jake Hall is that orange truck sitting there in 4th place. He's going to go all the way to the bottom side of the racetrack. This is the final lap. Who's going to get the drive out of turn number 4? Logan Wilson up top, and the Purdue truck certainly looks to have a run of steam.
3 wide behind them. Will Justin Johnson have enough of a run to get the lead at the line? The answer is no. 46 one-thousandths of a second separating Logan Wilson and Justin Johnson in that LCQ, but both of them will transfer into the second round race, and that, at the end of the day, is the goal that all these drivers wanted to accomplish. So, Wilson, Johnson, Smith, Hall, Jamelin, Stoneman, McClear, Bombs, Sanchez, and Pienta. The 10 that advance from this LCQ into the second round race. Everybody else you see here going home, and now will set their sights on Martinsville.
Tough break for a lot of them here who had to deal with some unfortunate situations, but it's now time to get that next group ready to go.
One more race in group number 2. It's the second round race. It's effectively do or die for these drivers here. Top 13 will advance to the semifinals. Everybody else going home. Matthew Zach trying to go back-to-back here at Michigan as a Wolverine, starting on pole. A heavy favorite, as is Daniel Falkingham, to advance out of this group. And points to Connor Yarashak, too.
Absolutely. How about Miguel Campo with Tarleton State? Looking forward to having a good run. And Jake Inez, the Belmont Abbey driver, right there in the 12th position.
Don't forget about Sky Shrek. She made her way in with a ton of emotion. Same thing with Jalen Atkins, that Belmont Abbey college driver, both finding their way in here to the second round.
Logan Wilson and Justin Johnson had that great run to the finish at the LCQ, so they're going to jump right back into it. Jake Hall with an opportunity to redeem himself. John McClear, Jamelin showed speed in the LCQ, but they've got to make it up into the top 13 as Sanchez and Pienta will round out the starting grid of 26 trucks. Top 13, though, is the key here, Taylor Burris, as we look at the Logitech G race analysis.
It certainly is. 30 laps around this track. Top 13 advance to the semifinals, 14 through 26. Well, thank you for coming, but unfortunately, you will be eliminated and try again in a month's time.
These drivers here with a great opportunity to make it into week 2 of action. But the key here, as we've said a lot of times, as has been said in television many times before, Taylor Burris and Joey Atterbury, it is don't get eliminated. Yeah, we'll eventually get that synced up. So we've got time to figure that out. But as it stands, Matthews, Whack, Erickson, Falkingham, Yarashak. I'm going to put it just the way it is. You can scan the QR code there for your opportunity to win a Logitech G923 True Force racing wheel and pedal set and iRacing credits, courtesy of our friends at the Play vs. College League. The top 10 in particular of this group in the starting grid in the second round, just absolutely loaded with talent.
It's one of the most talented groups of drivers here. I did see while we were waiting on pit road, a little bit of contact might have possibly happened in that mid-pack already, so we could already have a couple of trucks damaged on the nose and rear end. We'll try to take a look around to see how it looks, but that's not going to be a good start for some competitors here on the opening laps.
Be mindful of any damage that you do or don't have. I see Davian Tobin is one of the drivers that I think picked up some damage in this. And I wonder then if perhaps the other party in question might be perhaps maybe Jake Innes. Just taking a look here. No, Innes' rear bumper is fine. So it may just be Davian Tobin that picked up the damage on the front end. That will be a story to watch here as we progress through this second round race of Group 2. Final on-track activity for this group tonight as we get set to go racing and we get set to have a 30-lap battle to determine the top 13 drivers in this group and which 13 drivers will move on and advance to the second week of competition in the Great Lakes Gauntlet. It is the Michigan man, Matthew Zwack, who leads us to green, but yet again, it's that outside line with the better run just off the jump. Bradley Erickson getting some help from Adam Garza, Daniel Falkingham, Connor Yarashak, Campo, all of them beginning to make moves, and immediately you see the fan coming further back in the field.
It's a sea of red and yellow on the outside versus the blue machines on the bottom as they will go 2 by 2, several rows deep off turn number 2. Trouble for one driver. He'll go sailing off to the inside wall as they're 3 wide for the transfer position.
Sky Shrek gets sent to the inside wall immediately, and that is night over for the Oklahoma Sooner. Shrek will try and get it righted and pull it in, but over before you even get a lap in. Meanwhile, looking at this, if we look at 13th, Jalen Atkins is the transfer driver once again. Bradley Erickson leading this field, Adam Garza, and you get a good look at Aaron Brown there and Miguel Campo working together with each other in 8th and 9th.
Look at how busy this racetrack is. We constantly talk about how wide Michigan is, but as soon as you slap 26 trucks on it, everybody's searching for their own lane to get a little piece of clean air, and it becomes a very, very busy place. I see Jake Hall right in the middle of this action. That's that orange Clemson truck driving down to the bottom side.
Jake Hall with a point to prove here, working his way to the inside of a Charlotte 49er and getting a good run off the corner as they continue to work their way around Michigan International Speedway and start settling into a groove. Here's a look at what happened to Sky Shrek. Bottom truck there in that 3-wide battle, and just the slightest bit of contact there with Justin Johnson sends Shrek head on into the inside barrier.
A tough break for Sky Shrek. Looking for, you saw the emotion she had when she was able to transfer, and now it's going to be back to square one for her at Martinsville. Another difficult and tricky track that we'll have to negotiate.
Erickson, Garza, Yara, Shack, Zwack. That's been a pretty consistent top 3 in this race all throughout this group. They've been near the front every time they've competed in some way, shape, or form. And no shocker then that Erickson is at the point and at the head of the controls here in this second round race. Those 3 or 4 have sort of separated. Timmy Holmes has found his way up there. Daniel Falkingham, Maverick Davis. The top 7 really in good shape. It's maybe 8th or 9th where you start seeing the battle between Miguel Campo and Jalen Atkins at Belmont Abbey. He's done a nice job of working the high line to gain some track position, up 6 spots from where he rolled off. Good runs for Jake Hall and Jack Showman too. They're up 8 spots, as is Dylan Bond.
This top 7, though, you're right. They are trying to break away. And look at the top 2. Garza is actually going to give a push to Bradley Erickson up front as we ride on board with Daniel Falkingham. Of course, University of Maine at Machias here, driving it through the middle of the racetrack. He's got Timmy Holmes directly in front of him. But to my long-winded point here, I don't think we're going to see a ton of racing out of the top 7. They're some of the fastest trucks on the racetrack right now, and they're trying to break it away.
Get a good look. You see Daniel Falkingham with the appropriate threads this evening. He's got a College Series shirt on. And oh, by the way, don't forget that he won the top split season opener for eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series qualifying one night ago at Daytona. Put on an incredible drive to take home the checkered flag and get maximum points on his way towards trying to get a spot in the Coke Series Championship Series when that fires up in May later this year. They're finding their own grooves amongst the top 5, top 6, but there is a gap from 7th all the way to 8th to the tune of about maybe 1.2 seconds and gaining. Miguel Campo and Aaron Brown are trying to lead that charge ahead of everybody else, but it seems like from about 8th on back, it's going to be a fight just to try and make the top 13.
Well, if I was these top 7, I would make sure to just keep pushing. You know for a fact this guarantees you to transfer into next week's semifinal. But for the other drivers like Brown, Miguel Campo, battle a little bit, but also try to see if you can gain some ground on your competitors and don't be eliminated and fall further behind. As one driver, the Belmont Abbey driver, nearly loops it, gathers it back up, and will continue on here, but a big-time save.
Big save there. Jalen Atkins just clips the apron going through the middle of 1 and 2 and just got a little bit too tight. And I think that's the risk you run when you run all the way down on the bottom. That bottom lane has just not been the place to be for a lot of tonight's proceedings. And the drivers who have found success Joey, are the ones who have managed to make that high line work best.
It's the momentum, and plus, anytime you get onto either the front straightaway or the back straightaway, everybody migrates up towards that top momentum lane. So yeah, I think you got to learn how to drive the top side of the racetrack. And I mean, this top 7, they are turning some seriously fast laps. A 40.1 out of our leader. You go back to that second group led by Aaron Brown, a 40.4. So this top 7, a full 0.3 of a second per lap faster.
Again, no need to fight if you're in this top 7. All of them will transfer into next week's racing, and they'll requalify too. So it doesn't particularly matter where you finish amongst the top 7 if you are in the top 7, because if you are in the top 7, you are in the top 13th transfer. That is the thing that matters the most. In the meantime, though, a furious battle here for the back. Jake Hall sort of leading this group, but you've got Miguel Campo, Jack Stoneman, Casey Bentz, Ricky Burbank Jr., Jake Innes, Abraham Villa, Dylan Baum, Logan Wilson, Jeremy Pienta, all continuing to fight.
Really tough fight for position here as we're almost going to go 3 wide as Abraham Villa sends it down all the way downstairs. Try to get a couple of spots. Will take the 13th. Tries to get around Casey Bentz to make an extra cushion for him as they rocket their way across the front straightaway here. Clears up into 13th. Shuts the door on Jake Innes.
Vila not been afraid to throw a few blocks here, and I have to believe we're going to see that pretty consistently as you see Hunter Smith with that big drive down to the bottom to try and get a little bit of track position. But again, inside lane has just been an absolute struggle to maintain any momentum. You've been able to see people slide up in front of others, but if you're trying to gain track position, the outside has been the way to go.
Something I'm also noticing here as we watch this second group, look at the gap grow. It's now over 1.9 seconds, almost 2 seconds separating Maverick Davis, who we're riding on board with here, and Aaron Brown, who is just now crossing the start-finish line. But what I was going to say is that second pack, a lot of these drivers, they're starting to get loose. And guess what? It's only a third of the way into this race. How much are they abusing the truck underneath them?
And how much are you going to fight the matter, and how much are you going to try and burn up your tires going to the inside? It's sort of weird where the inside line is the one that's a little bit more aggressive and a little bit more risk-reward, but you're seeing Abraham Vila work it well. He sent it deep into 1 and 2 last time. I sent it deep again into 3 and 4 with the opportunity to try and get in front of Casey Bentz, who's continuing to fight the car. Meanwhile, Smoke up ahead, somebody in the fence. Innes down to the inside and a counter and a stack up there just behind Jake Hall.
It's going to be some close fighting for positioning right here as Jake Hall is doing everything he can to work his way around the circuit. But how about Innes to the inside of Casey Bennett for that transfer spot? Ricky Burbank trying to go up through the middle.
Somebody got the fence. Oh, trouble further back. I think that's John McClure who got turned, and I believe Bentz might have picked up the fence, and so now Innes is in the transfer position because Bentz got tight on corner exit. We've seen that a few times before, not the first time somebody's gotten tight out of turn 2. Taylor, it's something that you mentioned very early on in this broadcast, and it has snake bitten some people, and some of these drivers who have run into problems certainly not doing themselves any favors here.
That certainly is not the case as Miguel Campo, remember, he was started up towards the front of the field. Now he's almost outside looking in. He's in 12th as we watch issue for one driver, Justin Johnson, disqualified because of connection issues.
So Johnson done in this. Innes the transfer. Pienta and Casey Bentz right behind. And I think the question now is how low do you go if you are either one, a Pienta or a Bentz, to try and pull the slider? Because Innes has been relatively committed to that top line.
And it's the two-edged sword, right? You go down to the bottom where it's clean air through the corners because you think you can roll that bottom side, but then once you get out onto the front straightaway or back straightaway, you have to deal with a slipstream. But all the drivers, they're going to take that shorter line because they say, hey, you know what? If I can get clean air and get clear of that pack, then I don't have to dive down to the bottom side of the racetrack anymore. But how long can you race on the bottom versus keeping the tires?
Taylor, I think there's one way to make the bottom work, and I think you also have to have a little bit of space to make it work, because if you can pull a slide job, there's an opportunity to gain some track position there. But the slider, I think, is about the only way. Either that, or if you do what we almost saw Pienta try and pull, where the truck in front of another truck, in this case, Miguel Campo, does not get a good run on corner exit, you might be able to pass somebody tucked in behind them, and Innes is going to respond by trying to get to the inside of Campo because he recognizes that Campo just doesn't quite have the speed on corner exit. Innes would rather at least have a clear shot, and everybody gets a little bit loose just behind Innes as well.
Yeah, it's a great call to try that, but the thing is you risk the factor of possibly not clearing your competitor that you're trying to pull the slide jump on. So you got to play it out just right in order to make it work. But also another thing to keep in mind as well is if you see someone tucked up behind another competitor using it as a pick, it may work in the corner, but you got to clear them quickly because on those straightaways here, they can work together and easily get passed by you.
Definitely opportunities for a lot of risk, a lot of reward here as Jake Hall gets a little bit loose in front of the second group. That caused Vela to check up. Stoneman had to bounce a little bit too. Campo, all sorts of sideways there on the exit of turn 2. No doubt about it, Joey. I think these drivers are hitting that part of the run. We're midway through this race, and these drivers are fighting the handle on their trucks.
And you mentioned that Jake Hall, that orange Clemson car, he was one of those drivers to really work his way to the front of this second pack early on. So how much now is he suffering with tire wear as we see that accordion effect where the drivers from down low shuffle themselves back into, call it a zipper merge into that top lane. And now we see that driver of Jake Innes go way up top there, just trying to make something work. Remember, the top 13 move on to the semifinals. Jake Hall is okay. He's sitting there in 9th, but it's those couple trucks back where we're too wide. That's that transfer position.
It's been really interesting to see Campo and Innes go at it in particular because Innes has been able to get out of the corners on that high line better than Campo has, but Innes has not had enough speed to get the pass done and complete the move on Campo to take the position. So Campo's been able to keep a foothold in this battle as best as he can. The question is whether or not that gets easier or that gets harder over the course of the next 10 laps or so, and does the traffic ahead of Campo sort of affect things, and then does it stack up here? Meanwhile, up at the front, still a fun little battle for the race leaders. Let's not forget that you've got Ericsson, Garza, Falkingham, and company all right in the mix.
The thing is, though, if you think about it, you're talking about several drivers who have experience racing at the highest form of eNASCAR competition. You have Bradley Ericsson, who has, of course, ARCA series experience, and then, of course, Falkingham, he's itching to get another win.
Daniel Falkingham, absolutely a driver that would love to make it 2 for 2 this week in the big shows, but he's got Yarashak underneath him, and he's got Garza and Ericsson in front of him, keeping him at bay for the moment.
And you keep mentioning Connor Yaroshak. He is that 4th car in line, of course, our points championship leader about halfway through this season. How anxious is he going to be to get to the front of this field versus hang out inside the top 5, call it top 7, because he is part of this lead group. He just needs to hang out, but I think that this driver wants to get to the front and collect even this round 2 checkered flag.
Worth noting that if Falkingham can get the job done, remember that the University of Maine at Augusta's Parker White won the second round race in the first group, and so Falkingham has an opportunity here to make it a University of Maine campus sweep by getting Machias into victory lane if he can win this second round race. So good night for the Mainers so far as we continue to see action all over this racetrack, and Falkingham, as soon as we say that, with a wiggle out of turn 2 and loses the track position. So the commentator's curse in full effect, Taylor Burris.
I would have to say that's probably not the worst commentator's curse because he's still on the track, but as we watch, here comes Connor Yaroshak, a big shove to the back bumper of Adam Garza to push. They got a big run as we go back to the transfer spot. Miguel Campo, Jake Innes, Edward Sanchez trying to see if he can get a little lucky and find his way up into the top 13. He'll dive it down to the bottom.
Can he clear Jake Innes? The answer is no. Down the back straightaway, it was close, but it wasn't quite there as Campo continues to pace Innes, and the battle continues to rage for this final transfer spot. Now 10 laps to go here, and the gap has developed between Davis and Brown still. Brown has not been able to get particularly far away, but he and Stoneman in a slightly better position, I would say, than everybody else continuing to battle for track position back there.
That red Belmont Abbey truck, that is Jake Innes. That is your transfer. That's 13th position, and that's Edward Sanchez in that blue truck directly behind him, trying to make their way forward. Everybody in front of that red Belmont Abbey truck is good to go to the semifinals, but guess what? Call it 8.5 laps left. I have a feeling that the intensity is going to pick up just like that, trying to merge back into that top lane sometimes when there's not room.
You can tell Sanchez wants to complete the slider on Ennis in the absolute worst way, and he just has not had enough room to make it work. He may be able to get Jeremy Pienza here coming out of turn 4, so he'll get a spot, but Sanchez needs one more to try and make his way into next week's action. Here's a look at Sanchez. Here's a look at Ennis. They continue to go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, but that high line has been the place to defend from. If you go down low, it's been easier to lose track position, and now here comes Ennis looking to the inside of Miguel Campo, but he just, again, does not have the momentum to clear, and now he might be at risk of losing the spot to Sanchez.
It is so difficult here. You see the focus in both of these drivers. You see the camera shaking on Ennis. It feels like you're feeling every single bump that he's having to negotiate while trying to get around this track, but he is doing everything. He shuts the door on Miguel Campo to take the 12th spot away.
Ennis had been working on that pass for about 20 laps, I think, and finally is able to clear Miguel Campo. So now he'll tuck in line behind Jake Hall. Abraham Vila, now the first truck on the inside with another big, deep drive. Vila has not been afraid to use that second groove and be the one driver on the bottom, and he has managed to keep up the track position, which for as much as he's been racing on the inside, I think is particularly impressive given the strength of this field.
And since we're talking about him, remember in his earlier heat, he had damage on the front end of the truck, so I think that Abraham Vila right now is kind of proving what he can do, driving it forward with the clean race truck. And look at this, 3 wide coming off of what is turn number 4. Jake Ennis stuck in the middle.
Ennis in the middle. Campo able to get the spot once again. Here comes Jake Hall. Vila is going to get right up in front of him. Oh, and Jake Hall gets turned in front of him. Jake Hall gets turned. They stacked up behind Abraham Vila. That came off the back of Vila's block, and that sends Hall out of contention and moves Ennis up to 11th. And it's now Sanchez that's in the transfer position as Jake Hall gets snake bit with bad luck off of the block from Abraham Vila.
Tough break, and this now has to see what Dylan Baum and Ricky Burbank can do. Bismarck versus UNC Charlotte versus Baruch for the final transfer spot.
What a wild, wild incident there for Jake Hall, who got into the back of Vila when Vila threw the block and then ended up turning across the nose of Miguel Campo. And you can see everybody just behind in the Belmont Avenue Sim Racing Lounge cheering on Jake Ennis, who is now up to the 11th position and has a little bit of breathing room amidst all this after that incident with Hall.
Yeah, that bought him a couple of positions out there on the racetrack, but now he's still got a lot of company down on the inside here. I believe that's Stoneman as well as Pienta, and now they're going to opt to push the Belmont Abbey driver off into turn number 4. He's going to choose a little bit further upside on the racetrack as we get 4 laps to go. Look at the lead battle. It is on.
It is furious at the front here. Look at Timmy Holmes trying to run down Connor Yarashak. Bradley Erickson right there in the mix too. And all these drivers continuing to fight their way up at the front of this field for some sort of glory, some sort of daylight, and some sort of opportunity to try and get an interview here with us. That's the prize on offer for the winner of this race.
I have to say here, especially to talk to Mr. Joey Atterbury here in a few short moments, and it's going to be a hunt to see who gets that opportunity as Yarashak tries to take over the race lead. But Pienta, Baum, Burbank, Jake Ennis doing everything they can to fight it out for that transfer spot.
Ennis hanging tough on that high line. That's where you need to be to defend. I think that's been made pretty clear throughout a lot of the racing we've seen so far. Pienta, the final transfer spot here. Dylan Baum looking to the inside for a shot. Sanchez now on the bottom, looking underneath Jack Stoneman potentially for a position, but no movement yet as we start working our way to the final handful of laps. 3 laps to go to settle this battle for the transfer and the battle for the race lead.
With Connor Yarashak up front in the race lead, it is a familiar position that he knows exactly how to manage these races. The problem is he's got a hungry pack behind him. Timmy Holmes, Daniel Falkingham directly in the tire tracks, and then it's side by side with Maverick Davis and Adam Garza as we get 2 laps to go here at Michigan.
These drivers are rolling off the right rears of their cars, the right rear tires, especially towards the transfer battle, as Yarashak is now asserted command at the front of this by maybe a truck length or two. Timmy Holmes is going to have a shot here with a lap and a half to go, as Jeremy Pienta and Dylan Baum are door to door, and they go right off of each other at the exit of turn 2 for the transfer spot. Pienta with a bad run, though. Here comes Ricky Burbank now, trying to be the first truck on the outside looking in and pull Pienta out of this fight, maybe put Baum into a fight for the transfer spot.
Yeah, he's trying to do that here. If they come to take the white flag, Baum now has to do everything to go on the defensive. As you see, Edward Sanchez, Jake Ennis nearly make contact for the 11th spot.
Sanchez got the fence. Ennis with the big block there on Baum to try and get inside. Burbank with the run on the inside. Leaders still trying to run down Yarashak. Ennis with the run on the high line in the preferred groove up on that top line as they continue to work their way back to the start-finish line. One big run a little bit further back for Dylan Baum. He might have the opportunity to send it on Jake Ennis as Yarashak leads the parade of the top trucks out of turn 4, and with the opportunity to bring it home, Yarashak continuing to put up big numbers in the College Series. He wins the second round race. Ennis is going to get underneath Stoneman and lock himself in, and Dylan Baum is going to just maybe hold off Ricky Burbank Jr. for the final transfer spot in this. It was oh so close, and it was maybe 5/100ths of a second, as you see some of the Belmont Abbey students stick out on there cheering on Jake Ennis, who has survived and made it into week 2 of competition.
Incredible drive there. And how about for the Bismarck State driver? That's the first time I think we'll see a driver from the Montana region come out there and have a good, or not Montana, but up in the Dakotas, have a good chance to move on to the feature race.
All of these drivers, and then Stoneman, Ennis, and Baum, the 3 drivers who move on and make it into our second week of action in this tournament, as Connor Yarashak gets another Logitech G winning moment in the eNASCAR College iRacing Series, the top driver out of Group 2 this evening, and yet again with a shot to go win his tournaments, and a shot at tournament number 3 in a row here, which has not been done in some time. Last driver to try and get 3 in a row of any form, it was Logan Clampett, but those were 3 races. Those were not 3 tournaments, so a little bit apples to oranges, but impressive stuff from Yarashak to be up on top of the leaderboard once again. Stoneman, Ennis, and Baum, the final 3 that transfer, everybody else on the outside looking in. Get a good look at some of these drivers here. Hall and Sky Schreck, with bad luck in particular, getting caught out with early wrecks and never really had the opportunity to showcase their speed and never quite had the chance to fight for their positions in next week's action.
Well, it looks like I've got Connor Yarashak here after claiming victory here at Michigan. I mean, talk about a momentum roll, not only the points championship lead, but also a checkered flag here.
Yeah, that was a fun race. There was quite a few good people in our split, so it was nice to learn quite a bit about how it races. More importantly, how important the top is, and it was just nice working with Garza, Falkham, Zwack. I mean, it was a fun little race we had there.
You had mentioned how stacked kind of that round was. I mean, it was a top 7 breakaway, but you guys kept racing it out at the front. Was there any sort of conservation going on, or were you just going for it?
Of course, there's a little bit of conservation. I mean, you don't want to end your whole tournament right there, but what you learn from racing and like pushing just that little bit, I mean, that's very valuable for the main race. I'm sure all of us learn quite a bit what we need to do and the positions we need to place our cars. And I mean, everyone there, we all trust each other. We all know what we're doing. So of course we're leaving a little extra room, but it's nice to definitely learn and have a good little brawl.
And I guess try to get some insider knowledge from the best College Series driver right now with 30 laps in these these finals. How much does the truck actually fall off, and how much do you have to take care of it out there?
Yeah, it falls off quite a bit. So I mean, it's Michigan, so people think that you can just keep the hammer down, pedal to the metal, but especially with how dirty air is now, I mean, you gotta lift off way more than you think and just take it easy in the corner. Even if you give up a little bit in the corner, the draft is so strong, you're always gonna make it up. So I mean, especially 30 laps is actually quite a long run at Michigan, so you have lots of time to be patient and let the car come to you.
Well, congrats on collecting yet another checkered flag. That's Connor Urashak, the University of Calgary driver. And James, something that we kind of heard from Parker White, you want the clean air out front.
Clean air is king with these trucks. White and Yarashak, two Cup Series drivers with plenty of experience, doing it big in the College Series tonight. They've won the first two groups. We've got one more group coming your way. Group 3 is up next. We'll be back after this break with our final group of the evening for Week 1 of Tournament 4, the 2025-26 eNASCAR College iRacing Series.
Welcome to Sunday at Full Throttle. Oranges don't whisper, they roar.
This is where you remember what it's like to feel something.
Heart racing with your people, screaming your damn lungs out.
Let's go!
So America, start your engines!
Times they come around, can't let them bring you down. 'Cause you're either living life or letting it pass by. Na, 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 na.
Racing isn't just a game. It's a way of life. Every lap, every moment. Practice is about consistency. Winning doesn't come easy.
Yo! My turn, Bubba.
Feel the road. Own the race. Logitech G wheels and pedals available now on Amazon.
This portion of the broadcast is brought to you by Logitech G. Through design, engineering, and a love of driving games, Logitech G takes racing simulation to another level. Logitech G, the official wheel and pedals of the eNASCAR College iRacing Series. And by Play vs. College League, the largest collegiate community bringing in the new era of esports for students across the country. Learn more at pcl.gg. And by NASCAR 25. Available now on the PlayStation Store, Xbox Store, and on PC with Steam. For more information, visit NASCAR25.com.
Welcome back to coverage of the eNASCAR College iRacing Series from the virtual Michigan International Speedway for Week 1 of tournament number 4 of the season, the Great Lakes Gauntlet. While we are in between groups, we remind you that registered drivers who complete at least one time attack throughout the season will automatically be entered for a chance to win a racing prize pack, including a Logitech G923 True Force iRacing wheel and pedal set for the Xbox or PC, iRacing credits, and an eNASCAR College iRacing Series shirt. For more information, you can visit pcl.tg/pages/eNASCAR. You can also visit that link to find out more information on the eNASCAR College iRacing Series. If you want to register for a shot at the $60,000 scholarship prize pool, you can scan the QR code on your screen or visit pcl.tg/pages/eNASCAR for more information on how to join the fun. We are here, we are set, we are ready to go, and in a few moments we will see Group 3 take to Michigan International Speedway. So we had the cleanliness here of Group 1, the chaos of Group 2. Joey, what should we expect from Group 3?
I mean, it's the last round of the night. I think we're in for, call it the best racing that we've seen. Now, Group 1 kind of a little bit chaotic. Group number 2, remember, they had that top 7 breakaway, but really what I got out of Connor Yarashak, calm, cool, and collected out front. He knew exactly what he had underneath him. Is this group number 3 going to bring a different sort of player and different sort of race to it?
We saw that experience pay off big time for Connor Yarashak in Group 2, and as he managed to work his way through things, he added his name to this list, and so did some other drivers who joined our Group 1 drivers that already advanced into Week 2 of this Great Lakes Gauntlet. Yarashak, Holmes, Falkingham, Zwack, Davis, Garza, and Erickson on this page joining our Group 1 qualifiers, and there are a handful more drivers from Group 2 on the next page that have the opportunity to go get after it in Week number 2 as well. Vila and Brown and company all going to be set to going after it and trying their best to make it work in the Great Lakes Gauntlet next Wednesday night. Let's take a look, though, at the first grid coming up and our first round race for Group 3. We look at the tournament locator. You see the blinking box. That's where we are on our bracket physically. So let's look at the starting grid for this race. Joseph representing Rutgers rolls off from pole. Ethan Shapiro from Babson College starts second. Third on the grid is a College Series veteran. It's Western Connecticut State's Jonathan Evans. Blake Wynn, the UNC Charlotte 49er, rolls off from the 4th spot. Nick Dyer from the University of Maine starts 5th. UNOH, the University of Northwestern Ohio's Isaac Shelley, rolls off 6th.
Moving on to row 4, we'll find a battle of the Oklahoma with Mario Miranda of the University of Oklahoma and Jackson Anderson from Oklahoma State University. Moving on to row 5 to wrap up your top 10, it's the Ohio State University of Matthew Morton and Noah Henley from Purdue University in Indianapolis. Rounding out the top 12 is going to be Faraz Khan from the UNC Santa Cruz Banana Slugs and Dylan Sarascu from Warren County Community College.
Then in 13th is going to be rolling off James Brown from that new Sacramento State College. In 14th, it's going to be Hewling Kauser, the Northern Illinois University student. On row number 8 and 15th, it's going to be Tucker Elkins from University of Kentucky. Ryder Emerson's going to be next to him in 16th from Clemson University. Bridger Olson from Spokane Community College going to be starting from 17th, and Elijah Wells from Texas Tech University in 18th.
The Ray Raider brings up the 18th and final position on the grid. Let's turn our attention now, Taylor Burris, to our Logitech G race analysis.
Well, we're approaching the final verse of this song that we have written here at Michigan. 15 laps is the amount of time that we'll be racing for. Top 8 advance to the second round. If you're 9th on back, don't worry. Take a breath. You get to try again in the LCQ.
So, no one's going home yet, but you certainly can make your life a lot easier if you can take these 15 laps and get yourself into the top 8, because at that point, then you have one more race that you have to run in order to make it into next week, and not the 2 that anybody will have if they have to come from the LCQ. A lot of experience I see in this group and in this first round race so far as the College Series go. Joseph, Jonathan Evans, Isaac Shelley, Mario Miranda, Jackson Anderson, Matthew Morton in particular, multi-year, multi-tournament veterans in this, and some nations that we've seen particularly in this season too. So people who have been around the block, who have seen this a few times, can have an opportunity to put on a show for us, as Joseph will have the inside lane and control of this initial start for Group 3. We are off, we are going. I think I saw some wheel spin as some drivers struggle to get shifted through the gears, but Ethan Shapiro didn't necessarily get the best of runs. And one truck sideways already. Nick Dyer got a bump from somebody, was able to save it and come back up the racetrack. We'll see whether or not Dyer can stay in the draft, but if you're going to have trouble, Taylor Burris, that might have just been the best case scenario.
Yeah, but that's a weird place. We have not seen that happen all night before where someone goes off. I mean, I've seen that happen in official races and on the sim, but never for this event so far. So really interesting as Matthew Morton has to try to trouble as he recovers. One other driver, the Babson College driver, also falling back as they're 3 and 4. How about almost going 5 wide out of turn number 4?
How about this land rush that Jonathan Evans is leading, and it's about 10 or 12 trucks trying to figure out who is going to end up with good track position and who is going to be scrapping for the 8th position. As you see, a big run there from Tucker Elkins straight up the middle to try and get into the transfer spot as Ryder Emerson gets into trouble further back and collects Sacramento State's James Brown in the process. Those two likely LCQ bound. Meanwhile, Joseph in control, Evans and then Anderson, and look at Mario Miranda riding the high side with help from Matthew Morton to gain some track position.
He is finding that edge all the way up on the top side of the racetrack, and now he's going to be stuck without a drafting partner because everybody in front of him went to the bottom side of the racetrack. That's okay, still carrying the momentum as we see the UNOH versus the UNCC rivalry that we got going on. Talk about two of the biggest schools in terms of those entries. I think we got 8 trucks here tonight, and I think it was something like 40 trucks that has been entered between those two schools here in the college iRacing series.
Yep, those two, the two most active schools in all of the eNASCAR College iRacing Series this season, the University of Northwestern Ohio and the University of North Carolina at Charlotte. Isaac Shelley representing UNOH, Blake Wynn representing the Charlotte 49ers. Both of them would transfer as it stands. Look at Jackson Anderson, no love lost there in Bedlam between Oklahoma and Oklahoma State. So Anderson, I think, not going to be afraid to try and send it on the inside on Mario Miranda.
It's the battle of the O's as they work their way off turn number 2, and it's so far Ohio State who is going to lead the charge out of turn number 2. And how about this situation here for the Clemson driver of Ryder Emerson? Unfortunately collects James Brown, and a tough break for him. He will have to try again in the LCQ.
Joseph has controlled this race from the drop, but he has not been able to get away, and I think that's worth noting just the same. I'm not sure whether or not that's just because Morton and Shelley and Evans have been all over each other for seconds since this started, or whether or not maybe they might be holding something back yet. Big shove there from Shelley. Morton had to gather it up on the entry to turn 1, but maintains the track position. And even though I have to believe Morton might not necessarily love the trip up north per se, as there's a big wreck further back and a lot of drivers getting taken out of things here, I suspect he won't mind the track position either. Tucker Elkins from the University of Kentucky, the first truck that I saw sideways, and it took out a lot of people further back in this.
Yeah, I think I saw Nick Dyer involved, and now we got contact for the 4th place position. That's one of the trucks. I believe that's Mario Miranda going for a ride down through the infield. That was off of turn number 4. It looks like they're going to try to gather it back up with the momentum, but this is shades of rounds before where, guess what? These drivers, they're already in the top 7, but they're still battling it hard.
More chaos than cleanliness between Miranda and Jonathan Evans, two drivers who have plenty of experience in the college series, getting together, putting themselves in trouble. Both of them headed to the LCQ as it stands. If there's one silver lining here as we look at what happened with Tucker Elkins and company towards the back of this field, and a separate incident, I didn't even notice that for Elijah Wells, who got sideways all on his own. But if there's a silver lining here, Faraz Khan is the transfer truck as it stands, but doesn't particularly have a lot of drafting help. So if you're Miranda or Evans, if you can run better lap times, you have an opportunity. The problem for Evans, though, is that Evans has a good amount of right front damage, and Miranda might just be the one that has the opportunity to chase Faraz Khan. It's a 1.3 second gap as it stands. We'll keep an eye on that as we go through things. So, as we continue to work our way through this heat, we'll take a look at what happened here between Jackson Anderson and Mario Miranda. Maybe not a surprise that we have issues between Oklahoma and Oklahoma State, though Jonathan Evans also got up into Anderson and definitely didn't make things easier there. But for those not familiar with Bedlam, OU and OSU, there is not a lot of love lost between those two schools in Norman and Stillwater.
I gotta say, we're gonna probably see a little bit of a fight after this here, if we can see that between those two colleges after what just we saw right there between that. Not a good look, and I gotta say Miranda's gonna probably be burning up pretty much if he does not make it out of this heat race.
He'll have the opportunity to race his way back in the LCQ if he cannot get to Faraz Khan. That gap is held pretty consistent at about 1.2 seconds. Meanwhile, battle for the lead here. Matthew Morton's taking it from Joseph. Isaac Shelley with a good run on the high line. And Jackson Anderson, after the contact there with Miranda and Evans, trying to drag Blake Wynn and Bridger Olson up into this lead battle to make it a 6-truck fight for the top spot as you go on board with the last driver into the second round as it stands. But maybe the best mascot we're going to have all night long. How about the University of California at Santa Cruz Banana Slugs that Faraz Khan represents? That's the gap to 7th that you see up ahead of you. It currently sits at about 1.4 seconds. Miranda is the rather crimson truck, just behind Faraz Khan representing the Sooners of Oklahoma, about 1.2 seconds back. It's come down a little bit for Khan and Miranda, but Miranda's going to need to make up more than a tenth a lap in order to have a shot at Khan before the checkered flag falls on this first round race.
I'm sure that he's got that relative box pulled up and he realized that last lap was just about a tenth of a second faster than Khan, but the problem is they're both dealing with damage. Mario Miranda has damage on the left side of the truck and also the left rear corner of the truck. That is why he is not reeling in Faraz Khan directly in front of him. I think that is going to be a tough, long 5 laps remaining for Miranda.
It's going to be a very, very big slog for Mario Miranda, and he's going to have work to do, not just to get to Khan, but also if he has to go into the LCQ, there's the matter of trying to race your way in as well. As we keep eyes on this battle between Anderson, Wynn, Bridger Olson. This currently is 4th, 5th, and 6th on the racetrack. Isaac Shelley, he's lost touch a little bit with Morton and Joseph, and is now falling backwards towards this group instead of going forwards to fight for the win in this first round race.
I think right now it's safe to say a calm has come before the storm, before all these drivers before us here. They realize they have plenty of time, take care of their stuff, no need to get a little over aggressive. The only driver who I would have to say has to be a little bit concerned is Faraz Khan, because Mario Miranda has been coming and making up some significant time as we watch here with Jackson Anderson, who is going to fight a little bit with Kauser as he tries to go around the outside, and Blake Wynn trying to get that 4th spot away from Bridger Olson.
Good battles here between Bridger Olson and Blake Wynn and Jackson Anderson. They've not been able to separate from each other. Shelley's actually been able to gap this a little bit, but still trying to fight their way forward are Wynn and Olson and Anderson to try and catch Shelley, to try and catch Joseph.
And how aggressive are these drivers going to be? Remember, in the previous groups, we've seen drivers well in the transfer positions make some issues, make some accidents, and drop back all the way back to that LCQ. So right now, the top 7 with the breakaway, and they're going to make it in. How aggressive is the rest of this field going to get?
Matthew Morton still in control. Joseph with that run to the high line, starting to work our way towards a lap and a half to go. Shelley is probably the last one realistically with a shot at this win. Olson and Anderson have actually fallen off a bit, so they will be fighting for 4th, 5th, and 6th. But Shelley, if he plays this right, could get a good run. Might be able to reel in Morton and Joseph before the checkers.
It's going to be close, but he's got to be playing it right. Shelley trying to pick up the pace here as Joseph looking to try to capitalize on a chance to win a heat race here in the College Series. White flag in the air.
Joseph going to have to try and set this up. Shelley fell off. Shelley did not get a good run out of 2, so it is a duel at the front for these two. And does Joseph push the issue, or is this all Matthew Morton going up north and getting a win?
We're going to see who takes the top side of the racetrack versus who takes the bottom side of the racetrack. I think that Joseph is plenty content just to sit in the tire track's going to poke out to the right side, but Matthew Morton with the run off at turn number 4.
You can see Joseph trying to cross over Matthew Morton, but Morton read it perfectly and will not have any of it. Matthew Morton wins this first round race in Group 3, and no trouble for Faraz Khan to make his way into the second round directly as the 8th and final transfer truck. Miranda never really was able to make that gap up once things settled in. Morton, Joseph, Shelley, Anderson, Wynn, Olson, Kauser, and Kahn, your top 8. They go to the second round race. Miranda and Evans, the first 2 from this race that are off to the LCQ.
Yeah, a tough break for them. James Brown as well as Nick Dyer and Tucker Elkins also will have some work to do in the LCQ.
So they will be off in a little bit to try and race for their position. Meanwhile, back to our tournament locator. It's time for our last first round race of the evening. Our second of 2 first round races in Group 3. Looks like this. Jacob Martin starts on pole for Belmont Abbey College. Jose Solis Jr., the UConn Huskies, starts second. A.J. Hyder has plenty of experience in the college series. From St. John's River State College starts third. Michael Pollock from McEwen University rolls off from the 4th position. Liam Loisel rolls off from 5th for Ontario Tech. And Logan Clampett, former champion of this series representing the Titans of Cal State Fullerton, starts 6th.
James Bowman from University of Kentucky alongside Kelton Quick from Ball State University in row 4. Row 5 will see Jake Cummings from Converse University and Landon Kelly from Seminole State College of Florida. Row 6 will have Zach Sprouse from George Mason University and Trey McCrary from Augusta University.
In 13th spot, we got Osmond Noble from Sacramento State, and then Matt Gagnon is going to be lined up next to him in 14th from University of New Hampshire. In 15th is going to be Brennan Lyman representing Oklahoma Panhandle State University. Cale Corbin going to be rolling off from 16th from the University of Alabama in Huntsville. And then rounding out our 17 cars here in Group 3, round number 1 is going to be Nick Miller from Kutztown University.
So the Pennsylvania driver going to have an opportunity to go after it. Meanwhile, Taylor Burris, Logitech race analysis for round 1.
Well, it's still going to be 15 laps here for this heat race. Top 8 advance to the second round, 9th through 20th. Well, we'll see you in the LCQ.
So again, you got some breathing room, you got some space, you got some time to make things work, especially if things don't go your way in this race. But Joey, how hard is it to regroup, I think, if you are like a Mario Miranda who had a shot, was in the top 8, and then lost a spot?
I think it comes back to that damage limitation. Remember, we talked about it after group number 1. There's a lot of drivers that are pretty antsy out there to make their way forward. However, once you are in that transfer position, sometimes you actually have to remove yourself from that race truck, actually see what's going on, and that sometimes is when like a spotter or a team manager can definitely help out and say, you know what, we do need more urgency to get to the front, or you know what, everybody's kind of going single file. I think sometimes as a driver, it's easy to get lost in the action on the track.
You can visit pcl.tg/pages/eNASCAR for more information on how to join the eNASCAR College iRacing Series and to register now for your opportunity to race for $60,000 in scholarship prizes. You can also scan the QR code on the lower portion of your screen for more information on the eNASCAR College iRacing Series, as well as our first round races get ready to wrap up. Also of note here, we'll give you the opportunity to turn the volume down if you do not want spoilers for proceedings down in Florida, because a shrub will lead the field to the green on Sunday. So, those keeping track of things, and if you get your eyes all over the place, that news just came through the waiver wire, and we will turn our attention back to this, and we will get set to rock and roll for our second first round Group 3 race. As Jacob Morton from Belmont Abbey and Jose Solis Jr. from UConn will lead us to the green. And will the outside line get a great run like they have pretty consistently on these initial starts? It actually wasn't as good because they got a little bit stacked up deeper in the field. And so Martin actually have a decent chance to make something of his spot on the bottom as we get up to full song.
Drivers getting themselves up to full song as they're 3 wide for third. Big checkup from several drivers as one driver hard into the outside wall off turn 2. Can we keep it clean other than that as they work their way through? So far, yes, they will.
It was Michael Pollock who got the fence early on. Meanwhile, Jacob Martin was not able to cover A.J. Hyder and is stuck on the bottom, and here comes Logan Clampett. I think we're learning very quickly, if you can't get up to the high side, you got to make a move, and you got to get up there quicker. You're going straight to the back of the field here if you don't control that high lane.
And I mean, you've called it all night. It's that top lane on these initial starts that gets the momentum. And then I've also noticed the first driver that kind of pops out 3 wide, you don't want to go all the way up to the top of the fence and you're still accelerating. However, if you can start to carry that momentum on the opening lap, it pays huge dividends down the back straightaway.
On board with Converse University's Jake Cummings out of, say it with me, Pothtown, North Carolina. Looks like Pfafftown is pronounced Pothtown, just outside of Winston-Salem, where eyes of the NASCAR world in real life were on things last week when the clash was held there amongst the snow and the rain and whatever else befell Winston last week so far as the weather goes. In the meantime, very good battle here as Nick Miller has made his way up into the top 10, has brought Liam Loisel, Trey McRickard, Brennan Lyman, Cade Corbin, and company. They're all chasing down Landon Kelly from Seminole State College, who has the final transfer spot as it stands.
Going down the back straightaway, like you said, it is Landon Kelly, and look at how busy it is just further back. That's 3 wide, and as we jump up towards the front here, Logan Clampett has moved his way up into that 3rd place position. He's that blue truck with the silver highlights, but it is Hyder giving push to Jose Solis Jr. off into turn number 1. Yukon leading the way.
Jose Solis Jr., the Connecticut Husky, with a great run so far. A.J. Hyder in 2nd, Clampett 3rd. Martin has worked his way up into that outside line in 4th. Here's Cade Corbin out of Anchorage, Alaska, but attending the University of Alabama in Huntsville. Taylor Burris, that's quite the tale.
That is, you're talking about a lot to unpack. You're talking about one of the farthest northern regions all the way down to probably one of the most southern states you could think of. And I got to say, you know what? More power to him to make that trek as we go to Matt Gagon from University of New Hampshire Wildcats as they try to get around him on the outside as you ride on board with Matt as he tries to close in on the chance to move into the top 8.
Currently riding in the 15th position, just to the outside of Cade Corbin and just behind Brennan Lyman, albeit with a bit of a gap. He's got about half a second to Lyman to try and gather that back up. But really looking at the battle here, trying to keep an eye on where the transfer fight is starting to develop, and it seems like it's about maybe, oh goodness, there's not really any good separation yet. You've got a great battle between Kelton Quick, Jake Cummings, James Bowman, Zach Sprouse, Landon Kelly. But the top 5 have not really been able to pull away just yet.
It is side by side for that transfer battle, but what I see up front, especially from our top 4, they're trying to repeat what we saw in that, call it round 1 of Group 3, where we just had that top 7 breakaway. They're not necessarily fighting amongst themselves too much. Yes, they're trying to get some clean air and trying to maximize the speed through the corners, but they are simply trying to run away as fast as they can, but everybody is giving chase nicely.
Solis, Hyder, Clampett, Martin, Kelton Quick, and James Bowman all in a line here. It seems like everybody's finally figured out that the outside's really the place where you want to be, and you don't particularly need to be any lower than that 2nd sort of groove. That's about sort of functioning as the middle. I think people have figured out, and they've seen, I think of the Julian O'Neills, the Jalen Atkins, who got down on that inside lane, got too loose, lost track position, never were able to gain it back up. Now they're starting to run a little bit higher up on the racetrack.
And I agree with you completely, because the other thing, remember when we talked to Parker White earlier on in the evening, he said that clean air, if you can be out front and really control that clean air, I think that can pay huge dividends once again with tire savings. And now look at the top 3 officially on a breakaway.
And now we're starting to see the gaps develop. Now we're starting to see the battles coming, and it looks like Jacob Martin is going to lead that pack. Oh, trouble behind, though, and big trouble as a lot of trucks just behind get absolutely torn to pieces. I saw James Bowman, the first one in the fence, but about 5 or 6 piled in behind, and I think it might have started even ahead of Bowman, too.
I think it did start ahead of Bowman. I think Kelton Quick was involved, as well as I think that was really the truck that started off. And I mean, that was our biggest incident of the night, James Pike, and it happened halfway through this round.
It absolutely flips the picture for the transfer battle on its head, because now it's Nick Miller that has that final spot ahead of Osmond Noble, Cade Colvin, and Jake Cummings. Kelton Quick certainly earned his Cardinal wings with the way that truck flipped over on the back straightaway, and then Bowman gets caught up, and it's like Landon Kelly, I think, might have been the other one that got involved in that too.
I mean,
chaos. Yeah, go ahead, Taylor.
I was going to say absolutely chaos here, and that is going to definitely stretch out the field significantly for drivers. I mean, we still have a good little fight for that transfer spot with Liam LaSalle, Osmond Noble, and Cade Corbin to keep an eye on. But for anyone else, it's pretty much going to have to be who can survive these last 6 laps.
Survival, I think, the name of the game. So, also, we're going to have some fun watching this battle, I think, here, because you've got Martin, who is able to sort of hang off the back of this group, gain a little bit of draft, and he's solidly in top 4. And then McCrickard, Lyman, Nick Miller, and Liam Loisel, the Canadian out of Bowmanville, Ontario, the last driver into the top 8 as it stands.
This will be interesting to kind of watch how these drivers really take to this final 5 laps, right? They know that they're all the way up front. They know that they're going to advance, and I think we're actually going to get another replay of that incident on the back straightaway here with that Ball State car going airborne. Look at how tight it gets up off of turn number 2. Everything chokes up in front, and talk about some amazing reactions right there from Miller to snake his way through.
Sometimes the best move is to just let the Red Seas part in front of you and let your truck do the rest. And Nick Miller finds himself in the top 8 now after that incident, currently scored in the 7th spot. Loisel is the 8th driver. Osmond Noble, Cade Corbin, and no, it actually is just Noble and Corbin. Jake Cummings particularly struggling, but Loisel holding on to about an 1/8 of a second gap as it stands.
Not a bad run. He's just got to keep it clean. And just as I say that, here comes the hard Chargers as we watch Nick Miller work his way through some heavy traffic. He's got one of the Augusta drivers up ahead of him, as well as Brendan Lineman from the Oklahoma Panhandle, trying to see if he can make his way through.
Good battles here. Miller now working that high line. Then they're trying to tuck in behind Nick Miller. Get a little bit of a draft going into the corner. We haven't necessarily seen sliders be all that effective tonight, less so than I particularly figured they might be. And then look at the drive there from Lyman, really putting it right on the right rear. Something that you can get away with now, but when we get to our 30-lap race, something you might not be able to utilize as much because you're going to need to make the tires last for twice as long. Basic math, much, much harder in practice to execute.
And we also heard Connor Jurachek say that 30 laps at Michigan, that's a full stint. You really have to take care of the truck out there. So some of the fastest drivers that we've already heard from through interviews, they found their way to the checkered flag. And honestly, if I'm in group number 3 here, I'm listening to exactly what those drivers are saying, picking up little tidbits of information that might help me collect one as well.
Lyman continuing to work through things. McCrickard and Loisel now tucked up right there. Lyman actually was pretty loose on the exit of 4 last time. I think maybe starting to lose the handle on the rear end of his truck. But all of these drivers down clear of Osmond Noble by 1.3 seconds. So not really a battle per se for who's going to transfer in. More of a battle of starting position for the second round race. That's what these drivers in the top 8 are fighting for.
They certainly are, and I'm really watching as we go back up to the top of the field right here. Logan Clampett and the Titans continuing to hold charge here as here comes Jose Salas Jr. around the outside of A.J. Hyder. Don't forget about the Belmont Abbey driver of Jacob Martin. He is starting to close in, and he is utilizing that draft to help him, give him a shot to maybe have a podium finish in this heat race. Here comes Salas Jr. to the inside.
Oh, Salas caught the apron there a little bit. Clampett caught the apron a little bit too. Are they going to roll back towards Hyder and maybe Jacob Martin as well? They both got runs. This could get tight here. Coming to the stripe, it won't matter because Logan Clampett takes control of this. Solis Jr., Hyder, and Jacob Martin. Your top 4. And then Nick Miller, Brennan Lyman, Trey McCrickard, and Liam Loisel the top 8 that will advance into the second round race directly. Osmond Noble will lead the charge and have Cade Corbin in tow of the drivers that go from this race to the Group 3 LCQ. Look at some of the drivers there. A lot of them caught up in that big wreck on the back straightaway, which saw a whole lot of flying from Kelton Quick's truck. A whole lot of trouble for some of the other trucks. And a whole lot of places filled out for the LCQ that we now turn our attention to. One last LCQ this evening in the penultimate race of tonight's action in the eNASCAR College iRacing Series. Miranda and Noble leading this field to green. Evans looking for a rebound. Remember, he and Miranda tangled in their first round race. That's a storyline to watch.
Absolutely, and of course we have a couple of other drivers. Zach Sprout's a heavy hitter who we've seen compete at the highest levels of this series. He's got a lot of work to do back in row number 6.
And there is Kelton Quick. He has been cleared from that virtual infield care center. He is going to be racing in this LCQ, so keep an eye out for that Ball State driver as we've got 19 total here in this last chance qualifier.
Elijah Wells, the Texas Tech Red Raider, the last driver on the grid, going to roll off from the 19th position, and it gives us one more opportunity to look at our Logitech G race analysis.
And once again, it is 15 laps around this circuit. The top 10, they get to advance to the second round, but the key word is don't get eliminated, being in 11th through 24th. It's day done. Back to class for you guys. Get started on your homework for Martinsville.
Well, Taylor, if you're going to do that, you got to tee it up. You don't even give us a chance to join you there.
Well, I mean, we got one more shot to try it out here, so let's get ready for the last one.
So, as we get set. Okay. All right. We really are going to have some fun with this. So, our producer, Drew Adamson, extraordinaire running the show, has decided that we really are going to make a bit of this. So, gentlemen, on 3, the line. 1, 2, 3. Don't get eliminated! We really are becoming a 24/7 Twitch channel with each passing day, I think. That'll end up as a Twitch clip, I know. I've sort of accepted my fate on that.
Yep,
by the way, we have more racing next week. Worth noting that, too, that the semifinals and the final LCQ, and then the finals coming your way at 7 p.m. Eastern, eNASCAR.com/live.
I almost feel like we're in an episode, James.
Why not, honestly, with the way we see
Gauntlet.
chaos and carnage? And if this isn't necessarily your brand of chaos and carnage, you can go pick up NASCAR 25 if you're so inclined, which is now available for the PlayStation 5, the Xbox Series S and Series X, and Steam. And the Gold Edition features the full base game and the Season Pass, which includes a variety of in-game currency and bonuses, as well as multiple DLC packs offering over 230 paint schemes and fire suits. You can visit NASCAR25.com for more information. Great time to get involved. The Daytona 500 you can run on NASCAR 25. You have the iRacing Daytona 500 special event. I know that those who love their open splits are about a third of the way through proceedings in their Daytona 500s as they run here. So I'd say a good night for the multi-viewers. You've got a good night to have multiple screens going, multiple Twitch feeds going, and keeping track of all the action, whether or not it's with us in the College Series or watching drivers compete in iRacing special events. Big week for the service, Taylor.
Absolutely. I mean, we got so many people already on Twitch talking about their drives that they're having during the iRacing Daytona 500. They're doing everything they can to try and have the chance of glory, just like these drivers here.
We shall see who has done homework here and who has paid attention to find a place in the second round race. Green flag out, Miranda and Osmond Noble leading us to green. Plenty of fast trucks, though, a little bit further back in this. Some of them buried with bad starting positions just because of the way things happen, the way they wrecked. How do they manage things here? How do they attack Michigan International Speedway? Mario Miranda with a run out front. How about Jake Cummings working that highlight? Oh, big smash there, and one truck over and on its route, and half the field spun sideways, and we'll see where 10th place lands in this. It's Tucker Elkins. No, it's Elijah Wells, who is the 10th place truck, and that just about I think makes our life easy. I could not tell who was the first truck sideways and around, but that took out just about 8 or 9 trucks before we even complete a lap.
Well, so far right now, it's Elijah Wells from Texas Tech who has that 10th position. Tucker Elkins has a little bit of work to do to try to close that gap up. He's about 0.6 of a second behind from him. So the Kentucky versus the Texan will go head-to-head here, hopefully pretty soon, to put us a little fight. But right now, if I was anybody in this group of 10, don't rush. Don't hurt yourself. Don't get eliminated. You're in the show if you stay where you're at.
Absolutely. With that big wreck, there is no reason to go crazy, but Osmond Noble just about did. Got way sideways on the exit of turn 4. Jake Cummings had to check up. That offered up an opportunity for Evan Shapiro to go to his outside and take over the 4th position. So Shapiro fighting Cummings, but everybody here in the top 10 and safe. Tucker Elkins is the one driver of this top 11 group on the outside looking in.
So we have been in this very, very familiar position before in previous groups, previous rounds. However, these drivers have also proven how much they want to race out there on the racetrack. I think we're going to get queued up with a replay off of that turn number 2 back straightaway wreck. And from what I saw, James, it was actually multiple wrecks going on. It started with Corbin way up top here, just getting wide, 4 wide up top, and then oh my goodness, just everybody squeezes to the outside trying to carry that momentum, and it spells the day end for a lot of drivers.
James Brown walked up the racetrack, made contact, spun across the field, and it took out a fair amount of trucks with his impact into the backstretch wall and split this field up almost perfectly on a 11-7 split. Trying to keep track of things here. If there's a truck to keep an eye on that doesn't have as much damage, that may have a shot at things, Landon Kelly might be the one to gain a little bit of track position, but even still, Noah Hindley is struggling to keep track of this group, and Tucker Elkins is just trying to hang on to the back of this group and make sure that it doesn't particularly lose the trap. Elijah Wells actually has done a nice job running Texas Tech up into the top 10. Well, the Red Raider now occupies the 9th position.
Just to jump in here real fast, because you had mentioned Tucker Elkins. Yes, he is just barely hanging on, but he was about 9/10 back when that huge wreck actually happened. So he's actually made up tons of ground, slow and methodical. He is catching the back of this draft train, and all he needs is one position.
One spot, and you're right, they are racing side by side pretty hard here. This is a look at the onboard of Tucker Elkins, the Stanford, Kentucky native, trying to spur the U of K into the second round here in Group 3. A little bit of a bobble, though, on the the exit of Turn 2, but just trying to tuck in and trying to find a spot behind Ryder Emerson, representing the Clemson Tigers, get caught up to the back end of this group, and then make it a true and proper battle for the 10th spot.
Ooh, right there you saw Ryder Emerson just get a little bit loose off turn number 4. Great recovery, but that will bring Tucker Elkins into the fight as he tries to look around and find his opening as we go back up to the front with Miranda and Evans. Gentlemen, take it easy. You have plenty of room to work with, and basically you are guaranteed a spot in the show. No need to fight too much, as here comes Jake Cummings with a big run.
Remember, Miranda and Evans made contact on the exit of Turn 4 in their first round race. That's why they're here in the LCQ. They lost all that track position in time, and I think both of them, as seasoned veterans of this eNASCAR College iRacing Series, powered by the Play vs. College League, understand that in a race like this, first and second, it doesn't particularly matter all that much. Just somebody clipped the fence, and it was Kelton Quick. Kelton Quick has clipped the fence and is now on the outside looking in and might be in danger of losing the draft if he can't hang on the rear bumper of Elkins.
So unfortunate there for that Ball State machine. He finds himself in that 11th place position. However, damage limitation, he is still in the draft pack. We're running out of time, though. We're just about to click. Well, we pretty much are about halfway right here with about 7.5 laps to go here remaining as Mario Miranda is getting pushed off into turn number 3.
Miranda with a big run towards the backside here. Evans with a good amount of space. Cummings, Shapiro, Dyer, the top 5 all in great shape. Elijah Wells is pacing the second group that includes Elkins and Tucker, or rather Kelton Quick is the last one here. Let's see what happened to Kelton Quick. Was there help, or did he just lose it? And I'd say maybe a little bit of column A and column B. It wasn't big contact from Quick, but it was enough for him to lose the spot. However, Kelton Quick now has reeled in Tucker Elkins, and we may have a two-truck battle for one transfer spot into the second round.
It's going to be a close one here as we watch these competitors do battle for positioning here around the outside. We're going to see what Evans can do, try to see it, but Miranda just shuts the door on him as we watch Shapiro as well as Dick Dyer battling for the fifth spot as we go back to the transfer. Kelton Quick all over the back bumper of Tucker Elkins.
Tucker Elkins having a fight and having to hang on. He rides that high line that has been so successful when it comes to playing defense and getting runs all night long. High line has been the clear place to be if you want to start moving up through this field. Maybe try and put Ryder Emerson in trouble. As Elkins will tuck in behind Emerson. Now looks to the inside. Little bit of a slide there from Emerson on corner entry. The right rear on his truck certainly won't be happy. Oh, and there goes Tucker Elkins sideways. I don't know if he got help from Kelton Quick, but it doesn't matter. In Quick's eyes, he takes over that final spot to transfer into the second round.
And I think that is going to spell day over for Tucker Elkins. He has officially dropped out of that slipstream range, 1.4 seconds, and falling back. Kelton Quick in that Ball State machine, sitting in 10th place in that transfer.
Tucker Elkins already was loose in the middle of the corner, and then Kelton Quick sort of finished it off. And now, yes, Elkins has lost the draft, and that should solidify the top 10, barring the unexpected, which is not impossible here. But now we can turn our attention to this 5-car battle at the front of the field with 5 laps to go in this LCQ.
Watching on here as we see Jake Cummings with a big head of steam. I gotta say, Jake, take it easy. I mean, yeah, getting some spots is helping. We're racers, we're gonna race, but you're guaranteed to move on to that second round. So try and not over push it. Take care of your equipment. You don't want to fall back, because that's another thing, James. They may be in the transfer spot, but if they start overworking those tires, they can start slowly but surely fading back into the clutches of the chaos that's behind them.
Last thing you want to do, I think, is take yourself out of contention. Don't beat yourself, especially when things have been going so well for all these drivers at the front of the field. Take a breather. Maybe this is an opportunity for you to see how your truck handles over a longer green flag run. We're going to have double the length of this race for our second round race coming up in just a little bit. And so you'll need a slightly different mindset to be successful, because you're going to have to account for the extra 15 laps. So maybe this is an opportunity to figure out how your truck handles after you've raced for a little bit in ways that you've not had the chance to work on. This is effectively a free practice session for the drivers in the top 5.
Well, and the other thing to consider, too, is that none of these drivers are going to be starting inside the top 16. Remember, this is the last chance qualifier, so they're going to be placed 17th and further back. So, yes, there's urgency to collect a race win, to collect a heat win, to collect an LCQ win, but how much is there in terms of risk mitigation? You don't want to start any further back than what you already are. Sometimes it's just best to ride around.
Brenda in control. Evans and Cummings, second and third. Cummings and Shapiro having a great battle for that third spot there. Nick Dyer currently holding down the 5th position. What's been a really, really strong night for anybody associated with the University of Maine or any of its associated campuses. We saw how things went for Daniel Falkingham and Parker White. They both have advanced into the second week of competition. Meanwhile, Mario Miranda pacing this field with 2 laps to go.
Making the final lap here as Miranda just has to settle in, hit his marks, and puts on a great run here, and he's looking to try to get a good starting position for that feature race as he works their way down the back straightaway for the final time.
Miranda, Evans, Cummings, Shapiro, Dyer, Pollock, Wells, and Osmond Noble in your top 8 spots, and then Ryder Emerson and Kelton Quick, the 10 that should advance barring the unexpected. Is anybody going to try and push the issue on Mario Miranda? Not this time, and it is Super Mario who will jump into the second round race, and might have teched up a little bit to have a little bit of fun with it, but Miranda still tops in this LCQ, representing the Sooners of Oklahoma and the Southeastern Conference. LCQ done and dusted, and it is time now to turn our attention to the last race of the evening. Thanks to all of you who have stuck around throughout all three of the groups. We'll take a look here at the LCQ rundown, your top 10, all moving on into the second round race. The rest of the group from the next page on. Eyes now turn to the paperclip in Martinsville.
And how about this? Some heavy hitters like Zach Sprouse eliminated from this competition. Just shows you how difficult it is.
One more race this evening, the second round race for group number 3. We're going to figure out the final 13 drivers who are going to advance into next week's action to close out this Great Lakes Gauntlet. Morton and Clampett, tops of the board. Front row starting positions for them. Joseph, Jose Solis Jr., Isaac Shelley, AJ Hyder in the next 2 rows.
It's going to be Jackson Anderson. He's got to deal with his rival, Mario Miranda, later on. Jacob Martin, Blake Wynn, Nick Miller, Bridger Olson, and Brendan Lyman. 3 Oklahoma teams represented here in today's action.
You got Hewling, Cowsard, McCrickard, Faraz Khan has made his way through, Loisel also, and then comes everybody that we just saw from that LCQ, including Mario Miranda.
Coming, Shapiro, Dyer, Pollack, Wells, and Osmond Noble with work to do to get into the top 13, but they've got an opportunity, they've got a chance that's better than a lot of these drivers could say. Ryder Emerson, Kelton Quick, the final 2 starters here in this second round race. One more time, let's look at our Logitech G race analysis.
Well, we'll double it up a little bit here. 30 laps around the circuit. Top 13 will advance to next week's semifinals. Unfortunately for everyone, 14th on back. I hate to say it, but you will be eliminated. Back to school for you. Back to your study books. Make sure you do your homework, pass your grade, and maybe, just maybe, do it all again next month at Martinsville and have a shot to maybe move on to next time's semifinals.
And so, gentlemen, the goal here in this race, above all else, is to make sure that you don't get eliminated. There we go. We're getting better at it as we go. Meanwhile, before we get this final race of the night going, reminds you that any driver who competes in at least one time attack throughout the College Series season will automatically be entered for a chance to win a racing prize pack, including a Logitech G923 True Force racing wheel and pedal set for the Xbox or PC, iRacing credits, and an eNASCAR College iRacing Series t-shirt. More information and the full deck of rules are available at pcl.gg/pages/eNASCAR. Strength in numbers at the front of this field, too. Logan Clampett is going to be starting on the outside of the front row, and he also is the defending champion of the eNASCAR College iRacing Series, representing the Titans of Cal State Fullerton. The Trabuco Canyon, California native has had quite an iRacing journey. Moved out to the Charlotte area for a few years when he was participating in the Coke Series on a regular basis, and then moved back home to California. Now is going after things at Cal State Fullerton and has made a name for himself, in particular in the College Series. So to the outside of Matthew Morton, who certainly, I think, just given his inclinations as an Ohio State Buckeye, would rather call this place Michigan as opposed to adding the M up front. They don't like the letter M in Columbus, last I heard, but I don't think he'd mind the opportunity to take the checkered flag on quote-unquote enemy soil and lock a spot down in next week's action in the process. Morton and Clampett to lead us to green. Top 13 going forward to the second week of action in the Great Lakes Gauntlet. Final green flag of the night is out, and a pretty even start for Morton and Clampett down the front straightaway.
How about the run right there by one of the UNC Charlotte drivers? We're going to 3 wide down into turn number 1, and already drivers trying to negotiate to get their spot.
A lot of drivers already looking at the 3 wide battle to try and find places. Everybody cleanly through 1 and 2 that time by, and quick drivers making their moves to the high line to go get track position early and often, as Logan Clampett, Jose Schildes Jr., AJ Hyder, Jacob Martin, everybody up there on that top line looking pretty sharp so far.
Mario Miranda all the way down low in turns 3 and 4, just made a huge amount of ground up. They were 4 wide and they got choked up on the top side of the racetrack, so that LCQ winner is now finding himself in some clean air trying to get inside the top 13.
Action all over the place here. Hyder looking high, Martin looking a little bit lower. Anderson trying to ride that high lane. Joseph not able to find a spot up on that high side. Oh, it gets turned, he gets spun, it gets moved, and lots of trucks going over. Joseph on his lid. Jackson Anderson and Jacob Martin making contact there, but Joseph in the fence and done here in the Great Lakes Gauntlet.
Getting major airtime for a lot of drivers here who are trying to negotiate the chaos that is Michigan. And as we go up to the front, it's Clampett, Morton, Solis Jr., A.J. Hyder, and Nick Miller. The Kutztown Golden Bear in the top 5. How about that?
Big moves from Miller. Joseph, I think, was sort of stuck in the same spot that Martin was in the first round race, was trying to get up into that high line, get the draft, get the momentum that we've seen pretty consistently, and just did not get up in time, and ended up turning himself across Martin's nose, up and over, and into the fence, and ending his night early.
And now we do have a lead pack breakaway. I think you saw Jose Solis Jr. really move to the top side of the racetrack. That wasn't on purpose. Had a big-time wiggle there in the middle of turns 3 and 4 and has forced him up to the top side there as we see Nick Miller drive down low as well. This is a top 5 now with 1.2 seconds between themselves in the next car.
As these drivers continue to fight, let's take a look at what happened to Joseph and how Joseph ended up on his lid and sideways. There's the gap. You can see it between Hyder and Martin that he was trying to go for, and they all stacked up, and then he just turned across Martin's nose and ends up getting hit by Mario Miranda. That was the one that really launched Joseph up into the air and then barrel rolling into turn 3 up against the fence and out of contention in this Great Lakes Gauntlet.
I lost count at 4.
Well, I'm going to jump in here, and James, I was going to say that looked very similar. You remember the Jake Hall incident going off into turn number 1 where we got drivers really trying to merge up to that top momentum lane. Sometimes there's not enough room, and sometimes when they do squeeze in, those bump drafts can be rather vicious.
The bump drafts can be vicious. I think we're also getting a pretty quick lesson as we look at Mario Miranda's on board, and we'll see just how nutty this ends up being because Joseph is already halfway upside down by the time they make contact. Boom. Nowhere for Miranda to go.
Tough break there for Super Mario as he will try to have to figure out a way to recover, and hopefully we'll see him next time out at Martinsville. But meanwhile, back up at the front, Matthew Morton, who we saw also compete last night in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series qualifiers, put on a good drive as he tries to find his way back around for the race lead.
Clampett, Morton, Hyder, Solis, and Nick Miller, your top 5 who have escaped. Anderson and Cummings are by themselves, racing for 6th and 7th. And then Pollock, Wynn, Martin, Evans, Quick, Dyer, Loisel, McCrickard for the moment in a group. Top 13 advance, so 2 of those that I just named on the outside looking in. Here's a look at Jacob Martin back to the Belmont Abbey Sim Racing Lounge. As Martin continues to follow in the tire tracks of Jacob Wynn. I think it was a good recovery from Jacob Martin, who, with all the speed that he lost off the contact there with Joseph, could have fallen much further back than he did. As it stands, he's got 3 spots of buffer room, and they are starting to string out just a bit here.
I think one of the happiest drivers right now is that Ball State driver that's just a couple behind Jacob Martin. I'm talking about Kelton Quick. Remember, he was the one who went up on his roof in his round, but he now finds himself in that 13th place position.
Kelton Quick would like to end this race on all 4 wheels. I think that would count as progress, and the hope would be that he can also get a spot into the second week of action here in the Great Lakes Gauntlet in the process. He is the last driver in as it stands. Liam Loisel and Trey McCrickard are about half a second back. Not impossible with the draft, but they definitely have a little bit of work to do, and they need to team up to try and get to the rear deck lid of Kelton Quick. Remember, this is a 30-lap race, too. We are only 9 laps into this, so we're going to see dynamics, especially with the tires that have not shown up in any of the other races in this group, and that absolutely has called out some drivers in Groups 1 and Groups 2.
Remember, we talked to Parker White when he won his race earlier this evening, and he told us about the importance of taking care of those tires. Backing off your corner a little bit is what's going to help take care of your tires for these longer races. As we watch the battle for 6th, Jackson Anderson trying to hold strong here with Cummings and a gaggle of drivers trying to punch their way into the semifinals.
Lots of drivers trying to find the right place to go, whether or not it is high or whether or not it is low, as Anderson leads this group. Good look at Nick Dyer and Michael Pollock. Quick, Jacob Martin's now slid back into the final transfer position as it stands. And all the while, keeping an eye on Loisel and McRickard, who would love to see this group get after it a bit, because if they do, that'll open up an opportunity for them to gain some time back, gain a little bit of track position, and maybe jump into the fight here.
As we take a look up here at the front, you had mentioned Liam Loisel. You know, he's currently sitting there in 14th, the first car back. In terms of that transfer, the problem that he's dealing, he's got front end damage. I think I saw front left damage on the front end of his machine, so he has got an uphill battle as they're 3 wide in front of him, as Logan Clampett still up at the front. You had mentioned some iRating a little bit earlier. I think that Logan is actually our highest iRating in the entire field tonight. I think I saw something like 10,000 plus.
A very rare and elite group to be 10K iRating or more. Clampett, Casey Kerwood are the two immediately that come to mind on the oval side. And goodness, have they put on a fight here. And have they proven themselves time in, time out, again, and again across the oval world of iRacing. Worth noting that Loisel and Dyer have managed to catch up to the back of this group, so you've got a fight bubbling around the transfer spots.
So the question now is, this is the main university of the University of Maine. As we watch here, Dyer trying to find his way through. We have 3 University of Maine drivers trying to fight their way through, and so far it looks like Nick Dyer is trying to be that last driver to make it on through to represent the Northeast.
Dyer representing the main campus of the University of Maine, no pun intended. Michael Pollock was sliding back, and I saw a little bit of action there with Pollock's rear end more than anything else, starting to step out, wondering if maybe the tires might be fading on Pollock's machine.
It's safe to say he's the main man.
Well, and it's familiar, you know, all the way up north, and he's going all the way up top on the racetrack, too.
How close are we to getting to who's on first and what's on second, and I don't know who's on third with this? I feel like we're veering ever so closer lap by lap to that point, Taylor, perhaps, maybe?
Well, we could probably say Dyer's on first because he's the main of University of Maine as we continue on here. And then we got, of course, the Augusta driver, University of Maine at Augusta, and then, of course, the University of Maine. And then we're just going to continue on with this chaos and keep mumbling. Let's go ahead and go to the Ohio State Buckeye driver of Matthew Morton, who's still trying to work his way through into second.
You know, I like the simplicity of the Ohio State. That does make it a little bit more straightforward, given all the Maine campuses that we're working with, or the University of Maine campuses that we're working with, I guess. So Morton riding second behind Clampett, and then Solis and A.J. Hyder and Nick Miller, still that top 5 group. Anderson pacing the second group, which stretches all the way back now really to Pollock and Loisel. Pollock absolutely is faded, no doubt about it. Tires are not playing to Pollock's liking. And Trey McRickard. Right. Trey McRickard has just passed Jacob Martin for a split second. Martin is going to try and make the pass back, and guess who's jumping into the battle here? It's Faraz Khan, who has the opportunity to fight into the top 13 and not be the one person on the outside looking in.
And Faraz Khan is actually the hardest working driver on the racetrack right now. He came back from several car lengths back, way outside of that drafting range, and now he is sitting on the back of this pack here. Yes, he's in 14th, but I actually think he's got one of the healthiest cars, and he's actually one of the fastest cars on the racetrack.
Makes it easy when everybody else in front of you is fighting for position, and all you have to do is run your line, hit your march, and race your own race. And that's what Khan has been able to do for about the last 10 laps or so, and all of a sudden, Khan is featuring into the battle for the top 13 as Martin continues to fade. I saw him sliding more in that right rear, so maybe now the handling fading from Martin's truck as well.
Here comes Khan down to the inside as he tries to find his way around the Belmont Abbey driver of Jacob Martin. And so far, it's not going to work out for him. He has to back it off. Truck gets a little bit too tight. That will now bring in Michael Palowick right there in the 15th spot. So we now get ourselves a little bit of a 4-horse race for the final position.
How much can you hang on to the outside? Oh, big slide there for Trey McCrickard a little bit further back in this field as he lost the rear end, continuing to fight the rear end of his truck, backs it up into the fence. Oh, there nearly was a wreck there on the back straightaway as Martin had to move to the outside quickly to take evasive action. Up at the front, we've also got great battles for lead. So the transfer is a great battle, the lead is a great battle, and thankfully we have 2 cameras to cover it all.
I think that Khan and Pollock and now Loisel are all hoping that this second group really starts duking it out, and maybe there's one of these late race incidents that we've seen already in Group 1 and Group 2. They're trying to make it inside the top 13, and this top 5 breakaway, it is extremely impressive, the performance they're putting down while still racing it out on the racetrack. Our leader, Logan Clampett, a 40.5 last lap time. Jackson Anders sitting back there in 6th, a 40.7. These guys are hauling in front.
They are moving the mail. Meanwhile, Loisel trying to catch this group back again. Khan has gotten the rear deck lid of Martin. McCrickard is stuck on the bottom and continuing to fight the handle on his race car. Khan just put it in the fence and got a little bit tight on corner exit. So Pollock with the opportunity to make the pass for the 14th spot. Martin holds the transfer, now looking to the outside of McCrickard and trying to get a run coming out of turn 2 that would allow him to pass the Augusta driver and go lock down that 12th position as McCrickard has just been stuck on the bottom and has not been able to get that truck to turn the way he would have liked the last few laps.
Working his way through as we watch the battle for the race lead here, and Jose Salas Jr. trying to get that outside lane working. AJ Hyder riding the outside wall just about, nearly scraping it a couple of times as he tries to get the run. Here comes Salas Jr. with a big push. They're going to try to close the gap on Logan Clampett. Can they make something work? Meanwhile, the battle for the transfer spot, we're going to go 3 wide for it as they head into 1.
Martin got the fence on the exit of 4, could not block Pollock. Did not have the opportunity to hang on to the position, and now Pollock is racing his way into the top 13, and now Martin's going to have to try and get up to the fence as soon as he can just to maintain the track position as McCrickard is still stuck on the bottom.
The big thing that I see up front, remember how often, James Pike, you have said up top, that's where you carry the momentum. Look at Salas right now. He went all the way from up top all the way down to the white line, just trying to carry as much momentum as possible. And I have a feeling that if you want to win this thing, you got to be up top.
Up top, I think, is where you're going to get the run. Up top is where you're going to get the draft. Up top is where you are going to get the opportunity to make it happen. And how they go after Logan Clampett, defending champion of this series, is going to be a great question for these drivers to answer over the next 10 laps, especially those in that 5-truck breakaway up front.
It's incredible of how hard we're seeing some great racing action all throughout the field here with 10 laps to go. Martin trying everything he can to get around McCrickard. Blake Wynn on the outside looking in. He's starting to fall off the pace for the UNC Charlotte driver. That Niners better get to digging and digging quick because he is under pressure.
All of a sudden, he finds himself right towards the back end of this. McCrickard with the transfer spot over Martin as it stands. All of them trying to run the high line. Martin trying to look for something down low. The question is, how much pressure is Martin going to put on those tires? And what sort of momentum is he going to lose? Can he slide up in front of Khan to lock down the position, at least for the moment? Khan will try and take the momentum down to the inside, and instead will just bump Martin into the corner.
And Jacob Martin wants Khan to go ahead and help him out. However, the problem is, Faraz Khan wants that position for himself, so it's kind of that two-edged sword of how much are you going to block versus how much is Khan actually going to go up there and push to help somebody else to try to get in that transfer. As we see, McCrickard and Wynn are now side by side going into turn number 1. McCrickard's going to opt to drop back, sit in the tire tracks. I think that this is the race-savvy move if you're trying to hang out in 13th. You want to keep that stiff arm between yourself and the car behind you.
I think especially for McCrickard, who spent all that race, or all that portion of the race just a few laps ago, running on the inside and burning up the tires at the bottom, clearly was fighting a loose-handling race car. Now is up in that outside groove where it's not as difficult to manage tire wear. Gives himself an opportunity to maybe let the Goodyear Eagles underneath his truck rest for a bit.
The calm before the storm for these final 7 laps. Drivers trying to negotiate, trying to get that final push here. Jackson Anderson, I gotta say, kind of almost like the cork in the bottle right now, because I'm curious to see what Cummings or Dyer can do once they find their way around them. They're trying every which way they can to find the run they need to get around Anderson. Even though they're in the good position. They have that room to work with. Not really push the envelope, but there you see Dyer trying to work with Cummings as he will now go to the top side, split the difference with Evans to get around the Converse University driver.
Oh, man. Oh, big shunt there. I think that was Pollock that got the fence just a moment ago. Associate Solis Jr. trying to make a move on Logan Clampett. Nice little fan action there from our top 5. Everybody running a completely different groove there. Will Solis get some form of run down the back straightaway? Yes. Will he take it entering turn 3? The answer to that question, no. He will, or maybe yes anyway. Okay, no, waited late to make the move on Logan Clampett, and all of a sudden here comes Solis Jr. down to the inside for the race lead.
This was a big change for me because Solis Jr. has been running the top side of the racetrack at least the last handful of laps, if not longer. So now he's stuck on the bottom side. He was in second coming off of turn number 4, and he's seeing all these drivers, Cal State, Fullerton, Ohio State, all drive around him on the top side.
Nothing yet, and they are 3 wide for the 3rd position, maybe the 2nd position, perhaps. I'm not sure whether or not this counts as battle for 2nd or 3rd.
Oh, goodness, we're going to see here as we watch these drivers go 3 wide for 3rd, almost going to go 3 wide for 2nd, make it 4 wide as A.J. Hyder taps the wall.
Hyder gets the fence. That settles down this battle a little bit. Solis back to 2nd. Morton trying to get 3rd. Maybe an opportunity for Mick Miller to get 4th if this stands. 4 laps to go. That transfer battle is still pretty crazy a little bit further back, too. That has not faded just yet.
This is that transfer battle a little bit further back. I believe Blake Wynn is battling it out with Trey McCricker. They're the ones that are actually side by side, and then it's going to be Jacob Martin back there in that red truck, as well as Faraz Khan. Those are the 2 caboose on the back end of this train right now, and oh my goodness, contact there. That could have spelled day end there, getting aggressive, pushing each other down into turn number 3.
If you're Connor Martin, you almost maybe want to back out a little bit because it seems like somebody amongst the 5 trucks in front of you may end up wrecking on corner exit if they're not careful. Give yourself a little bit of space just in case. As it stands, there's the wreck, there's the incident, there's the truck on the fence. Martin gets clipped, and I think Martin Loisel is going to have the opportunity to run down Martin, who got enough damage here. Liam Loisel, by staying out of the back of all of that, is going to take over the transfer spots, and Ethan Shapiro may now have the opportunity to jump into 13.
Oh, goodness, we got some more drivers who's got more damage here as Jacob Martin loses some spots. Here comes the Babson College driver making a run here, trying to get up closer to the chance of getting in transferred over. Shapiro takes the 13th spot.
Shapiro now with the transfer. Loisel's going to have to stay in his tire tracks and in the draft to maintain a spot in the top 13. Clampett, Solis, Morton, Hyder, all fighting for spots up towards the front. Clampett has just sort of marshaled this, if only just, throughout this race. But now here's the opportunity for this very talented group of drivers in the top 5 to have a go at this and maybe take away the win from Logan Clampett.
Logan has been in front this entire race. He started on the front row, and he's pretty much dealt with clean air the entire time. But look at the run from Jose Solis Jr. He's going to get to the inside of Logan Clampett. 1 lap to go here at Michigan. It's going to be duking out between UConn and Cal State Fullerton.
Can Solis send it deep enough to ride up in front of Clampett? And then can Clampett make the move back underneath to make it work? Solis goes up top. Clampett now to the inside. Morton looking down to the very bottom to make it 3. Clampett with a run in the middle. Morton in the inside still. Solis riding that high line. It's going to be all about the kind of run that they get coming out of 4 to the start finish. Morton with the deep send. A little bit of a loose truck on corner exit. Solis got the fence a little bit, but he's going to have a huge run. Can Morton block it? Here goes Solis up top. Morton down on the bottom. Solis with the big run on the high line to take the win in this second round race. And at the end of the transfer section, Ethan Shapiro is going to be able to walk away from Liam Loisel, keep his nose clean, keep out of trouble, and be the 39th and final driver that transfers into week 2 of the Great Lakes Gauntlet.
James Pike, I mean, you have called it all night long. That top lane, it doesn't matter if it's the initial green flag launch or if it's the momentum coming off of those corner exits. That's where you wanted to be tonight.
Jose Solis Jr. representing the Yukon Huskies brings us tonight's Logitech G winning moment presented to us by Logitech G, the official wheel and pedals of the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series. And Solis with the great opportunity to show off, I guess, a little bit. If you've got a clean track, here's an opportunity to just sort of ride it out, do a burnout, have some fun. Maybe bounce off your friends and make it a demo derby a little bit with Jackson Anderson, perhaps. Both Jose and Jackson going into week 2.
Incredible drive from every single one of these top 13, and it's going to get more exciting as more of a demo derby happening on the backstretch.
Burning it down. Big time. Big time. In a place where you can do a lot of burning down. You got the space to do it here. So Solis and Anderson having some fun here post-race. Meanwhile, Solis, Morton, Hyder, Clampett, Miller, Evans, Anderson, Dyer, Cummings, and Pollock all in the top 10, all racing next week.
Including Faraz Khan, Blake Wynn, and Ethan Shapiro. Guaranteed a spot in the semifinals next week, but for Liam Lascelles, as well as Brennan Lyman, Trey McKirker, Kelton Quick, hate to say it, get back to your homework, go back to the drawing board, and we'll see you at the paperclip in a month's time.
So they will go back to the drawing board, those who finished 14th on back. The rest of us will watch what happens in week 2. We'll have the opportunity to witness the best 39 drivers in this tournament at Michigan go after it for the $3,000 that will go to the tournament winner. And then you've got money in the season end points fund as well that make up the $60,000 that go to the winner. And the prize pool of this eNASCAR College iRacing Series, powered by the Play vs. College League. Fun night of action, though, across the board, Taylor and Joey. Certainly no complaints.
It certainly was. I got to say, some incredible racing action all throughout the field. Every race provided some type of drama. Joey, I got to say, it was incredible to see so many different lines that were showcased here in each of these races.
Oh, and I think a lot of these students are going to need to go back and study, right? There is a lot of mistakes out there on the racetrack that I'm sure a lot of these drivers are going to go back, watch the replay, and say, oh, shoot, you know what? I should have done this instead.
As we wrap up things, your reminder that NASCAR 25 is now available for PlayStation, Xbox, and Steam. And if you get the Gold Edition, you get access to a whole host of DLC content, in-game currency, bonuses, and over 230 paint schemes and fire suits available. If you go put up for the gold version, you can visit NASCAR25.com for more information on how to get your hands on that. Also, we'll give a little love to iRacing Arcade as well. Lots of fun footage here. This for as much as this has been hyped, I am really looking forward to when this drops. You can try the demo on Steam now. Game coming soon to Steam, coming to consoles later this year. And when it does, Taylor Burris, I think there's going to be a lot of people really excited to get their hands on this.
I can guarantee you this is a game that I plan on letting some of my close friends who maybe aren't involved with racing but want to try to get behind the wheel of some incredible cars, incredible variety of different styles of racing, different tracks, and it's going to be fun for this game to come out. Make sure to go get it and try the demo. It's amazing.
So much fun this game is in the demo form, and I wholeheartedly cannot wait for it to get going. And then, oh, by the way, Joey Atterbury, iRacing Daytona 500 kicked off tonight. We had our first fixed split earlier this afternoon. The open splits still going, I would think, especially in top split, probably about 2/3 of the way through their race. That started at 9 o'clock Eastern. And then you've got the big fixed split, the Thursday 9 o'clock Eastern and the Sunday 9 o'clock Easterns. You got the 12 Easterns. You got open tomorrow night at 9 p.m. that is going to be broadcast live on iRacing Switch channel. So some of the drivers who love that 200-lap challenge, the shall we say, ranked and particularly sort of targeted group, is going to be coming at your way Friday night. We're going to have a lot of fun broadcasting that for 200 laps, 500 miles, and see who gets the open top split of the Daytona 500.
It is going to be a lot of Daytona coming up, whether it's on the real world television or right here on the iRacing Esports Network. You are going to get your fill of 31 degrees of banking going around this 2.5-mile super speedway. As you heard James say, there's going to be tons of coverage throughout the fixed and the open setup qualifiers, as well as the races going on. So make sure to tune in to that iRacing Daytona 500.
Keeping an eye on this and paying attention to what is or is not going down. Looks like a lot of these splits right now, if you're keeping track of the Open Daytona 500s, ballpark lap 120-ish for a lot of the ones that have been sort of moving along a bit. So plenty of time to go catch those. Maybe go watch some of those and sim before you take to Daytona and try and win your own virtual Harley J. Earl trophy later on this week. Week 1 of the Great Lakes Gauntlet is done. James Pike, Taylor Burris, Joey Atterbury here to wrap up coverage from our first week of the spring semester, our first tournament of 3 that we will see over the course of the next 3 months. Taylor Burris, what did you see? What did you notice? What did you learn tonight that you think will apply, especially for these drivers in week 2 as the competition ramps up and we make our way towards the finish line of this Great Lakes Gauntlet?
Clean air will be the biggest thing for each and every single one of these drivers. So staying out of that dirty air will be critical. Number 2, taking care of those tires. So we talked to Parker White, backing up your corner entry a little bit, saves the tires, keep it in the clean air. Try not to be behind someone when you're in the middle of those corners where you get that dirty air sprayed back on your truck. And finally, be a little patient. You got to see here, early on we saw the chaos, drivers being aggressive. Yeah, that's important to be aggressive, but also it's finding that balance of backing off a little bit when you need to. So I think we'll see a little bit more of that in next week's semifinals and the feature race, of course, when we get set to give out the money and give out the big points.
For as much as I thought, Joey, that we were going to see trucks lose the air off their nose and that was going to be a problem, maybe we got it a little bit, but it was really more people just driving off the right route too much, sort of to Taylor's point, that really sort of changed the game for a lot of drivers tonight, I think.
There was a lot of over-driving and maybe a little bit of over-racing at some points, too. But since Taylor mentioned Parker White, I'm actually going to bring up Connor Yarashak and what he said. Remember our points championship leader so far about halfway through, and he was racing with a familiar group. How many times did we see that familiar group of drivers up front break it away? We even saw it in group number 3. So when I look forward into it, what familiar drivers are going to be up towards the front?
That's been a recurring theme, too. You look at the point standings and the drivers who have transferred and those who are going to have the opportunity to race for points in the college series, because everybody racing next week will get some form of points towards their season-long tally. But everybody that's consistently running top 5 in these round 1, these round 2 races, you look at the leaderboard of the point standings, no shocker that they're the ones that occupy a lot of the top 20, and they understand the drill, I think, a little bit better than most, that you can get caught up in a battle for 10th here in this, or you can run a clean race, you can get the top 5, not worry about fighting each other, and let the battles happen in week 2 when they really matter and when it's really worth putting the effort towards them.
I think that's probably the biggest talking point and advice that we have talked about for every single race that we've done for these qualifying. So hopefully we'll see that happen for the next time we race at Martinsville.
Let's take a look at the list of names. Here are all 39 drivers that have advanced into round 2 of the Great Lakes Gauntlet. White was a winner this evening. Yarashak was a winner this evening. And Jose Solis Jr. was a winner this evening. They were the 3 group winners. They move into week 2 of the Great Lakes Gauntlet along with 12 other drivers from each of their 3 groups respectively to give us our full 39 truck field for the end of the Great Lakes Gauntlet next week. 1 week from tonight, Joey.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty fun to watch the end of that Great Lakes Gauntlet. Like you said, 1 week from tonight. Here's the rest of those names that are making it all the way through, of course, with Euroshack and company. Jose Solis Jr. winning that final group here for us. And Logan Clampett, another one of those names that was always running up towards the front here tonight.
No surprise that we saw a lot of strength out of the defending champion of the eNASCAR College iRacing Series, powered by the Play versus College League. We'll see Logan back at it. We'll see our points leader, Connor Yershak, back at it. We'll see a lot of drivers back at it here at Michigan 1 week from tonight, 7 p.m. Eastern Time, coming your way on eNASCAR.com/live in the iRacing and eNASCAR Twitch channels for all the action coming your way. We are working on getting Jose Solis Jr. in for an interview. In the meantime, remind you that you can visit pcl.tg/pages/eNASCAR or scan the QR code at the portion or the lower hand portion of your screen for more information and for more opportunities to get involved with the eNASCAR College iRacing Series. You can jump in, get your name in the hat, participate in the time attack, and join into the $60,000 scholarship prize pool available this season in the eNASCAR College iRacing Series, powered by the Play versus College League. Also have the opportunity to, if you participate in the time attack, get your hands on a Logitech G923 True Force racing wheel and pedal set for the Xbox or PC, iRacing credits, and an eNASCAR College iRacing Series t-shirt. You can visit pcl.tg/pages/eNASCAR to get in on the rules for that giveaway as well. And now let's turn our attention to Joey Atterbury, who has joined our Group 3 second round race winner, Jose Solis Jr.
Yes, Mr. Solis Jr., congratulations on picking up a checkered flag here in group number 3.
Thank you, sir.
I got to ask you, when did you realize that you needed to be at the top of the racetrack? We've seen lots of trucks be out front with clean air and really manage it, but you were one of the first trucks that kind of came from 3rd, 4th, 5th place on back, used that momentum up at the top, and really drove yourself towards that checkered flag.
Yeah, I just kind of waited until I felt the tires falling off, probably around lap 12. I just kind of felt like the dirty air was too strong on the middle and bottom, so I just started moving up to clean air.
And so we heard both Parker White and Connor Yershak talk about how important it is to save those tires. Is that pretty much the name of the game, as you just saved it all the way to the end?
Yeah, I tried saving the whole run there. Because the first heat we did, I noticed they're pretty loose. I tried pushing pretty hard to see the limit, and I noticed it was pretty loose. So I kind of just realized that for the future, I had to back off really hard at the start of the run, so I could still have drive off at the end of the run.
And you talk about that loose condition in the truck. I mean, we saw several trucks have incidents because of it. Did you have any near close calls out there?
No, I don't think I had any close calls, the handling. I would just say I had more close calls with when I was racing the middle and the start of the run from the guys in 4th and 5th. That's pretty much the only danger spot I was in, I would say.
Jose Solis Jr., winner of group number 3, and will be competing for the $3,000 prize next week. So much fun that we've had this evening on the eNASCAR College iRacing Series, powered by Play versus College League. More fun to come next week from the Great Lakes Gauntlet at Michigan. For our partners at eNASCAR, the Play versus College League, and Logitech G, for our director Drew Adamson and the entire production team at iRacing, and for my colleagues in the booth, Taylor Burris and Joey Atterbury, I am James Pike. Thanks so much for watching the Great Lakes Gauntlet Week 1 action for Michigan. We will see you 1 week from tonight when we crown a champion of this tournament in the Irish Hills of Michigan.